Hello. Blah. How are you? You burger. Oh my god. I didn't even get a burger. Burger. I want a burger. Please donate to my personal burger fund. Burger fund. You excited? Can you even hide it anymore? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I almost out of estrogen. Mm-mm-mm-mm. That's not good. Hello. How are you? Today we play Final Fantasy. Yeah? Oh yeah. Hello. We're gonna warm up with a debate. YouTube. What's it called? Shapiro versus Destiny. Oh my god. The Destiny debated Shapiro. We're gonna watch it. Like a family together. What were they debating on? Leftist anti-fan confronts me on short fat otaku. What is this? Final Fantasy. Boa tarde, amiga. Boa tarde. Uh, uh, Where is the 2,000 people are watching Loner Box.
I know that on the public speaking side.
Oh my gosh, I cannot believe that Destiny debated Ben Shapiro. Of course. Elon uses Mr. Beast as bait. And more. Hanks Foxily. What? Who's streaming on Twitch? No one. Okay, I've gotta, let's see. Your hubby debated Bapiro? Yes. We're gonna watch it. Oh my gosh. We should change the title of the stream to My Husband Debated Ben Shapiro. Should I? Should I do it? But it's true. I think since today is such a special occasion, hubby debated Ben. I think it's warranted to turn on the. It sounds so weird. Please no, it's so cringe. Yeah, it's cringe. I like being cringe. It brings me the views. Okay. How about this? If someone donates me a big amount of money, I will stop. Okay? I will stop it if someone donates me a big amount of money. How does that sound? Don't be cringe. Pay me and I will. Oh boy. Katie. Katy. Okay, we're gonna start it off with a debate. But not the one that you think. This is extortion. No, it's not. It's just, you know.
Turning gay in prison. Gay.
Our new favorite debater. We're gonna watch. So loud.
Let's bring in the next person, Ke. Hello, what's your age?
40.
All right, and what do we lose by calling trans women women?
We lose our soul.
Nothing.
Based as fuck. So, follow-up question. Do you think it's important to gatekeep a gender?
Gatekeep a gender? No.
Cool.
I just have some few questions.
Okay.
So I kind of
Gatekeep a
think about
gender.
the good intentions, unsequential consequences, right?
Uh-huh.
So
Oh, that was why right after the lion thing.
what does someone have to do to be transgender?
Have a gender.
I have an answer to this. In order to be transgender, you have to be not cisgender. And in case you ask, so what do you need to do to be cisgender? My answer is you need to be not transgender.
Gender identity that aligns with their social schema on female.
So they just say that that's how they feel, right? They grew up like that. That's how they feel.
Can I just ask you, how would somebody prove that they're attracted to men?
I don't know how they feel.
So like a gay man can't prove that he's gay?
Well, you can, kind of, yes.
How?
Kind of. The
Uh,
gaydar. If the gaydar shows that they're gay, then they're gay. It's easy. Simple, no?
how,
Gaydar. Answer.
I'm sure
Getting-
he could do certain. He could act in certain
getting
ways. Or he
excited
could,
around
like,
the
engage in
same
certain
sex, I
behaviors.
guess.
Sorry.
I'm assuming that they have arousal around the same gender.
Right, but generally in public, people don't, show the main physical aspect of being aroused, right?
Yeah, I can be attracted. I can look at a woman and go, she's attracted, but not without getting aroused.
Yeah.
Well, oh, you would be aroused, but that's all right.
What shot on the right?
Wait, what do you think it means to be aroused?
Adrenaline, butterflies in the stomach, longing gaze. What do you?
I think we're talking about aroused. I think when
I
you
think-
say aroused, you mean attracted.
And we
But,
mean
like-
sexual
Attracted.
arousal. So there's
Sure.
just a difference in the way we're using the words.
Yeah. So so the thing is that people can display certain behaviors to show that they are attracted to someone, But realistically, attraction is just a neurological process that occurs, within the brain that you're not going to be able to see.
I agree,
So
but you can see it if you, like you said, you do like brain scans and stuff like that.
yeah,
When
which
you-
is the same with gender identity. You can see it if you do brain scans.
So my only question is this, really. This is the only one that I kind of think about. Did y'all see the one with the flight attendant and there was a woman or a man, trans man, and the flight attendant wanted to kick them off the plane because the seat was assigned to two females and she was saying that she was a male.
Huh?
What? Wait, what? What was the situation? A trans man wanted to go with the woman? What? I don't get this scenario. I'm confused by this scenario.
It was a video that came out maybe about a month or half ago or so.
Is
They
the
had
video
booked some-
of
they
is the
booked some
video
tickets.
of like a flight attendant reading a tablet and then like talking into a phone?
Yeah, he's got a blonde ponytail.
It was staged. I'm really looking.
Okay.
Video shows staged pronoun argument with flight attendant, not real.
Okay, well, the video is moot, really, to be on the point. My question is, if someone is not presenting as a male or female or man or woman, whatever, what would have happened had this not been staged? She had taken legal action, lost. Where would you have incarcerated
What would
this
she
person?
have taken legal action against? Like there was no law broken.
No, like
What?
the flight, public endangerment, getting kicked out of flight. You can get charged with public endangerment.
Wait, so I have to come up with a reason why if a staged thing had happened, if a trans person freaked out on a flight, the same thing if a cis person freaks out on a flight.
Is all you're asking, should a trans woman go to a women's prison or a men's
Trans
prison?
go
You
to
can
a
just ask
men's-
that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we have like a lot of safety processes for those kind of cases, right? So when a trans person goes to prison, they have to have some kind of evidence that they have been living as their gender identity for, I don't know the exact period of time, but they have to show some kind of evidence. Usually they have to show some kind of evidence of like therapy, having been to therapy of some sort. They also get placed into isolation when they're first put into whichever prison they go to first. They get placed into isolation until they can determine which prison is going to be safest for both them and the other people within it.
Well, when you say safest, what does that mean?
It means the least dangerous. What do you mean? What does it mean, safest? What? Sometimes bigots pretend to be the biggest dummies. Well, what does safest mean? What?
Well, a trans
the-
woman, just really quickly, a trans woman who fully identifies, who fully presents, who fully does all that as a woman is going to be in more danger in a male prison because she's more likely to be assaulted by the males in said prison.
It means the least dangerous.
Trans women in
Right.
general
My problem with the prison arguments is that prison is fundamentally unjust.
are more likely to experience gender violence.
What about trans men? That's what I'm asking.
Same thing.
So you're saying that a trans man is not a real man.
What do you mean?
Huh?
Excuse me?
If you say that they are more susceptible to violence as a trans man in a male prison, I'm asking
No, in
why.
a female prison.
I'm not talking about females.
No, I said
I already
a
know.
trans man is more susceptible to violence in a female prison, not a male prison.
A trans man, so a born biological female is more susceptible to violence in a
Yes.
female prison.
Yes.
What was that weird echo?
At least that's what the data shows us currently.
Data. Oh my gosh.
I know you can't.
It's a data person.
Huh?
I know you can't think that.
You can't think that the data shows something? What?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Can you possibly cite that source of data you have?
Yeah. Hold on.
It's the audio is so horrible. The audio is so bad. We should torture the way we should. You don't have it ready? Oh, that's a strike. You don't have it ready. That's not good. You should have your resources ready, on the ready. Like boom, bada bing, bada boom, ready.
So this comes from an NBC's news article.
That's a
It's
fake
titled
article.
"Strip Searches, Trauma, Isolation, Trans Men Describe Life Behind Bars."
After watching Zipla, oh my gosh. I haven't even played I'm not even playing FF14 right now, and already those bots, Final Fantasy bots, are assaulting my chat. Asmongold is not even playing Final Fantasy.
So that
He
would
does
be,
not play it.
and it's two trans men who talk about how
That was
how
strip.
it's
What?
you're lagging very like a lot.
Sorry. I'm listening.
Yeah, it's an article. It's an article that interviews two trans men, and how they talk about how it's not safer in men's facilities. I can find more if you'd like.
Find more. Prove it to me. Show it.
No, you're good.
Are you good?
I'm just curious. I'm not sure if I'm still lagging. Am I still lagging?
Not anymore.
How you think a
I think
person with a, as Jake said, a vagina and breasts in a prison full of males is more safe than a trans man in prison with females.
What?
because females also assault them.
I understand
Peggy
that assault
16.
happens in prison. Just it's gonna be a little wrap around my brain to think that aggressive males are safer than aggressive females.
It's. I mean, the
Wait.
fact that something's hard to wrap around your brain is. That's not an argument for me.
Okay, hold on. Do you think that, for instance, when we look at like male prisons, right?
Male prisons.
Do we think that? Actually, here's a better question. Do you think men are oftentimes, what's the word I want to use? How often do you think men are turning gay in prison? That's the question I'll ask.
Every day. All of
Probably
them.
almost none.
All of them
Okay.
are gay.
So you recognize that trans men are going to look like the sex that these men don't want to have sex with.
All of them are gay.
No.
They're the gayest
No.
men.
See, like I said, I will look at that video again as debunked, but that trans male that was portrayed did not look like a effeminate man.
Yes, because it wasn't a real trans man.
Oh, I understand.
So that wouldn't
I have
shock me.
I have seen people on this app that have said that they are trans men and they clearly present as female.
Do you think those are the ones that are going to prison?
I don't know. Anybody can go to prison. That's subjective.
Okay, where do you think trans men should go? Like, what prison do you think they should be in?
That's true.
Well, that's the whole argument between your side and mine, is that they should be allowed into the spaces in which their genetics and physical appearance
Genetics?
define them as.
What?
So, if they physically look like a man, they should be in a male prison.
Yes.
So
But
if a
that's not
trans man
genetics.
passes, they should be in a male prison.
That's
Passes
not-
what?
Passes as man.
That's not a genetics, though.
Yes.
What? That's
You
that's
just said they
such a
shouldn't be.
PEGI 16.
What do you
that's
mean?
such an
You said
incongruent.
No, I
trans
said if
men
they
sh-
pass.
That is such an incongruent argument. What does that have to do with genetics?
If a trans, how does a trans man pass as a man,
Oh my god.
physically speaking?
by looking like a man.
Oh my god.
What does a man look like?
We can talk typically broad shoulders, facial hair, typically more muscular, typically more defined jawline.
Females have.
That's why I
Females
said the word
have.
typically. That's why I said the word typically.
Wait. I don't know what point this guy is making. He's weird. What?
That defeats your whole argument.
No, it doesn't.
Because if you're taking a small subset and defining that as the majority,
I'm not. That's why I said typically. I'm not making any
Hello.
normative claims here. I'm saying that typically this is phenotypically what men look like, right? At least in our society.
It is genetics define us.
You're the one who said
Okay.
that they should go into the prison based on how they look. So like a trans woman should be in the woman's prison if she looks like a woman.
Her genetics define her.
yes, physically, if she looks like a woman, sure, why
And genetically, if she looks like a woman.
not?
So then I don't understand what the problem is here.
But if she looks.
Because you have people that do not physically and
And genetically.
project what they look like.
Does the physical look of
Wait, but you just asked before, what does a man look like? And you try to make an argument that you yourself asked, what does a man look like? So you try to defeat the argument of passing, but you also sort of demand passing, even though you said there is no such thing as looking as a man. This person is so confused. I don't. Yeah, you define me. I think I'm a pretty cool guy. I don't think there's a mark to hit here. This person is very confused. He says, what does a man look like? Okay. And then he says, but still, people that don't look like men go there. But he himself thinks that there is no such thing as looking like a man. So, which is it? Which is it? You know?
them mean that they're going to be less harmful to the inmates inside of the prison or at less risk for harm by the inmates inside of the prison?
I'm not saying harmful to the prison population. I'm saying the prison population harmful to them.
Well, wait, wouldn't so wait. So if I have a trans woman and she goes into a woman's prison and she's phenotypically looks like a woman, but she doesn't have a dick, how is she
But this person themselves said that they don't even believe there's such a thing as looking like a man. So they say it must be about passing without even believing in such a thing as passing. Because there is no such thing as looking like a man.
she in any more or less harm? Because she might
I
not
didn't
have a
say
dick.
it. No, you're taking someone who
Wait,
has
what
already
other-
had all the surgery.
Wait, no, you don't have to
I'm
have
talking about.
you don't have to bottom
I'm
surgery to
talking
look
about-
phenotypically like a woman.
You most certainly do.
Here
Brit-
because you're also saying like it defeats your whole argument, but like we haven't provided an argument because you've just been asking really strange questions about prison. Like we're not providing you with an argument right now.
It's not an argument. It's a question.
No, you just said 2 minutes ago that something Jovan said by using the word typically defeated his argument, but Jovan isn't providing an argument right now.
Well, his
Neither of
ar-
us are.
Okay. His argument earlier was that outlying people should be accepted for what they believe without any physical or visual proof.
No, that's not what we said.
Huh?
Katie laid out how it's determined what prison someone should go into. None of us ever said you should just go into the prison based on how you look or feel. None of us said that. There would be guidelines to determine if you are actually trans or not.
What are the guidelines?
Katie laid them
Yeah,
out for you.
Providing proof that you've been living as as the gender identity you claim to be. I don't know how long it is. I apologize.
I don't like these, by the way. What if someone who's a closeted trans person goes to prison?
I'm not
You know
in.
what I mean? Sure. As in, you can call me. You can hop in VC by calling me. Yeah? Call me. Call me. Call me. Hello?
Hey, hello.
Hello?
Do you? Well, that will get if we.
Yes?
Like, I want to respond to some of the things that are happening as they are happening.
Yes?
So. Well, if I watch your stream, then I will have the echo, and that will get a bit confusing. Do you have screen share?
I do.
Can you share your screen so that, like, because when we're talking about prisons,
Yeah.
we're talking. It's I, me. You're already talking about a very terrible institution that only serves to create further like suffering and like and so the question of safety in prison, it's not really the question of safety of trans people in particular. It's this question of safety of all people, all prisoners, and like making it about gender is not like well, the reason why there's gendered violence in prison is because, well, those are the prison system itself replicates the gender structure that that society adapts. So,
Right.
like, there's not really any way to have a concrete issue, because like even the solutions that are given to the problem of trans people in prison, like solitary confinement until we find a suitable place for you to be. Do you understand what solitary confinement? I'm not like asking. It's a rhetorical question. Like, it's actually it's insane. It's torture. You don't have contact with other people. You're like you're alone. You don't have anything to do. It's not a solution. You're just saying we should torture people who are likely to be vulnerable in prison. And so it makes me really mad that people who don't understand like the full breadth of the issue comment on those things like there's some easy solutions.
Right. But they do have to be some sort of solutions.
The solution is like a real solution would be much more in like would implicate a much deeper restructuring of the whole system.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if this is going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah, it makes things are fricked. Anyway, I made my point. If you want me to stick along, if you want me to stick along and look at the rest of the video together,
you can watch it. I'm sharing the screen.
Yeah.
The study of criminology anymore. But it's, yeah, you have to have proof that you've been living as that gender identity. You have to, I'm pretty sure you have to also
I
provide...
don't love that, by the way, because what if a person that's closeted goes into prison?
Yeah.
You know? So I don't really love
The-
that. How would you prove that you live as a certain gender? What if you only live as a center gender under certain circumstances, but otherwise you're sort of don't?
Yeah, and like, well, just means you're gonna continue to be closeted in prison and like not be allowed to transition. Like in that context, it's not really well. Like, doesn't mean that prison is inherently a non-forgiving place because like it could very well be that someone like gets a good enough, like despite all the circumstances, the an inmate gets enough like trust with their fellow inmates and like has a more comfortable environment to come out. Like it's not prisons are their own sub community, a community that's like centered around the violence of the state, that feels that inflicts violence to violent people, to people it deems violent. But well, it doesn't remove their humanity. There's a lot of good people and most in prison. Just it's not a good environment to begin with.
True. Okay, we can unpause.
provide some kind of proof of therapy as well. So basically, somebody who presents completely as a woman, claiming to be a man, and has absolutely no proof that they've been living as a man and being recognized as a man or out as a man, they're not going to be put in a men's prison because they are just saying something.
All right, so my second question would be this. That woman, she doesn't meet the criteria, correct? She comes out of prison. She's only in there 6 months, whatever. She goes to a female prison. She comes out. Am I legally obligated to still call her a man?
There's no legal obligation to call anyone anything.
Okay, well then I'm fine with all your argument. As long as I'm not legally obligated.
There's never been a legal obligation. Like,
but there is a push for legal obligation.
No, there's not.
No, there isn't.
Where? No one. Wait, we literally have a thing in America called freedom of speech. You can't be your speech cannot be legally compelled. Save for like threats or like words of harm or something like that. But this wouldn't be words of harm.
Or oaths.
So I'm gonna
Like
have
them.
They go
to
fighting words or something
look
like that.
this.
Sorry?
Like our oaths, if you're doing a testimony under oath, you're
Hello.
required to hello.
No, I'm saying hello to the audience.
Okay. Yeah, if you're under oath, you're legally compelled to tell the truth to your best of your ability.
Yes. Jovan Bradley. We're listening to Jovan Bradley near Dashak.
One up.
I
But
feel
I
like
do
this
think-
is a misconception that happened because of one news article about this dad. There was a news article that headlined that this father was being put in prison or had been arrested for misgendering his child. That wasn't true. He was arrested because he was consistently talking about the case
He violated
because
a
there
court
was
order.
already a case for neglect.
Well,
Well,
wasn't
so
even
I
that.
was asked-
There's a court order that told him that he couldn't share information about the
Information.
case, medical information about his child outside of the courtroom, and he went on a podcast and shared all of that stuff and basically doxed his wife.
was the Texas case. Right?
No, this one was in Canada.
Yeah, and the headline said that
Canada, Texas, it's all the same to me.
he was arrested for misgendering, but that just wasn't true. Like, there's no law about misgendering.
So I would have to delve a little further. Was there not a professor that was let go from his college?
Are you talking about Jordan Peterson?
No, not Jordan Pearson. This is another one.
Wait,
let go from his college because
wait.
he refused to comply to their.
He got
pronouns?
executed.
Wait, two things. A college can make a
The
determination
gulag.
about what they think their professors should, how their professors should engage with their students. They have that right to. They're a private institution, right? And
Okay, I understand
most state colleges don't have these. But if you're talking about, there was a professor who was reprimanded for it, but he won a court settlement when the court said, "Oh no, you can't compel his speech like that," and he won a court settlement for it,
All
and
right,
is
so
allowed.
he won. All right.
So again,
Like,
we're-
I'm on your side as long as I'm
I'm
not
not-
compelled to do it.
here's the thing. I'm not making a claim that you have to call trans women women. I'm saying if you lose nothing by it, what's the point of not doing it? If you lose nothing, what's the point about
Right.
showing a little
It
bit
was
of
my soul.
respect?
And I can understand that. All I'm saying is I don't want. So in my job personally, this is anecdotal. In my job personally, I see hundreds of different people a day. Now, if I go and I'm a sir or ma'am kind of guy. Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am. Good afternoon, whatever. If I were to misgender somebody and they get upset, then I gotta get on the defense. I'll be like, oh well, I'm sorry. And on a day-to-day basis, I can agree with that. I'm fine with that. What I don't want to see happen is this become a movement in which if I do that,
I will
then
get
I'm
executed.
subject to some sort of penalty because the way you present
fine.
is not my stereotypical sight.
Wait, so two things. Two things.
Yes? Did you want to?
Oh, I didn't say anything, but like I
okay.
don't have an like they seem to be going at it from a very like legalistic perspective, but when it comes to like when the legalistic perspective, like towards prison, gives you such situations like this. I guess people like this drop the ball. They don't really they can't really do structural critiques, which I guess is fine. It's not like it's not something that most people are equipped to do. It's just that it makes for a weak and not really compelling argument when it comes to those issues.
Really quickly. I've never met a trans person that puts up a stink past, oh, hey, this is just like just a minor correction. Like, oh, hey, it's actually sir. And then they move on, right? The only time I ever see trans people getting really angry is when they make it expressly clear, hey, could you please call me sir? And then someone doesn't have the basic decency to do that and keeps calling them other things. The other thing is, I think there's a difference between being legally compelled and being compelled in the court of public opinion. For instance, if I run a business and I'm a plumber and I constantly misgender my clients and they negatively review me on Yelp and say this person always misgenders me, so nobody wants to hire my service because they don't like me anymore, well, that's a natural consequence of what I did.
That's fine. I understand that too.
So what's the problem?
Like
Yeah,
I
I don't
said,
think we have
all
any
I said
contention.
is I just don't want this to become a legal thing.
It never can because of the First Amendment. It physically never can.
Okay. Well, we also
I mean,
said
not
that
physically. Laws aren't physical things.
Yeah.
about the Second Amendment, but that's all right.
Well, they likely
The
wouldn't.
Second Amendment still
you know,
exists.
It's so unlikely
If
that
it's-
this would ever be
if it's
taken into the
small
legal system
infringements.
because of how hard it would be to prove. Like, if it was like, oh, you misgender someone, that's a crime now. Imagine trying to prove that.
Record.
Like in a
all
passing by
conversations.
social interaction, somebody walks through the door and you say, good morning, sir, instead of ma'am. Like, they're gonna then have to prove that you said this word in court. Like, no, this isn't gonna happen.
Like I said, I'm on your guys' side. I don't care what someone wants to do. But the minute it comes legal, it makes me worried. Sorry, makes me worried.
Okay, well, it's not going to be.
Legal eagle.
Was there anything else?
No, that'll be it.
Okay,
That was okay.
no
Right,
problem.
well, I appreciate your time.
Yeah. I guess I didn't have much to comment on for the rest of the thing. Well, I serve my purpose.
Yes. I'll see you.
I see ya.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I disconnect. All right, we've done it. We've done the deed. So now, because I think the raid will be like in an hour. Like the raid is in such an awkward hour. Back in the chat. So do we want to watch Habibabi's debate? Do we want to watch Habibabi's debate? Or no? Are you excited to know what Ben Shapiro told? Do you want to know? Why not? Sure. Okay then. We need a special preparation, I guess. Like... What do you meant Hassan? No, I meant Destiny and Ben Shapiro. I meant this person. Sure, but don't call him Habi anymore. Nobody donated for me to do it, so I have to call him Habi until someone donates. I have to. It's compelled speech by law. If I don't do it, I get arrested. It's true. Exactly. Maya Mayor, exactly. You're so right. You like One Piece? You like One Piece? Bing chilling research stream. What is this?
This is how toxic it is.
You want to tell us something, Lucy? Do you have a crush? I don't have a crush. You don't crush on your own husband. We're past crushing. That ship has sailed.
It's been.
No, it's fair. I was pretty disappointed seeing Cherry Bread tweeting. Like, I know like Cherry Bread has something against you, but like bringing
Whose
me
story? Oh, we were
and
married.
my-
No, we're past crushes. A what? Prion disease therapy. What's that? Oh, you had, my bad. Yes, we're already married. My credit card is overcharged. Lucy will crush on us all. Crush all of us. Lucy will crush all of us, true. What is a prion disease therapy? What?
I don't even technically work there. I'm just hoping that I'll have the core of a quasi-fascist state project.
What is happening?
Maybe there's something. He's closer to. I think he'd be closer to Persian than he would be to Arab.
It's the fact that he literally and
Literally. What is Loner Box up to?
armies why you might feel
How
like we're
long
fucking-
is this debate? Oh my god. That was nice. What genocide? That's so mean. He's reviewing the debate between Ben and... Let's take a look. Where is it? We're gonna watch it. Do we watch this on here? Shapiro reviews Destiny's debate. Do we watch this? I thought you linked the. I thought you linked the debate, not the Guardians of the Galaxy animal.
I've never seen him do that.
I disturbed him.
Don't link me Guardians of the Galaxy. That's copyrighted. That's Marvel property.
But he does. He gets his little ball and he goes into his zen.
The stream's gonna get killed.
Pacifier.
We're watching Ben. Watching Ben now instead of Marvel movies.
something has to happen with Iran. There has to be some diplomatic bilateral communication.
Something has to happen. Something has to happen.
investigation there.
No, what has to happen is the containment of Iran.
History moves in one
How do you contain a country?
direction, right?
Why?
Because of time.
Communism, Nazism, all of that was a regression from what was happening at, for example, the beginning of the 19th century and the 20th.
No, that is such a gross misunderstanding of historical processes. It wasn't a regression or progression. History does not work like that. Okay? It's not a game with tech trees that you do improvements or, I don't know, lose the improvements. Nazism was just an extension of what was already developing in the places where it developed. Nazism was not a regression to the German Empire, because the German Empire already had many tendencies that the Third Reich sort of expanded on, you know? Like the Nazism didn't just drop from a vacuum, from thin air. It's like you know what I mean? That's not how history works.
Century.
In what way?
Do you think that today Donald Trump knows that he lost the election?
Absolutely.
So I don't.
This is one of the areas where we get into
Like that's absolutely not how history works.
this. I don't understand if there's like brain breaking happening or what's going on. I don't know what world we can ever live in where we say that Trump is less divisive for the country than Biden.
Joe Biden literally used the Occupational Safety and Hazard Administration to try to cram.
I don't know. Maybe I'll be proven wrong, but I fundamentally think that Ben Shapiro is just gonna be trounced here. I don't think he's as good of a debater as some assume when talking with someone that actually knows what they're talking about. You know, like he usually does well against unprepared students. No, has he ever had a debate against someone that's actually a debater? Or is this like the first time ever Ben had the guts to do something like this? I really don't think this is going to go well for Ben Shapiro.
I'm down vax mandates on 80 million Americans. That's insane.
What about supercalifragilistic? And then you're
What about New
One moment, my mom's calling me. Okay. I'm back. So as I've said, it's not gonna end well for Ben Shapiro. I don't think.
For microscopic.
Yeah, or the science terms.
Yeah, exactly.
Or what about the 7,000 letter thing that's from part of biochemistry?
I got my education in the Soviet Union, so we just did math. We didn't learn any of this.
That's why you're a useful person.
Does body count matter?
When I hear body count, I think of murder for some reason.
The following
I don't
is a
think the same thing as other people think when they hear body count.
debate between Ben Shapiro and Destiny, each arguably representing the right and the left of American politics.
Arguably. Arguably.
Respectively. They are two of the most influential and skilled political debaters in the world.
That's a take. That is a take. That is definitely a take. That is definitely an opinion. Okay. Wow. What a sad world we're living in. The most skilled debaters in the world. I don't want to live in this world anymore. Oh boy. Okay. Damn. Best debaters in the world. All right.
This debate has been a long time coming, for many years. It's about 2.5 hours, and we could have easily gone for many more.
We could have went for 10, 20, 100, 1,000, million, billion hours. But we didn't.
And I'm sure we will. It is only round one. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our
It's a
sponsors
round
in the
one.
description. And now, dear friends, here's Ben Shapiro and Destiny.
Dear friends.
Ben, you're conservative. Destiny, you're a liberal. Can you each describe what key values underpin your philosophy on politics and maybe life in the context of this left-right political spectrum? You want to go first?
Yeah. So I think that we have a huge country full of a lot of people, a lot of individual.
Incredible. We have a huge country full of a lot of people, okay?
Talents, capabilities. And I think that the goal of government, broadly speaking, should be to try to ensure that everybody's able to achieve as much as possible. So on a liberal level, that usually means some people might need a little bit of a boost when it comes to things like education. They might need a little bit of a boost when it comes to providing certain necessities like housing or food or clothing. But broadly speaking, I mean, I'm still a liberal, not a communist or a socialist. I don't believe in the, total command economy, total communist takeover of all of the, economy. But
it's not what's... Why does everybody buy into this Stalin's philosophy of what communism is?
I think that broadly speaking, the government should kind of like kick in and help people when they need it.
And that government can and should be big.
Not necessarily. I noticed that when liberals talk about government, or especially taxes, it seems like they talk about it for taxes' sake or bigness sake. So people talk about taxes sometimes as like a punishment, like tax the rich. I think taxing the rich is fine insofar as it funds the programs that we want to fund. But Democrats have a really big problem demonizing success or wealth, and I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing to be wealthy, to be.
Freudian slip. Democrats really demonize the wealthy. I don't think it's a bad thing. Oops. Whoops. Whoops. I mean, I don't think it's bad to be you're wealthy, so you wouldn't think it's bad. Of course. Why would you demonize yourself? That would be very weird to say.
Billionaire or whatever, as long as we're funding what we need to fund.
Ben, what do you think it means to be a conservative? What's the philosophy that underlies your political
It's to fight evil and degeneracy and transness.
view?
So first of all, I'm glad that Destiny, you're already coming out as a Republican. That's exciting. I mean, we hold a lot in common in terms of, the basic idea that people ought to have as much opportunity as possible, and also insofar as the government should do the minimum amount necessary to interfere in people's lives in
That's not what Destiny said, though. Destiny didn't say that the government should do the minimum amount possible to interfere. What do you mean interfere, first of all?
order to pursue certain functions, particularly at the local level. So a lot of governmental discussions on a pragmatic level end up
Wait, who's the deplatform streamer? I mean, it's only the platform from Twitch, no?
being discussions about where government ought to be involved, but also at what level government ought to be involved. And I have an incredibly subsidiary view of government. I think that local governments, because you have higher levels of homogeneity and consent, are capable of doing more things. And as you abstract up the chain, it becomes more and more impractical and more divisive to do more things. In my view, government is basically there to preserve certain key liberties. Those key liberties pre-exist the government insofar as they are more important than what priorities the government has. The job of government is to maintain, for example, national defense, protection of property rights, protection of religious freedom. Right? These are the key focuses of government as generally expressed in the Bill of Rights and the Constitution. And I agree with the general philosophy of the Bill of Rights and the Constitution. Now, that doesn't mean, by the way, that you can't do more on a governmental level, again, as you get closer to the ground, which, by the way, is also embedded in the Constitution. People forget the Constitution was originally applied to the federal government, not to local and state governments. But if I were going to define conservatism, it would actually be a little broader than that, because I think to understand how people interact with government, you have to go to kind of core values. And so for me, there are a couple of premises. One, human beings have a nature.
Let's see.
That nature is neither good nor bad. We have aspects of goodness and we have aspects of badness.
Oh my god, we're entering fantasy land so quick. Already, we're in the realm of fancy, fairy tales.
Human beings are sinful. We have temptations. And what that means is that we have to be careful not to incentivize the bad, and that we should incentivize the good. Human beings do have agency and are capable of making decisions in the vast majority of circumstances. And it is better for society if we act as though they do. Second, the basic idea of human nature, there is an idea, in my view, that all human beings have equal value before the law. Yeah, I'm a religious person, so I'd say equal value before God, but I think that's also sort of a key
That is definitely not what conservatives believe. Who was here when I have been here for the new GOP bill about decriminalizing lethal force against the homeless? Oh yeah, everybody's totally equal before the law. Unless you're homeless. Then you're not really equal before the law with everybody else. Whoops. Of course. Oh yeah, everybody's equal before the law.
Tenet of Western civilization being non-religious or religious, that every individual has equivalent value in sort of cosmic terms. But that does not necessarily mean that every person is equally equipped to do everything equally well. And so it is not the job of government to rectify every...
Those are not inherent things. Law is not part of human nature.
balance of life. The quest for cosmic justice, as Thomas Sowell suggests, is something that government is generally incapable of doing, and more often than not botches and makes things worse. So those are a few key tenets, and that tends to materialize in a variety of ways. The easiest way to sum that up would the traditional kind of three legs of the conservative stool, although now obviously there's a very fragmented conservative movement in the United States, would be a socially conservative view in which family is the chief institution of society, like the little...
But how does a family look like?
Platoons of society, as Edmund Burke suggested, in which free market and property rights...
Well, but you have to define family. Family, the definition of family has changed through the ages.
rights are extraordinarily valuable and necessary because every individual has the ability to be creative with their property and to freely alienate that property. And finally, I tend toward a hawkish foreign policy that suggests that the world is not filled with wonderful people who all agree with us and think like us.
Okay.
And those people will pursue adversarial interests if we do not protect our own interests.
Can I ask a question on that? I'm so
Yeah,
curious.
sure.
Okay. I'm excited for this conversation because I consider you to be really intelligent.
I'm so excited for this conversation. I'm so excited. I can't even hide it. The fart sniffing on both sides.
But I feel like sometimes there are ways that conservatives talk about certain issues that seem to defy logic and reason, I guess. So here, and I'm sure you feel the same way about well, I feel the same way about progressives. But
Hello. I mean, what? What do you mean? He's not that old. Ben is not that old. What do you mean?
but even some liberals, for sure. Before I ask this question, it's going to relate to education. We can agree, broadly speaking, that statistics are real and that not everybody could do everything. So for a grounded example, my life was pretty bad. I got into streaming and I turned my life around, and that was really cool, but I can't expect everybody to do what I did, right? Like everybody being able to join the NBA or to be like a streamer.
Well, of course, everybody
Yeah.
has different qualities, sure.
Okay. So I used to be a lot more libertarian when I was 21. And one of the things that dramatically changed kind of my view on government manipulation of things in the, I guess, in society came when it came time to deal with my son and the school that he went to.
Government manipulate? What is this weird phrasing? Government manipulation. But he's gonna be tired of living after saying lies for 30 years. That's a fair point.
And one of the things that I noticed was when it came time to send my son to school, I could either do private education or I could do public. Personally, I did 12 years of Catholic private education. However, the public schools in Nebraska, depending on where you lived, were very, very, very good. And I opted for a certain district. I bought a house there. I moved there. And then my son was able to go to those schools. And he's been going through those schools. And the difference of availability.
The education system in the US is so bad. In Poland, you don't have to do this. In Poland, you just choose a school and the kid will just have to travel longer. Like, you're not tied to a district. You don't have to go to a school that's in your district. You can choose a school. You know? You're not sentenced to go to a school near where you live. That's weird. That is very strange.
Availability of like technology, like these kids are taking home iPads in like first grade. They've got like huge computer labs and everything. Do you think that there is some type of, I don't want to say injustice or unfairness, because I'm not even looking at it that way, just pragmatically, that there might be children that are in certain schools that if they just had better funding or more access to technologies or things available to them, that those kids would become more productive members of society, that with like a little bit of a help, they could actually achieve more and do better for all of society.
So
I mean, if Ben says no to this, I'm just, you know, I'm just gonna be like, okay, Ben, you're very, very intelligent.
Think that on the list of priorities when it comes to education, the availability of technology is actually fairly low on the list of priorities.
Sure, the two things I've heard are...
Well, that's not... Okay, that's not exactly the point that he was trying to make. He wasn't making a point about fancy technology, even though it might have sounded like that when he said it. He meant the quality of education, the quality of teachers, the quality of the materials overall, you know? The funding, that was the key word, not technology and gadgets. So maybe Ben is not as intelligent as he was, you know, praised by Stephen here. That's not the point. The point isn't technology and gadgets. Are there even schools in Nebraska? I believe so.
food availability and I think air conditioning, I think, are the two biggest ones that I hear. But sure.
Well, I mean, the biggest thing in terms of education itself, not just the physical facilities that we're talking about, would actually be two-parent family households.
Sure.
Communities that have fathers in them is actually the number one decisive.
What does that have to do with education? Am I missing something? When it comes to education, the most important thing is a two-parent household with a father at the... What? What does that have to do with anything? I'm lost. Maybe I'm not as intelligent. What's the point being made here?
According to Roland Fryer and many studies done on this particular topic, and the idea that money alone, that investment of resources is the top priority in schooling is belied by the fact that LAUSD, which is where I went to school when I was younger, they pour an enormous amount of money into LAUSD. We're talking about tens of thousands of dollars very often per student, and it does not result in better schooling outcomes. And
That's because you have to also... You also need to be very careful as to how these funds are allocated. You need a plan of the allocation of these funds. You cannot just throw money at something and hope it solves itself. Oh. Like...
So when you say if we could...
Like, what do you mean when you say big amounts of money was given to the school? How was it spent? What was done with the money? Those are pretty important questions. No?
Give every kid an iPad. Would you give every kid an iPad? The question is not if I had a replicator machine from Star Trek, would I give everybody an enormous amount of stuff? Sure, I would. Every resource is finite. Every resource is limited.
Funding education is not just about giving people stuff. It's about training teachers better, creating a better environment. What?
You have to prioritize what are the outcomes that you seek in terms of the means with which you are seeking them. And
Right.
so...
And you need funding to meet those goals.
Again, I think that the question is I quibble with the premise of the question, which is that, again, the chief injustice when it comes to education on the list of injustices is lack of availability to technology, or that it's a funding problem. I just don't think that's the case.
Sure.
So what is the case?
I can half agree with you there, but
I can't.
I don't think any amount of changes in the schools will create two-parent households, right? We can't bring it.
I totally agree with you.
So
that's why I think that the fundamental educational problem is not, in fact, a schooling problem. I think that it pre-exists that.
Sure. But then I feel like this is kind of the conservative merry-go-round where it's like, what can we do to help with schools? So two of the things that I've seen, I think, that are usually brought up in research is one is air conditioning, that children in hotter environments just don't learn as well. And then the second one is access to food. So like kids that are given like a breakfast or a lunch that's provided at school, like increases educational outcomes.
True.
Now, I agree that neither of these things might be determinative in like, well, 20% of kids were graduating and now 80% of kids are graduating, or these kids are all going, from with their GEDs into the workforce and now these kids are all suddenly becoming engineers. But in terms of where we can help, do you think there should be like some minimum threshold or minimum baseline of like, at the very least, every school should have a non-leaky gym, or every school should have, if children can't afford lunch or breakfast, like some sort of food provided, or every school should have these like baseline things.
So
yes, there should be a baseline standard for how schools operate, and I believe that it should be enforced across the board. But of course, in the US, that's probably never going to happen. But yes, there should be a baseline standard. Yeah. And that baseline standard should be funded. There we go.
Again, I'm going to quibble with the premise of the question because I think that when it comes to, for example, food insecurity, school food programs, again, you can always pour money into any program and at the margins create change. I mean, there's no doubt that pouring money onto anything will create change in a marginal way. The question is how large is the margin and how big is the movement, right? So the delta is what I'm looking at. And so I think that you're starting at a second order question, which is what if we ignore what I would think are the big primary questions of education, namely family structure, value of education at home, how much you have
education at home,
parents who are capable or willing to help with homework. What are the incentive structures we can set up for a society that actually facilitate that? How local communities take ownership of their schools is a big one, right? All of these issues we're ignoring in favor of, say, air conditioning or lunch programs. And so in a vacuum, if you say air conditioning and lunch programs, sounds great in a vacuum. In terms of prioritization of values and cost structure, are those the things that I think are going to move the needle in a major way in terms of public policy? I do not.
What would be your public policy to have 2-parent households? Well, what are your solutions, Ben? What are your ideas for what should be done? Like, so far you're just telling us what you believe the world should be like.
And in fact, I think that many of them end up being disproportionate wastes of money. I mean, I've talked before pretty controversially about the fact that an enormous amount of school lunch programs are thrown out. Like an enormous amount of that food ends up in the garbage can. Is there a better way to do that? If there is a better way to do it, then I'm perfectly willing to hear about that better way.
How is it done now?
Way to do it. But it seems to me that one of the big flaws in the way that many people of the left approach government is what if we hit every gnat with a hammer? And
that's not true at all.
My question is,
money is not a hammer. Okay?
What if the gnat isn't even the problem? What if there is a much bigger substructure problem that needs to be solved in order to, if you're shifting deck chairs on the Titanic, sure, you can make the Titanic slightly more balanced because the deck chairs are slightly better oriented. But the real question is the water that's gaping into the Titanic, right?
Yeah, and I agree with you 100%. But again, I feel like we're on the conservative merry-go-round then of never wanting to address.
That's not a conservative merry-go-round. I can give you 10 ways.
Well, sure,
okay,
but still,
give us the 10 ways. I want to hear the 10 ways.
Like here would be the merry-go-round. I would say
I want to hear the 10 ways. I don't care about the merry-go-round. I want to hear those 10 ways.
That like there is a minimum funding for schools that I think would help children. And then we go, well, the thing that would help them the most is 2-parent households. And I go, okay, well, 2-parent households actually aren't the problem. The issue is access to things like birth controls, that people don't have children early on. And it's like, but the issue isn't actually birth control. The issue is actually you need a certain amount of money to move out early and to get married and then to have a 2-parent household. So it's actually like economic opportunity.
No.
Well, it's not.
No, just 2-parent.
Oh no.
Households.
That's it. But like, what are the?
Oh, so how do you get there, Ben? This is just stupid. I'm sorry. I have to go back to criticizing the comment that Steven was so excited for this because Ben is so intelligent.
Don't fuck people before you're married and have babies.
Sure.
Done.
That's great. We can say that and try to fight against.
Don't fuck people before you're married and have babies.
Sure.
Done. Just 2-parent households. That's
yeah,
it.
But like, what are the precursors?
Don't fuck people before you're married and have babies.
Sure.
Done.
Should I make this into a soundbite when a donation is happening? This is the intelligence of Ben Shapiro.
That's great.
Households.
That's
it.
But like, what are the precursors?
Don't fuck people before you're married and have babies.
Sure.
Done.
That's great.
Done. Is that the famed intelligence of Ben Shapiro? Really?
We can say that and try to fight against, however many hundreds of thousands of years of human evolution, but people will have sex and people will make babies.
And then they used to get married. The vast majority of people in this country with kids used to be married. The vast majority of people with kids in this country.
And that created great educational... Oh, yeah.
Now are not married increasingly.
Mm-hmm.
That is obviously a societal change. Something changed. It wasn't human evolution.
But a lot of those things in terms of resting on whether or not people get married have to do with financial decisions. Do you have the money?
People are worse off now than they were 50, 60 years ago when the marriage rates were higher.
People are delaying the start of their careers because education is going to be increasingly important.
So in other words, people are richer now and they have more education now, and yet they're having more babies out of wedlock now because they're richer and have more education.
I'm saying that the one of the biggest indicators
Who is richer and more educated now?
for whether or not somebody's willing to get married is how
Who? Across the board, everybody in the US is richer and has better education? That is a pretty big statement, Ben.
much money both people are making if they can move out of their household. People don't tend to want to get married at 22 when they've just finished college, when they don't have the money to move out and they can't afford a house.
Because we have changed the moral status of marriage in the culture, meaning that everyone, poor, rich, and in between, used to get married. That is, by the way, a huge percentage of marriages in
And
the
how
United
did that create good education outcomes?
States used to be what they would call shotgun marriages, meaning
Are you
that
saying that educational outcomes used to be much better in the US because everybody poor, rich, and in between got married? Is that an argument that's being made? That only now educational outcomes are getting worse and before they used to be better? But then, Ben, you said that people are more educated now and richer. Even though people don't get married when they're poor, rich, and everything in between. So how, which is it? If what you're saying is true, people should have been more educated before, when everybody got married, because the main problem of education are two-parent households. So if everybody got married before, the educational outcomes should have been better before. Ergo, more people should have been educated before, not now. No? Am I missing something here? What am I missing? What am I missing here? In this little logical loop.
somebody knocked somebody up, and because they did not want the baby to be born outside of a two-parent household, they would then get married.
Do we think that shotgun marriages, though, are a way to bring back equilibrium to education?
Yes.
That if we...
Yes, absolutely.
But
yes.
more people are educated now. You said it, Ben. More people are educated now than before. How does that make sense? Explain it to me.
100%.
Do we
a
think
child
that...
deserves a mother and a father?
Sure.
Because that is the basis
How
for...
did Destiny not catch this? How did Destiny not push him on this? If more people are educated now and less people are married, then how does more people getting married create better educational outcomes if the outcomes did not used to be better in the past when everybody got married? That
all of this, including education.
Do we think that shotgun marriages are, well, let's say this, do we think that that's a reasonable direction that society would ever take? Or is this like...
Yes, it was the reasonable direction for nearly all of modern history.
But history moves in one direction, right?
Oh my God, was
because
it?
Of time?
I mean, people don't think that's...
But reasonable direction that society would ever take? Or is this like...
Yes, it was the reasonable direction for nearly all of modern history.
Was it? Again, more people are educated now. More, not less.
History moves in one direction, right?
Why?
Because of time.
I mean, people don't think that's in what way is that?
And I don't think we've ever regressed social standards back to like, oh well, let's go 100 years back and do things that used to exist before.
That's
I think
weird. The entire left right now is arguing that we regress social standards by rejecting Roe versus Wade. So that's obviously not true.
The Roe versus Wade is not a social standard; it's a Supreme Court ruling. Number one. Number two, if you read the actual majority opinion on Roe v. Wade, we can see that socially we actually never made huge progress on how society viewed abortion. This has always been an incredibly divisive thing, right? Even that was, I think, part of Alito's writing on it was that things like gay marriage, for instance, we've kind of moved past and it's not really as debated anymore. But abortion was never a settled topic, despite Roe v. Wade.
The notion that the arc of history constantly moves in one direction is belied by nearly all of the 20th century.
What do we mean by that?
I mean,
in
the
terms
first
of
half
like
of
women's
the 20th
rights,
century is
civil
filled with
rights,
barbarism, communism, Nazism, all of that was a regression from what was happening at, for example, the beginning of the 19th century and the 20th century.
What do you mean? That's not true at all. I've already discussed this a little bit, but that's not true at all. That is total nonsense. Nazism was a continuation of what was happening in the German Empire. And Raphael Lemkin, the creator of the term genocide, was also Jewish, like you, Ben, was creating new crimes before World War I. When was he? I have to check. This is. When was he born? Was it before World War I? Yeah, it was. Or maybe not before World War I. I got a little bit after World War I. I was born in 1900. But he was already, before the Holocaust, he was already working on the crimes of barbarism. Right? Based on the Armenian genocide. What about the genocide of the southwestern Herero and Nama people by the German Empire? Like, you cannot say that was a regression. A lot of the people from the German Empire army went on to join the SS. How can you even say that?
In what way?
Nazism and communism weren't a regression from what was going on in 1905?
These are...
Yes. It wasn't. It absolutely wasn't. Do you know anything about the German Empire? Anything at all? What its ideological beliefs were? Do you know anything about that? The sterilization program for the Roma people was created under the German Empire. A member of the German Empire was a pioneer of the sterilization method of the Roma people. The racialization of Jewish people happened under the German Empire. And genocide, of course. What do you mean? Many ideological things that went on to become parts of Nazism were already part of the German Empire in 1905.
Well, in terms of like communism being a regression, for instance, I'm not a communist, but like the industrialization of the Soviet Union happened under a communist society. The industrialization,
So the murder of tens of millions of people.
Yeah, there's
I consider that a regression.
A
moral regression, which is what we are talking about now. Moral regression, and you're suggesting that moral regression. I wouldn't term a return to traditional values a moral regression. You would. But your suggestion is that history only moves in one direction. And I'm suggesting that history does not only move in one direction. It tends to move actually back and forth.
Sure.
No, that's not what... Very intelligent. Very intelligent. Does Ben actually know anything about history? Very, very intelligent. Oh yeah, this is such an exciting conversation. Mm-hmm.
I don't think that all of history moves in one direction. There are going to be wars. There are going to be times of peace. I think in general we're more peaceful now than we have been in the past.
That's not how that... History is not a video game of progressing to the next level or developing a tech tree. That's not what There's no predetermined thing called progress which we're moving towards to. which we have to level up enough to progress, and an objective thing called regress that we can, I don't know, lose experience and de-level to. That's not how that works. It was never how that worked. It will never be how that works. There is a very childish way of seeing, of analyzing history.
But I think when we look at the way that people live their lives, I think that we tend to move in a certain direction socially. So when it comes to things like racism, or when it comes to things like slavery or women's rights, I think that there are two huge things that probably aren't changing in the US.
What does that mean, move in a certain direction? What does that even mean?
And one is access to contraception, and one is women working jobs. I think that these two things are probably huge things that are moving us off of shotgun marriages or getting married very early on. And I don't see those. Do you think that those two things are going to change fundamentally?
First of all, what the data tend to show is that actually more highly educated people, as you were saying, tend to get married more. So if the idea is that women getting an education somehow throws them off marriage, it's the opposite. Usually
but those
it's
women
who are
aren't
not
getting,
educated.
but those women aren't getting shotgun marriages. Those women aren't having children.
Yeah,
when
but
they're
now
18,
you're
17.
shifting the topic. My topic was how to get more people married. And what I'm suggesting, and then you suggested that higher levels of education are delaying marriage and making it less probable. And what I'm telling you, because this is what the data suggests, is
So we go back to school funding then. If schools are better funded, then people will get better education and they will get married more. By your own argument, Ben. That would be the best way to solve your problem of two-parent households. Funding schools. No? Because it would give more people education, and the more people get educated, you just said, the more they get married. What are we even talking about? You're owning yourself. You don't need destiny here. You're owning yourself with your own arguments.
that actually, as you raise up the educational ladder, people tend to be married more than they are.
And how would you increase the level of people that would raise up the educational ladder? How would you do that, Ben? Probably by creating better educational environment. And how would you do that? By funding the schools more, perhaps? Just an idea.
Are lower down on the educational ladder. If you're a high school graduate, you're less likely to be married than if you're a postdoc.
I agree with you, but that's because one of the biggest precursors to getting married is having like a level of economic stability. So as people get more educated, they obtain this economic stability, and then they're in a more comfortable position to explore more serious relationships.
There's another confound there. I mean, the confound is that people in stable marriages tend to be the children of stable marriages. And there's only one way to break that cycle, which is to create a stable marriage. And that is something that is in everyone's hands. Again,
well, by your logic, Ben, what the best thing we did on a governmental level would be to create better opportunities for education, because the more people are educated, the more they get married. You said it, nobody else. I don't know, but I'm granting him his own logic, okay?
and this notion that it is somehow an unbreakable, unshatterable barrier to get married and have kids, I don't understand where this is coming from. Why is that such a challenge?
I
It's
don't
not a
think it's
challenge.
unbreakable or unshatterable. The initial point was for school, if we can provide a minimum level of educational stuff for children, that'd probably be good. But when we retreat back to, well, it has to be the families that are fixed first, fixing families is a multivariate problem that has so many different...
I am fine. Within my local community, we all vote. Again, I've suggested that there's a difference between local community and federal. I'm fine with my local community voting for school lunches or air conditioning or whatever it is that we all agreed to do, because the more local you get, the more homogeneity you get in terms of interest, and the more interest you have in your neighbors. All of that's fine. I'm part of a very, very solid community. In our community, we give to each other. We have minimum standards of helping one another. All of that's wonderful. When it comes to the actual problem of education, what I object to in the political sphere, and this happens all the time, is everybody is arguing on top of
political sphere,
the iceberg about how we can move the needle 0.5 percentage points as opposed to the entire iceberg melting beneath them. And we just ignore that. And we pretend that that's just, sort of the natural consequence of things. The arc of history suggests that people are never going to get married again. Well, I mean, actually, what the arc
What? The art. Now you're speaking like a communist, Ben. That is basically what Stalin argued, that any atrocity he commits is just answered by the necessity of history.
arc of history suggests, realistically speaking, is that the people who are not getting married are not going to be having kids. And what it also suggests, the people who are married are going to be having kids. And so the demographic profile actually over time is rather going to shift toward people who are having lots and lots of kids. I'm married. I have 4 kids. Everyone in my community is married. That's like minimum buy-in in my community is 4 kids. Okay. And so what's happening actually in terms of demographics,
Not everybody that's married has. I have only one sibling. My parents were married.
is that the people who are more religious and getting married are having more kids. And so if you're talking about the arc of history shifting toward marriage, I would suggest that actually demographically over time, long periods of time, not over one generation, over
Okay.
long periods of time, the only cure for low birth rate is going to be the people who get married and have lots of kids.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree.
That'll fix education. People used to do that in the past. They didn't create more education.
With any of that, but I'm just saying that again on the. I know you're upset when I bring up the term merry-go-round. I think that there are good conversations to be had about people getting married because stable families produce stable children that are less likely to commit crime, that are more likely to go to school.
Not all marriages create stable families. That is such a weird thing to say. Or when people get married, suddenly it creates a stable household. Okay, you can call me. I'm gonna have to launch FF soon. Since when does getting married guarantee a stable household? Hello?
Hello.
Yes?
Okay, so
Yeah?
what is marriage? What does that what does that mean? Mm, good question. Marriage is at the base a civil union that intricates the lives, the finances of 2 people together. It's not about love. It's not about it's a bureaucratic structure. And what's insane about what Shapiro is saying is that the bureaucratic structure creates good links between humans, which, to me, it doesn't make any sense. People are going to have children, going to have relationships. Marriage is not really. It's not really important anymore. It's only important because to the government it makes it easier to manage the population. It makes it easier to to get an idea of how their population is.
Mm-hmm.
The truth is, marriage used to be about having links between families. It wasn't about any kind of romantic attractions.
Right.
The romantic attractions were assumed to come later on from the marriage, not the reverse, the marriage acting as an officialization of the romantic attraction.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, marriage is an artifact. It's served its purpose. Now it's like like you get married because the government wants you to, and like, isn't it a bit contrary? Like, it's a bit ironic coming from Ben Shapiro that he holds marriage as such a good thing, such a nearly good thing, while it's a very good example of the government imposing things on the population, imposing a particular structure, a particular way of relationship.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess to him it doesn't matter because it's the kind of relationship that God wants.
Right.
Which in the end, it's like to those people, it's not about, like, even the libertarians. It's not about making people freer. It's about, well, like, their conception of freedom is you act the way you're free to make the good choices. You're free to live your life in the way I think is good.
Right. Yeah. That's true.
So.
All right. Well, thank you for calling in.
No problem.
Yeah.
Do I make? Well, thank you too.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. I think the point was pretty well made. I think that, yeah, basically, especially marriage was a thing that, if I may expand on that, that it was reserved for the higher spheres in society. It was reserved for wealthy families because it was a way to transfer wealth from one party to the other or consolidate wealth. And many poorer spheres in society just didn't bother with stuff like that, you know? Because there was no super big wealth to consolidate or transfer, right? So like peasants and many other sort of social groups did not really bother with marriage. If that makes sense. In a lot of ways, it was primarily a tool of consolidating wealth. Almost like a political and stuff like that. We're gonna have to go to Final Fantasy soon. We're gonna have to take a break from Ben and Destiny, who are all very, very intelligent, especially Destiny, since I don't marry people who are not intelligent. But you know, let's just continue. Let's just continue on this path of enlightenment.
School, that are more likely to be productive members of society, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not going to disagree with you on any of that. All of that is true. It's just frustrating that sometimes when you bring up any problem, all of it will circle back to other things that makes it seem like we can't make any progress in any area without like fixing
In
something.
what way? I mean, I literally just told you that on the local level, I'm fine for people voting for air
Yeah, but so
conditioning
for instance, on the local level, so for school funding is done, I think, generally per district. So what do you do when you have poor districts that can't afford air conditioner for their schools?
I mean, the idea there would be that presumably if the society, meaning the state,
Mhm.
and I generally don't mean the federal state. I mean
Sure.
like the state of California, for
Mhm.
example, decides that everybody ought to have air conditioning, people will vote for air conditioning, and that's perfectly legal. And I don't think there's anything morally objectionable about that per se.
Cool.
I also don't think that that's going to heal anything remotely like the central problem.
Sure,
And I
I
think that
agree.
what tends to happen in terms of government is people love arguing about the problems that can be solved by opening a wallet, and nobody likes to solve a problem by, you know, closing their sex life to one person, for example,
Mhm.
or having kids within a stable religious community. Like,
So how do you fix the problem, Ben? How do you incentivize people to get married more? You're just saying things. It's meaningless platitudes, which, apart from criminalizing whole groups of people, those are two things that conservatives are good at: meaningless platitudes and criminalizing whole groups of people.
the things that actually build society. I'm fine with arguing about each of these policies, and whether we apply them or not is a matter generally of pragmatism, not morality. It's a matter of incentive structures, not per se morality, because incentive structures do have moral underpinnings. There's such a thing as, for example, if you're going to use a welfare program, you have to decide how effective it is, to what crowd it applies, where the cutoffs are. Does it disincentivize work? Does it not?
Yeah.
All of these are
I agree.
pragmatic concerns. But on a moral level, the generalized objection that I have to people on the left side of the aisle
On a moral level,
is that they like to focus in these conversations. Very often it feels as though it's a conversation with people who are drunk searching under the lamp for their keys. The problems they want to look at are the problems that are solvable by government. And then all the problems they don't want to look at, which are the actual giant monsters lurking in the dark and not particularly solvable by government, are the ones they want to ignore and assume.
like what? Like, these are so empty platitudes. I swear, I hate this. This is so vague. This is so meaningless. Oh, the left wants to solve the problems that are not really the big problems, while ignoring the big problems that I'm not gonna name or specify.
Are just the natural state of things. And I don't think
Yeah.
that's correct at all.
And I 1,000,000,000% agree. But then obviously my criticism for the conservative side is the exact opposite, where there are parts where government could remedy some issues. For instance, children having sex with each other and producing other children out of wedlock. Like, sometimes having after-school programs is nice to prevent that. Like, I didn't have time for these things when I was in school. I was doing football practice. I was doing cross-country practice. I went in early for a band,
Damn, that's some humble bragging.
I agree with you that
But it's okay. My husband can humble brag as much as he wants.
sometimes people only focus on one end of the problem. I hate to be that guy, but as somebody that, have you ever watched The Wire?
Sure.
I'm not going to cite The Wire as a real life example, but like, obviously there's only so much you can do in a school when the children coming in are so beyond destroyed because of the family life and everything prior to them even getting to school that day. So I agree. Government is not like the solution to broken families. That would never be the case.
And it's actually not the solution to education, depending on.
It's not a solution, but a government can create an environment that makes it easier for families to form. And that is not inconsequential. In fact, the government can create circumstances that make it more difficult for families to form. That creates more broken families. That is a fact, even though I'm sure Ben would disagree.
The kind of solutions that you're talking about. Some solutions, yes. Some solutions, no.
Yeah.
So
the only thing I'm looking at is, as I said earlier, just like these minimum threshold things where it's like, where can government make? Because you mentioned marginal, which I think is a really good way to look at things. There's marginal cost and marginal utility to things, where the first $1,000 per student you spend might give you a huge return, but the extra $20,000 after is
yeah,
just
I
a
think
waste
these are all
of money.
pragmatic discussions.
Sure, of
and
course. Okay.
Actually, this is what we used to hash out in legislatures before they turned into platforms for people grandstanding. But yes.
Sure. Okay, yeah.
As we
Really, Ben? You're gonna be the person to talk about grandstanding? It's still 6 minutes, Anastasia. I know when we start rating. It's still 6 minutes. Okay, we're gonna start up Final Fantasy. I'm gonna be taking a break from Ben, the Gosh, we're gonna have to finish early today because there's so much to do. I waste so much time. I mean, you can have an open marriage, technically speaking, no? It's a thing that exists, no? Okay, we're switching to FF. We're gonna pick this up later. I don't think this debate is as groundbreaking as people make it out to be. We are in game. We're gonna be raiding. It's gonna be a raid. I'm gonna join the voice chat. What's the password or whatever? Your world is currently full. Players in queue, 16. I'm not gonna be tackling not today. Jesus. Oh, I have to make the... Oh, God. Right. Damn. I totally forgot about that. My schedule's all over the place. We're playing the excellent acclaimed game Final Fantasy 14. Is it 14? It's 14. I'm just gonna repair my stuff, as one does in this game. I'm gonna go to a mender, even though I've barely got the kill. I'm gonna join the party, and then we're gonna... What is up with this person? Why is everything loading so slow? Mender. Where's the mender? Oh, the mender's not here. Never mind. Might as well join the party. Rinzalumominza, your hometown. Looking for a mender. Oh, mender. Give me more. I've. This is my. How do I join? Confirm. Okay, so guess I'm gonna join the voice now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, it's time.
Is it time?
Ducky!
Hello. Quack.
Who are we missing?
It's time, guys. It's time.
Tell
It's
me.
time.
Astrid from Discord. Oh, there he is. I literally say the name and he appears. Who are we missing?
Is Spotify already open? Yeah, okay.
From debate.
Oh yeah, I
to
forgot I was
raid.
on my phone.
What's the password?
It's 2301 because I'm original like that.
Yes, 23 is number 1, right?
Yes, definitely.
Alright. Muted the mic.
Lala, do you need an invite if you can't play?
So now I'm talking to the chat.
Your
No,
microphone
one of
is
those.
rather inaudible at the moment. If you're there.
Really?
Oh, I
Excellent.
can sort of hear you now.
Okay,
Oh,
sorry.
hold on.
Yeah, no, I would like an in. I would like
I want one of those.
Who haven't I invited to the crossword link show as well? Because then once I have this, I can also invite people a lot easier.
I'm going to steal your shield, but I can't do that. Still stuck on stupid suppression. Yeah.
I found the last part of Ultima fucking really easy.
Suppression's nice. We like suppression.
I don't. I don't.
Oh,
At
it's
this
the
point, I'll just
party
pay
find
people to
maybe.
carry me through.
Sting shell.
Oh, I keep babbling on about this every time about people saying about getting carried through. There was one stage that I ended up carrying through at least 12 times, and they didn't get a higher than a 12 grey. All 12 times.
I'm a pro grey passer, just saying. Right, I think we'll hit. Right, does anyone want to go over any mechanics, or should we
Nope.
just go in?
Let's go in and die a bunch and then remember.
Okay.
It's a lot more efficient that way.
Is it?
Because efficiency is important.
Death.
What is this efficiency you speak of? Can you eat it?
Well, you see the sparkly purple stuff. You go standard, it makes you more efficient.
Yeah, efficiently dead. I like it.
That's
How do you like my
pretty
party?
efficient. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Oh,
Pro
half
efficiency
the
move
audience
right
has
there.
left.
Why is it
The
why is it
moment
allowed
the
into the instance? The
nerdy
first thing
gang
I see is
started.
butt. It's not that I'm
Everybody
complaining, I'm
was
just
just
noticing.
here for Ben Shapiro.
Oh, you look at my ass, mate.
Hey, at least I'm honest.
The cat girl percentage too high.
Never high enough. What do you mean?
What? Oh wait, how many cat girls have we got right now?
We're now we're half cat girls, I think.
God, they're taking over.
1, 2.
Yeah.
Ingen under några.
All I'm saying is
so sure.
players need more love.
Hello.
Go on, I've taken main tank.
We're fighting a big white thing.
Don't mind.
The choice is yours.
Well, that's unhelpful.
I'm the
I'm
grunt.
afraid
I'm
I
the-
don't do that much thinking.
I'm the grunt here, so
How do you like my character?
you can either make me work or you can make my life easy.
Yo yo yo.
Easy.
You don't have enough more threat than me, but by the looks of your gear score, you may do.
Well, if he crits on double down in the opener, then he definitely will.
If I don't have my tungsten sun though.
Could be interesting.
Are we starting?
Prepare for battle of the tank aggro.
What, do you mean you don't want the boss to do like 360s all the time?
Consider donating.
No, that's efficiency.
While you're at it. Consider donating to your favorite streamer. It'll be very helpful.
Whoever's main tanking can start, I guess, and everyone.
I've got big, ambitious plans, and to fulfill them, I have to, you know. Ooh, 16 seconds. Phoenix. I'm gonna be narrating the whole fight, the whole time. So don't worry, you're not gonna be bored. We're getting in. I'm doing the opening.
Oh dear.
Which I totally forgot. It's gonna be okay. I might actually be doing the opening right now. I'm not super sure. I might have actually done the opening right now.
It may concern.
The way it should be done.
Do you want tank stuff? I feel like every. Take that. It'll find
Do I avoid with you?
I guess it's the base one to switch back those to shut the thing, but I just keep
I feel like I'm doing pretty well. Fire.
Since when was it? Okay.
Damn.
All right.
There's been a blunder.
Yeah, there was. I thought I was going to for a second.
this made Bob white.
I was a bit confused. I was like, what?
Yeah, no, I didn't move.
I did
all
well.
right? I forgot.
I was doing well. It's not my
This
fault.
is what happens when
Hey,
you're
ready?
just
And I
used
was
to
looking
playing
at you and I was
so
like,
many. You play so many like positions, you just forget which one you're doing.
Pretty much, yeah.
That wasn't on me. That wasn't on me.
That was my bad. I'll repair your shit for free.
I mean, I can just repair this.
I need repairing. When I need repairing, I'm not gonna cry about it. I'm gonna whine
Yeah,
about
we're
it.
ready now.
I'm
No one's
gonna
so shit.
complain.
Okay.
But-
Oh, is that just the pre-death for efficiency?
Yeah, it's just, you know, for that extra bit of efficiency kick that everybody loves.
Oh, there's my shield.
All right. I'm good at this.
Can I squeeze out another one of these? Yes, I can.
It's not my fault that I died. Not my fault.
No, that's something you can't eat. I've heard that somewhere before. You can eat your feelings.
Oh my god. Did it, I guess. Nisetsuke. I'm just vibing. That's good. Sometimes it's good to just vibe.
Bodybuilder place to be.
Following a tank is a mistake.
Oh,
Always
God.
tree
I
lover.
just totally was.
Oh, shit.
This may affect the cliff.
I forgot it was the inside of the bloody circle, not the edge of the circle.
Also, the boss turning can confuse the fuck out
Yeah,
of me for
I
a
was
second.
gonna say like
Okay,
that
so
confused the shit out of me as well with where the boss was.
I don't think
So
we're
then
gonna
you
clear
come
today.
stand with you.
That was,
Yeah, I'm just
that
being
was-
pessimistic.
next
I
to
don't
each
think
other.
we're gonna get
That
a
was my
nice,
mistake, yes.
clean.
Reminding.
Efficiency.
Exactly.
Much
Building up that echo a
efficiency.
few patches before it comes in.
To quote the
I
liquid
think
snake.
we're gonna clear.
I wasn't even that close. How did I get there?
Apparently
You were.
you were.
It's alright, it was only the dancer's rotation that got fucked.
That's crazy matter. I thought I had to get a lot closer than that.
No, it's got a really big aggro range, unlike D10 where you can basically just stand in the thing's face.
That was not good.
Got Peter and even
Listen, that was horrible.
Get to like bounce around this attack. It's like the most action you've ever had.
The most fun you can have with your clones on.
I just love how
Sometimes
the
I
boss
take them off to red.
loves like moving around different places.
I did not need to know that. I did not need to know who takes their clothes
Just
off
some
to
swappage, that's all.
raid.
Oh, wait.
Clocking in, clocking in.
Just go adjust.
Exactly.
Ow.
My feelings.
Okay.
Or your feelings.
Another.
Something like that. Oh god. I did a mistake.
Another few got sent in on you.
Other side this time.
Man, ward. Man, ward.
Oh my god, we are alive.
Wait, we live?
Right, everyone's saying I'm gonna get through. I'll get that level.
I'm gonna make the healer's life just a little bit
Chinese
easier.
food, nice.
We just
That's
like,
nice.
oh, I can't get level. I'm gonna hold raise. I'm so close to the same one. This is this
Huh?
I hate having to dump all my Xenobosses right before.
I'm hungry now.
Everything is fine.
Oh, I've still got dinner.
Look, we're all totally alive.
Might as well eat it later.
Somehow.
I thought no one died.
100%.
Are we ready?
No.
Yes, I can spare off before he does this shit.
Got an A. Look at you jumping away like a big boy. You and your big boy jumps. Oh. Bye bye.
Oh.
Everyone
I
move away from me. Everyone run.
Well, everybody's already dead. That's okay.
How on I'm still alive?
We're not clean.
I got my left and right wrong.
There's no
You
way.
silly sausage.
There's no way we're clean today. I'm just
Sausage?
saying that. If you're here
Yeah.
to watch a
That's the
clear,
song says.
if you're here to
Sausage.
watch
Sausage.
us beat this fight, you're gonna be disappointed.
Ah, right, as the
It's
sign
not
says. Sorry,
happening.
I got my chat box
I mean, very
minimized.
blunt.
No, so
Wow.
It wasn't.
I was about to say, I have mine hidden to begin with, really.
Yeah.
Mine was on the wrong tab, so you know, look at us go. Who popped the potion? I saw that.
I do.
I love your volleyballs, not gonna lie.
I always
You
use it.
click it that time.
Yes, efficiency. Look at that.
I will forever disagree with Yoshi P that Man of War needs to be dislagged. Not Man of War, sorry, April. Well, it's Man of War. Click it and it shows up 10.5 minutes later.
I whacked my hour around. Oh, they
Preemptive forever.
Hang on. Uh-oh. Okay, guess we're gonna do this backwards.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Just keep it as it is now. We're sorted. There you go.
Professionalism.
Yeah, that's what they all say.
Pulling the fancy moves.
As a professional tank that only kills people on purpose sometimes.
Only sometimes. Only sometimes. Casual.
I don't know.
Oh, lovely tank.
Fire. We have to go out.
Exactly.
I got my pop through the spare. Good cry.
Go cry in that lovely purple juice. It looks so fun and inviting.
The purple stuff is very inviting.
I think we can all agree that everybody loves the purple. That doesn't mean we can go in it. No, you're no, yeah. Oh, fuck you.
Did it?
Well, that's fine. Don't stick
I
with it.
love how we both like discussed the Lala. He's got a fat shield on.
People love playing Dancer. Feels like playing slot machine.
I fell asleep during PA with dance.
Oh. Bye guys.
Try to kill us.
High five.
Hi.
Great success. No,
Oh,
it's
no, we need to move. Free needs to stay over there. Oh, we're gonna die, we're gonna die, we're gonna die, we're gonna die.
I was meant to stay.
Yeah, if you have the third one, you can just stay still. If you've got the third blue up on the names of the things now.
I saw them coming, and my
Yeah.
world just fell apart.
Have I mentioned we're not?
They're just like, oh no.
I'm. Yeah. I'm not
In that
optimistic.
moment, you just go, well, shit.
Yeah, it was one of those.
It's all good fun.
I'm gonna.
To keep us on our toes, you know?
Okay, we're gonna finish the debate, and then we're gonna do a segment.
You know, the toes.
I prepared for today. Very interesting.
No, don't know these things.
It's what you find on OnlyFans.
No, it's only feet.
Only fans? I thought those were ceiling fans. They should really extend to some air conditioning. I heard
I
it's
think
better.
you'll like it.
I mean, I only have one fan, so that's my only fan.
I think you'll be satisfied.
It's not on at the moment, it's just too... That's not too cold, but not really.
Anna has OnlyFans. Here.
Yeah, obviously, you know. Definitely.
Everybody does. Do you not have one?
Yeah, no.
I can neither confirm nor deny.
Still thinking how to.
Oh my. Oh my. Oh my.
Oh, boo.
So you see, yet here I am.
What is my party talking about?
Oh no.
There's it, come back, there's it.
Oh my god.
Death.
The distraction.
Something very exciting here.
Yeah, someone's gonna just straight up die. And it's me, of course it's me!
You brought the death into this world. It's your own fault.
I have one of these, and I have one of these. Pray that it
Oh, now
works.
someone else is going to die.
Come back.
Oh, me
Good
dying
job.
killed more people.
That's right.
Probably we're
That's
spreading.
Right,
That was-
I'm gonna just jump into the purple stuff because it looks...
That was a
Nice.
perfect res as well. We just swapped positions and stuff
and stuff.
and stuff. You know, one
One
thing
and a
led
half
to
hours
another.
left.
Some stuff happened and
Some stuff didn't.
some stuff didn't.
Oh boy.
But the stuff that did, definitely did.
Yeah,
Oh yes.
that's,
Can you
that's-
hear
that-
my
that's how they
party,
work. You know?
actually?
Oh yeah.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Fuck.
Did you not
Don't
cut
swear
your
on
dog?
No, no, no. I
offensive.
forgot to recast. I know it's horrible.
You're a
Imagine not precasting... Like, imagine
Yeah.
not precasting Blair as a weapon.
God, you're not blessing Blair all the time.
With my 2.3 recast.
It's clearly just a macro that just practices Blair all the time.
Do you imagine? That'd be perfect.
Can you not feel her glaring at you at this moment?
I'm just so glaring right now.
There seems to be a glaring problem.
It is a bit of a glaring problem, I'll be honest.
That doesn't sound
Blair.
Here, have a shot. Take Magro. I don't want it.
Someone else probably wants to go.
No one wants to aggro.
Relax, guy.
Hey, relax, guy.
Holy shit!
I think if I see a wipe coming, I know exactly what I'm gonna say, and you'll know that it's a wipe when I
I
say
became
it.
so quiet. Sorry, chat.
Should I be
Focus.
concerned?
Nah,
Focus on the
never
game.
wipe. That's fine.
You should be
Super
concerned for my
focused.
sanity. I don't have any.
I mean, neither do I, to be honest.
I can change. failed myself. Because I let my duck fall off.
Oh, I hate it when that happens.
Utter disappointment.
Yeah.
Oh, Duffy. Oh,
Why did I do
ow.
that?
I'm trying to like kick people's health up. That was stressful. I thought I was gonna have to like res them.
No. I'll deal with this as well.
Big idiot. Kind of.
Like, when there's like one person's health dropping loads, it's fine. Sort of, not really. But when there's like another person as well, it's like, oh my god, who do I save?
Nobody.
You saved me.
You
Always.
save nobody. Oh no.
Only special people get my lilies.
Oh my god.
Anybody here special? DPS is pretty good. Later.
Where's the...
Remember, third defamation stays. That's me, so that's fine.
Yep, that's fine. Right. Oh, someone messed up something though.
Someone missed
I'm
the
gonna
tower.
die.
The sad thing is, I know exactly who. Well, I don't know who it was, but I know what the number would have been. Kind of thing.
I did my
I know it was from me.
What number was it?
4 failed tower.
Negative.
Were you-
No,
were you
it couldn't be.
The last
Full of
tower.
fail.
8 failed tower.
No,
Yeah,
I
it
was
must be
8
eight.
and I went to
yeah,
the second.
8.
I went to the second tower.
Oh right, yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
Right,
Yeah,
it was
that's
on the it was on the swap over, yeah. So it was either.
I think that's 6. That's whoever had 6. That's always the hardest job because you've got to do first tower, then you've got to like proper run to the next tower. Actually, 2 also has a hard job.
Not particularly.
I think it's fine.
No, two is fine because it's not as far back as 6.
Yeah, 6 has to like actually. Yeah, if you have 6, like when you're crossing over, you do need to sprint that.
Imagine not having a dash.
If you want to live. I mean, I don't have a dash. I have to, you know, time my sprints accordingly.
Or you could just stand closer to the middle and run normally, like a
I
sane
mean,
person.
I could do that, but that sounds far too easy.
It's not.
To
It's
be
not
fair,
called.
I think
It's
you have
not
enough
called.
time when you anticipated.
It's not easy. It's efficient.
Yeah, so it's all about the efficiency.
I mean, I'm efficient in my own way, okay?
I'm not.
Well,
Are we efficient at procrastinating?
Early pulling is
oh,
not
I'm not the
efficient.
queen of procrastination.
I get the lady of procrastination.
I am.
I do.
Guys, I'm officially a lady. Like, legally, I'm
Lady Anastasia.
yeah.
On this day, Volk, you must refer to
My
her as a
certificate
lady.
came today.
Oh, wait, I can get another one of those out. Yes. I can change.
Oh god, my second.
私の魔法を受けてみなさい。二重栄翔の興味味わいなさい。凍てつけ。
Fuck you, asshole.
You mad,
凍
bro?
てつけ。
Yes.
ほら、踊ってもらうわよ。
Totally chose the wrong thing.
There's arenas on fire.
It's definitely gonna be.
There is much fire going on right now.
Infernal fire, infernal struggles.
It's pretty hard, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty hot.
I'm allowed to say that.
Are you?
Yeah. It's like 30. It's like 31 degrees in my room.
To be fair, it feels like it's that hot in mine because my computer needs a bit of a clean, so it's. This time of year is really not great for like cleaning computers out.
I get pleased when I remember, and I don't remember enough.
Remember harder.
I did clean the dust off the front of it though the other day. Oh shit.
That is good at least. I don't know where I'm going to right now, I'm gonna die.
I just went the wrong ass way.
Yeah. I could have stayed down south and then I guess ran up to dodge the
Oh, the southern is gonna get punched.
We're all gonna die!
Oh yeah, because I'm dead.
Oh yeah. The 50-50 had a fail.
It was a 50-50, so I couldn't use my famous thing, unfortunately. Well,
Your famous thing.
I guess what we could do when this happens again, that both tanks
not
go
doing
into
today.
one group,
Yeah.
where not the healers should have been spread out.
I'm sorry, everybody.
I mean, I should have just not died.
I'm sorry, everyone.
Just don't
I
die
even
for
popped
it.
sprint and everything.
I mean, she's not wrong.
I even popped sprint and everything. I should have just stayed where I was and then just moved after.
I only got hit by every single thing that attack has, so you know, you're doing it well.
And you lived to tell the tale.
You just have tank privilege.
Just say, take privilege and be like,
Literally tank privilege.
Oh, I know what I should have done. I should have hallowed ground. I would have lived.
I know what we should have done. We should have all gone as paladin.
We should have all
Just-
come in as
Just
paladins.
hallow ground every mechanic.
Yup.
Yup.
Yup. Ah, yes, I can squeeze in another one of those.
That's what she said. He will.
wait, another one?
30 bastards.
私の魔法を受けてみなさい。
That's true efficiency right there.
Oh yeah.
No, I swapped cardio around.
Pro.
Aye.
Oh my god, what happened?
I was slightly too far back.
He was testing
Take
his temper
res,
with this.
just go to my spot.
Well,
The other one.
I murdered the shit
I'm
out of
going to
someone.
die here unless someone wants to save me.
No.
I cannot save you.
I don't have
God
the
damn it.
capacity to save anyone.
Can't save myself.
I'm like hard raising right now as well.
No, this is a yump out.
I don't know. It seems to be going well.
We could have had it, you know.
Red mage might have come in handy.
Die in a second. Yeah, red mage would be really nice right now.
I'm out of mana.
Optionally, we could just not die.
Yeah. I've got 5 seconds. Oh no.
I got it.
We're fine.
Oh, Lewis is not fine.
Someone is
I
about to
think
take
it could
a
be
big
fine.
owl.
It could be fine.
It could be. It might
That's a
not
lot
be.
of copium, I'm not gonna lie.
Look
Yeah, I
at
like-
this. Look at this. Everyone is perfectly fine. It's all good. Everyone's got shit. Oh my god. Lala, no. Lala, no. Stress. Stress heal.
Death.
Fine.
Everyone is fine. Look at that. Perfect.
At the cost
Now
of my
we
own
will dive
sanity.
into the next
Give me that for a second.
Oh my god.
Yes, me too.
I don't have a thing here, so I will take damage. Okay, take it back.
Give it to me. Now have it.
What smells like cabbage?
And have you seen those toes?
There's been
I don't
mad
think
at
I've ever actually looked at the boss's feet.
Well, let's get a let's get a first-person zoom-in look.
I have questions.
What? You can't go first-person look at his toes?
I don't think I want the answers.
Right, where is
C, come to C.
Oh, bye guys.
Later. On my will move. Shit,
Oh god.
So the third person.
That was the third defamation again.
Do we need to go over 11 strike again?
I saw a confused cat girl, not gonna lie. Half naked.
You know, I completely understand Levin's.
I know you do. I know you do. We spent hours last night. Most of it was in Party Finder trying to get a party together, but still.
Half naked? Oh, I mean, I can do this. That counts for anything.
Yeah, I just didn't
very
discount the bloody
disappointed in this.
whatever they call it, defamation.
Honestly, if you have, I mean, if you don't have a number, what you can do is just like stand out of the group slightly. That's what I do, so you can like see when you're gonna get it, and then like look at when others are getting it too, so you can work at like 1, 2, 3, 4.
I just thought it looked funny because I literally saw your brain be like, "Oh shit, I'm wrong here. We'll go to the other side."
I got to say my such a thing as I was like,
yeah, I caught myself about halfway through.
Yeah, if you don't have a number, honestly, like just worry about the blue things. Don't worry about anything else.
There's Betchel. I popped my tincture too early, god damn it.
Oh, I think we should just go stand in that purple excitement.
Yeah. I know. Shame on me, shame on my family, and all that.
Big shame to the family.
Your dot's probably not even on right now or something as well.
Fuck.
No, my dot's still fine. Thank you very much for your concern.
It's okay. Here to help.
Yes, that's efficiency right there.
Hello, Obsessive Party. How are you? I've been pretty
Healing
okay.
efficiency.
I've been reading a lot. Non-stop reading. About genocide. Mass
I
killing,
don't believe so, no.
misery, and death. I'm reading 8 books
There's healing and damage efficiency.
at the same
Where's
time.
Right here.
And I think all of them are about genocide in one way or another.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The healers make tanking more efficient.
If you're interested, I can name the book.
By keeping us alive.
That means we can stand in more things.
Very well. So I'm reading a book called Final Solutions, Genociders and Their Methods. That's 1. 2 is...
Great success.
They say you're making me nervous.
2 is the new biography of Stalin.
Arriving just in time.
That's what she said.
Oh.
What?
Thank you. I'll help her however I can. 3 is a big book of documents regarding the Holodomor.
There you go.
Jesus.
4 is the book called Bloodlines
It's fine. It's fine.
by Patrick Snyder, I believe.
Something like that.
Something may
Was it
hurt,
Patrick?
also may
No,
not.
I think it wasn't Patrick. I think it was.
Pain may or may not be incurred.
His surname is Snyder.
Ah.
And then
I'm
two
going
books
to
about
die, I'm
homelessness.
So
And one book about
Inside the hitbox.
the collective memory of the Roma people about the Poraima. So that's.
We can,
I think that's
we can
it.
res in a second, don't worry.
I think we've gotten to 8, right?
Oh,
Don't run
I
away,
got
Anna.
out of that by accident. I was like trying to get Lucy up and.
That's
yeah,
8,
I'm
right?
slightly out.
Did I miss any book?
Nothing happened. Don't worry about it. I'm not on the floor. It's in the mannequin.
Thank
room.
goodness.
Having a quick nap.
I was just having.
Oh
a
yeah, I need that back. Ah yes.
Thank you.
I just remember.
What I've been doing
danger.
is like reading.
I'm always in danger, honestly.
Seems like you get yourself in most danger.
I get myself in danger.
If
trying
you
to
wanna
save
support this
That sounds efficient.
nerdy streamer,
And that's what we're about.
consider donating.
Yeah.
You know, it helps
Efficiency.
always.
I just waited all that.
Oh shit! What
Nope.
number have I got? I've got
One.
8.
Got a one.
But I didn't see. Oh, because I have that.
Consider.
Number 1.
That would make sense why I didn't see I had a number.
Number 3,
I
stay.
stay here.
Number 3, stay. Group go
Right,
across.
everyone else run for your lives.
4 go over.
Oh, interesting.
Can we do it?
Go to your positions.
I think we did.
Testing.
Thunder.
Alright, so spread out and go outside.
I might. Oh my god! I was gonna say I might die because
Wrong year, hello.
My hair!
I have been
Totally
murdered.
not where I should have been.
I'm dead.
I was not prepared.
I used my last
I'm
remaining
so
brain
messed
cell
up.
to remember the number 3 as well.
We did it as well.
I
That
was
could have been a
not-
clear, but I messed it up.
Oh, this
I
is-
sabotaged this run.
There has been.
I feel like an awful human.
I'm just gonna pop everything down right now.
Oh, God,
I can't get
horrendous.
Lucy up as well.
I'm
This
trying.
could be problematic. I can't remember.
I'm trying to
Um,
let.
Just look
cast it.
north. Where's north right now? North is there.
Oh,
Me,
President Sunday.
Port's gonna be.
President Sunday is gonna be live in 2
Right,
hours.
Deepika spread it, spread
Oh,
in
yeah, I
like
got
sort
a scale
of
one, but
positions facing the circles on the side. Tanks and healers stand under the comet on B. Oh, that someone, yeah.
I
Someone,
totally.
it's fine. Everything's fine.
So I wasn't sure who was spreading first.
DPS always go in the middle first, and then you're pointing up towards the circle thing.
Anybody that
That's actually a decent
Anybody here that
mechanic.
doesn't understand that, I'm not gonna ask Renzo or Anna or anybody. I know Renzo fucking done it. Okay.
I have done it allegedly. Don't remember it.
Anybody here that doesn't understand that mechanic?
I do. Yeah, I think I remember.
I understand everything.
I think it didn't help there were deaths going into it as well.
Keyword there is thick.
So you want a random laser?
Your food fell off. Anyway, the way the mechanic works
Like the
is
game
you'll
plan.
be.
Oh, we're explaining.
Let's say, for instance, in this case,
Okay,
the
we are
puddles
explaining.
spawn on the numbers. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and there will be rocks on A, B, C, and D.
Yeah.
The supports will. Okay, everybody faces north. So from the north, this is only for the supports. This part. From the north, the supports will start looking. So there's going to be a rock on A, B, C, or D. The first crack rock, let's say for instance this one is on C, all the supports are going to go to C. The puddles will be baited by the DPS. So you stand on a line that faces towards a puddle. It works the same if the thing is on, like if the puddles are on the letters instead of the numbers. You just go to your color. So let's say, for instance, the DPS. Lucy, you're on 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, broken.
I'm on
All right.
what? Yeah, I'm on.
You're
3.
you're on 3.
Yeah.
So let's say this is a rock, and this is a puddle. You're
This
just
is
gonna
my
go to
puddle.
Yeah, you're just gonna go to the color.
Yeah, that's
So,
my puddle.
the way-
That's
the way
always
that-
been my puddle.
Ooh, that's fine. Sorry, that was my bad. But you're just gonna bait it directly in the middle of the line. Like you're just gonna be on the line, and then you won't leave the rocks on either side.
Yeah, that's the idea.
Yeah, I was just using you as an example because I sort of remember where you stand.
Yeah, you basically just go to where you start from your partner.
Yeah, so
But you won't
that's
have
why
a partner.
yeah, the mark is just color coded like that, so it's not too difficult.
Question.
Yeah.
Okay, so when I, as DPS, try to bait my lightning to the puddle, do I have to ensure that my character is facing boss? Because, as a ninja.
No,
So we're watching a
wanna
debate.
make sure you're
Ben
facing-
Shapiro debate.
Like the line.
You just need to be on a line. So
Yeah. Okay,
that's
I like
instead
order.
of- yeah, just be in the middle of a line.
Because
So-
if you're facing,
Sort of
it's gonna
wanna-
come out of your bum.
Yeah, so you see these little
Oh,
pizza
oh
slices
God,
on
we're
the,
we're,
on the
we're
floor.
reading a book.
Like, you need to be
I
on
haven't
the
done
line
the
of
book
that
reading
pizza slice.
recently. You should continue the book reading. Oh God. I
So then
forgot.
after you guys bait it
We
first,
totally should do some
you
book
guys
reading
run to
today.
the second rock. So supports went to C, the other cracked rock will be on D, so then you guys are just gonna run to D, and then supports will take your place. So then we need to bait towards the puddles, and then the mechanic resolves.
The old switcher.
Yeah.
This Carl snapped me.
You ready?
I believe so, yeah.
After that, you hide behind the meteor.
Yeah, but I'll call out which meteor to stand
It's
behind.
just to go again, so it's DPS gather first, break their meteor.
Yeah, DPS bait first.
Okay.
And then you go to the crack rock second from starting from a clockwise position from north. But I'll try and call it out if that helps.
You can usually see that like way ahead of time.
Yeah,
It's literally the easiest mechanic in the game, in my opinion. It's not a savage mechanic. Let's say that.
I'll never be a woman. What an original. I'll never get nothing. Never gotten that one before.
That.
Oh, the chat got quiet. Obsessive for also got quiet. Oh, thank you. I'll do my best.
We don't talk about it.
I hope to talk to you soon.
What happened?
I'll tell you later.
Did you press a button you shouldn't have pressed?
Nope. Let's just say ultimate tank privilege.
Ultimate tank privilege. Oh, okay. Okay.
They tried to murder me. They failed.
I love how we just sort of went like north and south.
Go to 4. It might be.
I mean, I know it's not. It's easy to but it doesn't stop it looking like G.
Okay, I'm free.
Yeah.
So,
Everybody
everyone away
over.
from me, please.
Get your sprint ready.
Stay away from me. Oh my god, who messed up something?
It would be number 2.
I have a foot in my tower, I hit sprint.
Very natural.
Wow. And I
My
was missing
gear.
food.
If you really have trouble with when to do what I like to do is just count the towers. So when the first tower hits, like, okay, that's the first tower. Next tower, I need to do whatever. Just keep track of it in your head. I think it's way easier than just YOLOing it.
I mean, if I get a tower again, I could try and do callouts. I struggle to do callouts and heal at the same time. And this is something I'm really super difficult at doing, but I can try if it helps. Or someone else obviously that's better than me.
I can give it a try. Can't guarantee success, but it works.
Yeah, I think.
Rely on my muscle memory.
And I'll post that macro as well every time it comes to level strike with the orders of the towers. So I like to hope it helps.
That's because I'm not actually getting it every single time.
stay here for now.
Did I do it? Oh.
Inside
The
the aircraft.
greatest damage
What I
I've
do?
ever seen. Look at you go.
But I was okay. Snapshot.
Sorry about
Chesh, Greater Rain, you're white. Oh my god, Greater Rain, why are you white? Why are you white?
Oh, some severe mitigation there.
How can this be?
Severe bleed mitigation, I dare say.
Yeah.
But yes, hi. How are you today? Aww.
Picking numbers.
That is sad.
Got a 3. Oh, no, 3, 2, sorry.
Someone's got the first blue.
Yeah, I got it.
6, take your tower.
Yeah, on it.
8, take your tower.
I've got third, luckily.
Group
Jesus,
across
just
3
run away
stay.
from me.
2,
Six,
take your tower.
6.
They're not SNL.
4 over. And 4 take tower.
I'll take that one.
Almost.
Pair up. In.
Oh shit.
Where's my partner? Oh, my partner.
Yeah, it died.
I thought that was spread. I'm sleepy. Oh,
The most speedy
I'm not
of them all.
sleepy. There's so much to do. We're listening to a debate by Ben Shapiro, but now we're rating. Then we're gonna be talking about an important subject, the most important subject ever. And then oh god, there's so much to do. You wouldn't believe. You would not believe just how much.
Oh,
my lord. Literally every time I go across.
Res
I'm
immunity
getting
is
you
your
again,
grip.
I'm getting him again.
Everyone mid. DPS identify where you're standing.
Forwards go to 2, DPS you're gonna go to 1.
DPS are going to the top.
Okay, supports out, DPS go to 1.
Hey, forgot it.
Oh shit, yep, sorry, that was not a fucking tank. That was my bad.
Oh, and he's frickin' going for the one that's not cracked.
He always does.
Of course he is.
You would have died anyway.
I caught it.
She probably need like 3 hours. Oh gosh. I like 4 hours sleep last night because I was on my phone.
That time I made a boo-boo.
Sometimes it'll work for future maker and he wants to read manga. Read manga when you're rested.
My
I'd like
heart
Come on.
sank when I saw the markup.
Do it when you're rested. Well and rested.
That was sad.
Oh god, that was fat finger that. That's fine.
Is it really?
Yeah. It'll consume.
That was very close.
I should try and take the lid off the bottle. while I'm supposed to be doing the mechanics.
I mean, you could.
I mean, I did live, so I could.
Until you die.
Precedent. I lived once, so it means it's fine.
You haven't missed. Okay, you've missed a bit of the debate of Ben Shapiro, but we're taking a break and we're waiting right now. And after that, we're gonna finish the debate. Then we're gonna do a topic, and then we'll see. We're just gonna see what happens. You know?
I did. But it's okay.
I didn't see, really? What do you mean? Are you saying normally I'm not saying how I am really? Are you saying I'm lying usually about how I am? Well, I've been really okay. I mean,
One's going out.
relatively speaking.
I've got 3.
Was on one time recently that it's not been
Everyone changed sides.
perfect, but other than that,
Oh. Someone a bit too slow?
No.
Yeah.
That always missed.
Oh, is it the 6 tower? Yeah, whoever has like 6 tower.
No, 2 tower.
Two tower.
Oh, 2 tower.
So you have to really anticipate it going
Two
to the
tower,
outside
but
and
also
basically
6
going to the door.
going
that
out
was
for
me.
the spread
Was like
bit.
split second to
They're
late.
like the hardest.
Split of a second to late.
Yeah. Person with the 2 mark for the tower. and
I've been
person with
reading
the
a lot,
for the,
because there's a
spread
lot
bit. It's
to
really
do.
hard. Scarred
Too much,
spread.
actually. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be fine.
It's funny how this is like the hardest mechanic to fight though.
戦う古き魂食って戦う
I don't think we're clearing this fight today. I mean, maybe we will. We'll see. Let's not be pessimistic. Oh, you can barely hear me. There we go. So it's gonna be fine. We're just gonna have to work on it. My pleasure. I guess I can now ramble to the chat. Maybe that's why people evacuated from the stream, because nobody could hear me.
Oh,
And everybody was shy to tell me.
close.
Only Greater Reign has the courage to tell me that I'm basically illegible.
Oh. Oh, was Lucy a bit too close to us?
I thought it was spread.
Silly ducky.
For some reason.
Yeah, Astrid.
Oh, I got us.
Yeah.
I can get Lucy as well.
That was a bit sip. Never mind.
I'll get Lucy. I've got Lucy.
See if I can take it back naturally.
I messed up. I thought it was a spread. It wasn't.
Oh.
Holy shit.
I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, we're not gonna make the cast in time. Like,
Yeah.
cast.
This is Final Fantasy 14.
Yeah,
Good
mine's
luck.
done as well.
An MMO.
Oh, Lucy's dead as well.
We're all dead.
Everyone is dead. Apart from the ones that aren't.
With your
Not
permission,
allowed to buy.
it shouldn't really make a massive difference, but I would
Yeah.
like to switch to Paladin, if I may.
You're allowed. I mean, we
Can we have?
can't.
We can have more than one, can't we? We
can,
need
yeah.
to reset anyway. It's
You
getting-
can try and heal if you want.
The only good heal I have is.
I'm not sure if having two of the same job is
Words.
optimal.
I could probably use
some-
Sage, but
It's Final Fantasy 14.
I'm just
Okay,
offering if you want to
guys.
change.
I'm not sure if my Sage is high enough eye level.
Let
6
me
2
know when
1.
you're ready to go back in.
Ready.
Can we have two paladins?
Mm-hmm. The only difference is slightly less damage and slightly slower.
Oh, we've got plenty of damage anyway.
We're
I
way,
don't think
we're
that's
way
gonna be
ahead
an
on damage,
issue.
so
Yeah.
I mean,
it just makes it easier for me because I know Paladin a lot better than Gunbreaker.
Gunbreaker's easy.
Sword, magic sword, sword. It's great rotation.
Gunbreaker,
Sparkles.
Gunbreaker and Paladin play the exact same way.
Oh my god.
From all classes I played, Paladin is probably the one I like the least.
Jobs.
It feels clunky, that's why. It's very slow.
What is it with all of you guys are not having portraits?
Because I change my gear too often and then forget to set it, and then
Um,
change my gear again and then forget.
Or as
mean,
the raid leader for the next raid night, I expect to see the best portraits.
I mean, mine was my ass for a while, so
I mean, I can
as a catgirl requirement.
I should have a portrait.
I
but
should have
don't
a
know
portrait
if-
as well, but
if
apparently
it's
it's
It wasn't
disabled because
showing any
maybe
of
like
them.
The only port
obviously-
I own is me.
We
and
should just leave the instance, fix our portraits, then come back in and do it. properly.
Yeah.
Very important.
I did, yeah.
Okay, are we
That's my
actually gonna leave the instance as
Yeah,
a
I'd like
portrait?
to do that.
Do it.
Oh no!
Right, okay, I'm gonna have to judge the best portrait.
Alright, well, I have to try and
Okay.
get the best angle of my ass.
Wasting time. British.
I mean,
innit?
You have to have your
Yes.
face in it a certain way though,
That's right.
because it doesn't
Yeah,
let you
that's
have
Our
it
leader
otherwise.
is a British.
If you want my best portrait, I'm gonna have to switch to a Paladin, sadly.
Have you
Because
been
it's
to
me.
England? Yes.
It's me stepping on.
Actually,
It's
many
me stepping
times.
on a sprout.
More than 3.
Mine should be actually up.
Oh, I forgot
I've been
my.
to England,
Have you
yeah.
seen my adventurer plate one?
I need to go back
That's amazing.
to I need to go back to Gridania if you want me to make
Oh,
this
that's
adventure
so
plate
cute.
happen.
Nah.
Why'd we have to
I
go
love
to
my
Gardania?
Because all of my shit's not my glamour dresser.
That sounds like a you problem.
Oh, that sounds sad.
It's fine. I
I will allow it.
I
To be fair,
don't
do
even,
people want to just have a 5-minute break and go to like, the toilet whatever
Yeah,
they need to do?
I can.
I don't
go
even see
grab a
my
drink.
own. I don't even see my own adventure plates. I turned it
This
off.
is my portrait.
Why? I love
Because
adventure plates and portraits.
Yeah, I've been doing them a bunch
it's
of
or
times.
portraits rather. My adventure
Okay,
plate's
my
still there.
portrait is ready. It is cute.
Good,
I-
Lucy.
I think
On your
my
front menu.
my adventure plate is the top of my head.
I'm gonna have to put my thing in there quickly.
Only for a day.
Stores
That-
glamour.
Why
That's a
only for a
camera
day?
angle.
Wait, where do you live, Greater Rain? Do you live in Scotland or
Where's
something?
my thing? There it is. I got it.
Side chat not showing. It should be showing.
Save plate in current state.
No, it's
apply.
showing.
Worst
It's showing.
That's the worst picture I've ever made.
It's
That's
showing.
perfect.
It should be showing. Oh my
That
gosh.
is on par with the
Hold
quality
on.
of my adventurer plate.
Where's the side chat? Hold on. Oh, where's the side chat? Reactive.
Good question. Closest to market for.
Damn, where is it? Where's the...
How much of a scam are potions on this server?
Potions?
Why doesn't it show here? I don't get it.
Because they're like a real
Oh, I
big
think I know.
scam back on Phoenix at the moment.
I think I know.
Here we go.
There you go.
Oh, they're a worse scam on this server. Nice.
Although it's gonna be messy. It's gonna be messy, okay? It's gonna be messy because of the...
Pictures of
Okay, I
strength.
think I'm just gonna... How would I fix this? Okay, now...
But probably everything here is
now
cheaper
it
than
should
on
be
Light
fine.
Shiba.
No, it's not gonna be messy. There you go.
I love Shibas. I actually have the Shiba as a
There we
you
go.
know they had
Now
the
it's
plush
okay.
neck
I
pillow thing. I
fixed
literally have that,
everything. For you. I did it for you.
and it's the cutest.
Malaki.
And I
I
love
did it
cuddling
only for you because you're
It's
my
the best
favorite
minion. The Shiba
chatter.
one.
I'm actually super excited for the
I was in
FF16 collab.
Florida. Florida,
I want
and
to
you
get
went
the
to England
dog.
just for one
I forgot
day.
the name
Yeah,
of the dog.
especially it's
Oh,
Toggle.
transit. Where
I
were
feel
you
like
going?
I'd be more
Portugal.
excited for the collab if I'd been able to play it.
Okay, makes sense.
I don't have
I
a
just wanted to
PlayStation.
ask, have you played FF16?
Now I
Probably
know.
not.
Yeah.
I've played 16.
The funny thing is, I solely got my PS5 to play FF16, and
See
previously
that's like the issue. Having to get a whole new console.
I've
just
played.
to
yeah, but
play
there are a
16.
lot of other great titles on the PlayStation 5, and they
I-
are all free basically.
I've played on my friend's PS5 but I had to return it long before finishing it. But it's a fun game.
The thing is, like, I didn't have really enough money to get a PS5, and then I got a new job, or like made myself self-employed, and then I bought the PS5 plus the FF16 Collector's Edition plus a new
Damn.
4K TV, and
Damn.
I'll just sit there and play FF16 and enjoy it, and it was a great time.
Damn, you're so rich. You should donate to me as a streamer who streams this right now.
I already lost my Prime sub.
Oh no.
Wait,
Yeah, I just,
you gave me a
I
Prime
can't
on
use
the
that
Twitch?
emote in here? Oh, that's a shame.
I already gave Anastasia my Prime sub, Lloyd.
So you should give me your
Hey.
non-Prime sub.
Oh. Oh.
I could
Let me
help
know
you,
when
mate.
everyone's done with their portraits, and
Also,
I'll
you
go
should
back and-
subscribe to my
I had a
YouTube.
good idea, but then the emote I wanted isn't there. So
Then everybody
my
in this
idea
team
was
should
ruined.
subscribe to my YouTube.
So I'm
Why
gonna
haven't
The
use
I-
this
best
horrible one I
portrait
just
will
made.
get. I'll give them 10k gil for the best portrait.
Why haven't I thought of that? All of you should subscribe to my YouTube.
I'm
Isn't
already
that right?
subscribed to your YouTube, Lucy.
I've got 1,099 subs. Almost 1,100.
Oh my god, we're like almost in sync then.
I didn't mean to actually press yes so they're ready up, but I just pressed the wrong button.
Well, there's many that are not ready yet. So
Oh, that's good.
I just
I'm
feel
gonna
like
go
have
You all
upgrades
should donate as well.
To be fair, people
And
needed it.
subscribe and stuff.
Yeah, or maybe you know what? Maybe I won't be so stingy. 50k for the best
Whoa.
portrait.
I'll leave you a
Wow,
boiled egg.
really breaking the bank though.
I'm really
Ah.
breaking the bank. Nothing to see
Are
here.
we gonna get in anytime soon?
Yeah, we're waiting for them to come back, Lucy.
From where?
Like making their
hell.
portrait slash having a little break.
What break? It's so many.
You
I said
obviously
if
missed
people
that
wanted to go
comment.
to the toilet, you could have a little break.
Oh my gosh.
Because you're out of the
toilet?
instance. I thought it was a good time, you know, for if people needed to go, to go.
Did you know that in Washington D.C. for every public toilet there are 59 homeless people, which means there are not enough publicly run toilets to accommodate for the homeless?
I can believe that, and that's really sad.
I mean, you could use the same logic to imply that the UK is an authoritarian state, considering that there's one camera for every 10 people in London.
Wait,
Just
what
don't
logic?
go
What do
to
you mean?
London
Or 10
if you
cameras
can
for
help
every
What
one
do you
person, I
mean
believe
you
it
could
was.
use the
Something
same
like that.
logic? What it's not remotely the same logic. It's a totally different logic and a totally different topic.
It's a different context, but it's the same line of thought.
No.
I'm not going to get into this with you.
This has
I
not.
get what you're saying. It's just
No, it's stupid.
calm down,
To be
Lucy.
blunt.
Yeah,
I'll
Anna.
never calm down.
Would you mind
Yes.
like not kicking my booty?
But it's just there, and I'm like kicking, so you know.
It looks so
There we
juicy.
go.
I mean,
It
that's
looks
fair.
puntable.
Kick, kick. I'm obsessed with this dance. The bee's knees is just like no more. I feel like this is like the better dance in every way.
I did not
Just because it's
expect
like-
to hear
So much more
something as
superior. It's
stupid
like
as I just
adorable. Like
heard.
look at it.
I already see it everywhere on Limsa.
Oh, there's not
Yeah,
enough
of course you do. To be
toilets
fair, I don't
accommodate the
because I don't go to
homeless.
Limsa. I avoid
Oh,
it.
I
It
love
scares me.
Limsa.
The claim that I just heard,
It terrifies me.
Karasu.
I just chill here like all the time
Okay, I'm gonna
when
mute
I'm
them
not
for a
doing
second. The
content.
claim that I just heard, I said there are not enough toilets to accommodate the homeless, and the person said, "Oh, using that logic, you could say that England is an authoritarian state because there's a camera on every street." And I'm like, "No, you couldn't. It's not remotely the same logic, and it's a totally different topic." How is this analogous in any way? Like that's just annoying. It's the same logic. Just I can't. I don't even know what to say. Yeah, it is different logic. And the person was like, I don't want to get into this with you. You get fined doing your biological needs in public. Yeah. You get fined, and homeless people cannot afford the fine most of the time. So in reality, you get jailed. In reality, you get jailed if you urinate on, you know. Wait, you heard what? Wait. What? You heard what? Okay, I'm gonna unmute them now.
Fine. What other mount do you want me to use then?
You could use the other one that looks exactly the same.
I don't have that one.
Uh,
Oh
legacy
yeah,
names,
does everyone
isn't it?
want to? Let's see if everyone's back yet.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Okay,
Oh.
right. I've got to judge the best portrait,
Mine's
and
really stupid.
I will give 50k to the one that I like the most.
Mm-hmm.
Mine may have reset.
I'll give you
Oh,
$1 million
don't-
just to turn it off.
No.
Mine doesn't even pop up
I love
sometimes.
portrait.
I don't know. I can't see mine. I turned them off. So if it's there, it's there. If it's not, it's not.
Item status. Yeah. This is so annoying.
Should be, but I don't know.
See, I do love it when I can see like a weapon effect. Oh, and Esther's also gone for like the same background as me. It's a great background. Lala's one's kind of cute. Not gonna lie.
This is a really annoying thing to hear after
What are you
reading
doing in yours, Anna?
so many
I don't
pages
know.
on the topic.
I
and
just scrolled
plus
down
X
a random
articles.
list of emotes and clicked one, and I was
don't
like,
know.
yeah, I'll do.
Just picked one at random.
Yeah.
Mine doesn't
The
even
one
show
emote
up.
I wanted there,
Interesting.
it wasn't there,
And
so
then
I
I
couldn't use it.
get someone that just gives me an opinion based on vibes, probably.
Must be because mine's turned off. It doesn't show up.
Which one's the best though? Oh my god.
I was talking about the US. I
do
said
quite like
Washington,
Ren's
D.C.
I like
That's
the
the
effects on the
that's the
weapon kind of
weirdest
matches,
part.
like, the
I was
border as
referring to the
well.
US with this. Because I said Washington, D.C. has one toilet for 59
Did you make
homeless people.
portraits as well? Because I could always try and check it after. Is it the same as your adventure plate?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, because how on your adventure plate's really cute as well. Oh my god.
Because that's the data that I know. The US.
Oh,
Because that's the
portrait
thing that
style.
I'm reading about the US.
This is a tough decision. I'm gonna have to look at adventure plates to like help.
Oh yeah,
decide
mine will
between
really
some of them.
enhance
Which-
mine.
Place in the first place.
Oh.
I didn't know that you can check individual portraits
Yeah.
of someone.
Yeah. Or you can just
How?
check their adventure plates. Which is
I mean, I'm
slightly
gonna be
different.
getting into Poland's homelessness problem as
I
well.
do look.
Mine
Poland
really
has, like,
enhances the one I had.
Homelessness is a
Oh yeah.
global problem. I don't think it's.
Yeah, I'm ready
I don't
for those
think
new
it's a
4K hairstyles.
controversial thing to
Oh, I
say.
can't wait.
Homelessness is basically a global problem.
Anyway, should we go die to Levenstrike or something?
Yeah.
Alright.
I
see
do
if
quite
everybody's
like Ren's
emerged.
portrait. I think Ren's, are you gonna get 50k?
Wow.
No, I'll
So
do it.
you
I'll
really
do it
cannot
next
go
raid night
with
as well.
homelessness and say,
You
oh,
can
it's a
change your
problem of
portraits
this
again.
particular country.
You are
Because
too
it's
kind.
not really.
I'll give you
Every
3
night it's
boiled
like-
eggs, don't
Probably
worry.
each country has very
Every night's
specific
like, who's gonna win
ways that it
50k?
manifests in.
That's why I get you to come to raid.
Because I am inept.
Oh, almost early for them.
Yeah, we're not actually here for the raid. We're just here for the portrait contest.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You mean here for the money?
Which means that each country will have to also tackle the problem
That's called true
in
efficiency.
an
can show when.
individualized manner. You cannot.
Or
like,
next
say,
time, maybe
a
like I'll
global
make the raid nights
solution
themed, and we will
to
have to like
homelessness
dress
that will
up as
fit
a
all
certain theme.
situations, probably.
You're gonna get sick of mine. Everything is pink.
I mean, have you seen me?
I have
Um,
3 dresses I use. You're not getting
I
a
have
lot
an
out of me.
absolute obsession with Lotus Pink. So
I had a really. I got banned from my guild for a day for one of my outfits. It was great.
oh,
They did not like the chicken outfit I dyed black and called it my big black cock outfit. I was banned for a day. I found it very funny. They less.
We want to talk about the homeless crisis.
Oh,
What
yeah.
about the encroaching surveillance state in the UK?
What's wrong with a
Checkmate,
big black
liberal.
cockpit? I mean outfit.
True.
I don't
True
know.
and
They
real.
they didn't approve. But they're also a bunch of Lalafell racists, so...
Actually, what he
who knows?
said was by that logic, you
Yeah,
can
yeah,
call
yeah.
the UK
The
an authoritarian state.
FC
Which
League
means
banned
that
like
the
just
person implied
someone
that
fantasied themselves for
I'm just
into a Lalafell for a
basically
joke,
complaining
and then
about
immediately
not
got kicked.
being enough public
to be fair, I actually Ladderfeld.
You know?
Ladderfeld. I fantasied as a Ladderfeld.
That's
as a
what
joke.
the person was basically saying.
Not Christmas just gone, but
that
the
by
previous
using
Christmas,
faulty
just
logic, you
to
could
annoy
call
my FC
the
leader.
UK authoritarian, just as
That's
by
what,
my
that's what it's
faulty
all
logic,
about.
I
People
could
say
say
they
that there are
changed the
not
laws
enough
just for the
public
joke.
toilets run by the
But
government.
To be fair, I did loads of fantasies. I went through all the races. Like I was a Bond girl for a bit. I was a cat girl for a bit. Then I went back to my hero because I love her.
I was basically the
She's just so cute.
Because you are the
logic
most
behind
basic
that
of bitch.
statement.
I am the most basic of them all.
It's so vanilla. It's so basic.
Nah, it's never as basic as that. Apart of that one paladin I put in the chat earlier, there is no one more basic
Which
than
is-
that man.
Yeah, that's a
Infuriating.
basic motherfucker right there.
That is the best man.
Which is
he
why
he truly was Mr. Final Fantasy.
I know a guy
I'm
called
usually a
Mr.
bit more
Fist.
patient
That
than
counts for
this.
anything.
I
You
mean,
know?
close enough. I've also seen a naked pig man running
usually a bit
around,
more
so, you
patient
know.
than this, and now I just told that person that what they were saying was stupid.
It's
and I
not
was
as
asked to
degenerate,
calm
but we do
down.
have a Sonic running around on Twintania.
You know?
Yeah, there's someone called, what happened? Why is everybody
Oh
dead?
lord.
I was literally thinking that earlier as well. That's why I just used my mitigation, because there was
Yoink.
many deaths going on. I
You're gonna
was
love
slightly
this.
stressed, not going to lie.
Was there
People
just
All
some
Apple just lost
missteps?
his dance partner privileges.
Oh no.
Yo, Black Mage dance partner, let's go.
How about
White
Sage
Mage
Dance?
Dance partner when?
I don't know. About that paladin DPS though, you know?
Oh, where are you from, Malak?
Black Mage
It's
DPS,
okay
no?
to ask.
Never
it okay
seen
to
any
ask where
paladin
you're
DPS,
from?
but I've heard it's around somewhere.
Hmm.
Actually, you're doing quite good right now. So
I'm just
Oh
not
no,
using
I've
bots.
Yeah, just press all your buttons. Oh shit.
What am I? I'm a 2.
Go to 4.
I'm a 4.
Okay.
Alright, time to recoup some mana. Thank fuck.
That one.
4, take tower. That's
Nope.
8. Alright.
Speed.
Yeah. 2, take tower.
Meow.
4, take tower.
Run, Lucy. Uh-oh.
Oh.
I lived. No one else did though.
Someone forgot to go out. We got kicked the
As
fuck.
in, Black Mage could revive, huh?
Haha, I lived.
White Mage could what?
Mention,
right.
enough with the Black Mage hate.
But you're okay now, right?
Fake news.
In my opinion, if you have two paladins in
okay
your team,
now?
they should be able to make like a bond ability to
What's your
revive
si-
someone in
what's your
tandem.
housing
You know, like,
situation
If
now?
only,
No,
if
no,
only
it's-
Paladin was that useful.
2 expansions
Housing,
ago, we could.
Yeah. It is a form of homelessness.
If
And it took
only
Ra-
Paladins were
What's your
that
situation
useful.
now?
Then it took Razor away from us.
You're good now. That's good.
And you couldn't use it in battle, so yeah.
Yeah.
Never mind.
A lot more people than we
We
think.
need a
Imagine you
paladin
at
really
least
could
one
have like
point of their
synergy
lives
abilities.
face homelessness.
Yeah, why
That's-
can't we just like touch fingers and something happen?
We need a Dalamud attack for 2 Black Mages. Needs to happen.
And it's
If you have 4 Black Mages in your team, you can now summon Bahamut.
And they'll still
Meanwhile,
all die
someone that
because
does
they
it to
stayed
begin
in the
with.
ley lines.
No shit. I may have overhealed a bit there.
I'll be fine, probably.
They say that.
Zeno. Love it.
See, we're fine. Now you can heal again, because we're all dying.
Taking no chances.
Unless you're
That's
White Mage,
bold.
will purposely
Don't
jump
I
you.
now need to take it back, though?
Yes. And then I can choke you, and then we're done.
Look at us go, just constantly switching strategies. One time, I'm not going to switch. I'm just going to let you get hit by the tank buster and die.
You do realize I can just choke you back, right?
That's why we can fight each other with hallowed ground. Ooh, I was very close to being dead there.
You can outtime the other's 4-minute cooldown.
Exactly. Is it 4?
Exactly.
It's like 4 minutes 10 or some shit like that.
Ooh. Someone's gonna take a big L.
Hopefully I'll
Yeah.
survive this.
Hopefully it's not us, please. Oh, thank God.
Tank privilege for the win. Let's go.
Oh, nice.
Oh, you're okay.
That was
School is
very
important.
nice. I'm so sweaty right now. My room's so boiling.
FYI, the thing that happened earlier is Lucy went to 4 instead of 3, so I was on my own, and I took a rock by myself, but I survived it.
Thank
Oh.
you,
So cool.
Amazing.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
I hate the way this shield looks, but it's the only one that matches the same glow as the sword. To some. Yeah.
That's a Realm Reborn one, that. Isn't it?
Yeah. Yes, it is.
What's the one we born one?
The relic I've got. Well, the glam of the relic I'm using. Ooh, that one was closer than I thought.
I hate it when my clock gets timed out.
Oh, ruined forever.
I haven't even done most of the relics. I was like trying to go back to maybe finishing the Shadowbringers one last night.
The
was
AAL
alright.
ones are just an experience.
I was alright
Yeah,
being
I
for the
think I
Shadowbringers ones.
Yeah, I think I did some of the Arami Born one. I can't
Just
remember,
the
it was so long
fucking
ago.
books. It makes me feel like I want to throw myself off the cliff. Some of them just take so long.
Hmm.
It would be nice if you'd done one before that they could like lower the amount of books by each time you do it or some shit.
That'd be far too easy.
Yeah.
Right. That's because homeless people are basically barely treated as human, to be honest. Indeed.
Over here, guys.
I got the first one.
Run!
The first tower, that is,
Run
to be
for
clear.
your life.
I stay here.
Meow.
I go back this way. Oh
Did
my
we do that nice and cleanly and smooth?
No one
Did that
actually
We're about
did.
to
Now
find
we're
out.
gonna wipe to something else.
Oh my god.
Go away, Lucy!
I thought it was a
Oh.
there.
Unessential.
I'll get Lucy.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh!
Well, I'm gonna
I
die!
thought it
Stabilize
was a
first.
pair.
I may have just bennied myself because priorities, you know.
That's fine. I got it.
Go get him, champ.
I'll hardcast Lana.
Right.
Kinda wish we had a red mage.
Oh, the red mage.
Joking.
The most I'll do is summoner. I won't touch Red Mage.
Right. Everyone stand in the middle.
Oh.
I was wondering.
You can already line yourselves up DPS for your.
Support's gotta be.
Yeah.
Right.
Right, go to your plot positions, but not
Line with
facing the
your tornado.
meteors.
Lucy.
Not facing the
Lucy, you get
meteors,
free.
Lucy.
Alright.
Nice.
Totally.
Alright, everybody go behind.
On this
Go
one.
behind
Hey.
A.
I've got ladder,
Almost messed it up. That's fine.
and we need to
Wow.
move away of
Free-
this. There's a
free
nice big
sparkles.
AoE going on.
Very wide. I have a puzzle.
Ah, I already
We're
did
gonna
it.
clear
Fuck
this.
you.
I put Ad along.
Damn, we're gonna clear this, maybe.
No, it's just dodging floor AoEs again shortly. Tank buster
Yeah.
coming up.
Oh, we're gonna have numbers in a second.
Shall I just
Hopefully
have
not
a
just
round
between us.
Oh, they're
It's
stepping
more-
some
nah.
repeated mechanics first.
It's just a normal tank swap. I'll be
Yes.
standing south, FYI, folks. Tank on the south. Be aware.
Yeah, everybody go to either B or D.
Go to your nearest, whatever your spot is.
Not you, Ron.
Well, someone. Oh. Oh, it's this one.
Yes.
Ah, I'll be fine. You'll buff out.
Oh my
I
god.
clicked swap.
Well,
What now?
Oh, I've gone to the
Think
one.
we are there.
No.
Oh no.
Just get up quickly and dodge the cracks. Oh. Precisely in the right place.
You're gonna die after this because its partner's out.
I'm totally got snapped there.
No. I refuse.
Yeah, it's
Oh, it's
partners out
cleaner
and
than the other
there's no
runs,
one
though.
there.
You said you clicked swap. Which swap did you press?
I clicked taunt. I think I might have just taunted it back onto myself.
Exactly.
So I got both the same ones. Because I thought you already had it before that. So my bad.
Exactly.
Oh well.
I think the biggest issue right now is after 11 strike, right after it, focus up a bit so we can get into position.
Yeah.
I mean, I could call out what it is, but it shouldn't be too hard to identify.
I already did it. Look at me go.
Nice
Yo,
try.
my thunder precast.
Oh no!
The poor Funza precast. Oh my god.
My deeps.
At least we're getting there. I thought it might have been a really smooth clear tonight.
No, where's the fun
but
in that?
alas, that would be far too easy.
Why have a fun clear when you could just have a really painful and long-winded one?
Do a smooth clear P10. That'll be more impressive.
Oh
No,
yeah,
I'm planning
I've
to
not
die
even played them
at
yet.
most. Oh,
take it back.
One of those would be helpful.
Oh
Ooh.
my god.
Oh, P10's annoying on Black Mage. Not a fan.
I think Black Mage
got
is
through
annoying
most
on
of that,
everything. So,
fair.
you know, anything that you have to move for, Black Mage is not good.
That's why I think that
Oh.
anyone that plays Black Mage and Savage is a magician. Also, anyone that plays with a controller is a magician.
I play controller.
You're a magician.
I'm a paladin.
No, you're a
Basically,
magician,
I mean, we summon magical swords from the sky. Basically, a magician.
Maybe I'm wrong, but don't some of them come out the floor?
No, I think they all come from the sky, don't they?
Three's
No,
almost
Confiteor
over.
comes out of the floor.
And I have not gotten. Oh wait, I have to take my
Sure.
HRT soon.
I actually don't get how people play healers with a controller.
Yeah, I
couldn't-
don't know. I don't know.
They crab claw it, you know?
I'm doing it just fine.
They
But
just
you're
spam glare, I guess.
You're better
magician.
than us, apparently.
You have control and ults. We have L1 and L2.
You see,
How's it
you want a single target heal? I gotcha. There you go. Look at that.
How do you
Well,
like go
one-
down the party list and that like?
D-pad.
I always use my
up and down
F keys.
D-pad.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
but
that
you
doesn't
could
sound
just
too
press,
shabby
like, the
though.
F keys, otherwise.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah. The pad's not as bad.
Nah, I'm just gonna stay here for now.
That was a lot. I had a lot of confidence, if you couldn't tell from my voice there.
Oh yeah,
Yo, the ley line placement, I love it.
it was perfect.
Oh, wait, I need to move it.
I'm even gonna stand on. Oh, it went now.
Oh, I've already used that, apparently.
I'm
When
even
did I
gonna
use
stand
that
on your
spell?
ley lines for you when we start.
I remember when I first started playing, I unironically thought that was a team buff, so you had to stand on it. Oh, it just speeds everybody's stuff up.
True.
Woo, look at that.
Can't wait to die personally using a paintbrush.
Or
I use
I
a paintbrush
actually
for my
can't wait
Black
to see how Pictomonster is going to work. I feel like it's going to be possibly slightly supporty, but who knows? It could be full on damage.
Here, you boss, take lots of damage. I throw ink bottle in face. Bleh.
I think it's
And
doable.
you
so I
paint
don't
an
really-
insulting picture of their mother, and they take emotional damage.
Yeah, that's called it. That's called a direct hit.
They just pass off all the old dots that they ripped from Summoner.
Over here. That's where we're supposed to be.
Yeah.
One time, I
Right,
won't
someone's
go
got
to the
one.
wrong one most of the times.
All right,
Someone's
easy
got
go.
a 2.
Pow.
I've got a freeze, so in a moment, everyone's just gonna stay away from me. Right, just don't go anywhere near me. I smell.
Rip.
Oh.
My pepperonis.
How are we alive?
What happened?
You're not.
No, think tower didn't get taken?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was
Oh.
too slow for the third tower.
That tower, like the third tower and the third spread, like you need to sprint really. It's
Because it's all about
Hey, I managed
social
it just
status.
fine.
Or
We're
rather
just
financial
anticipated.
status, to answer your question later.
You'll get it though.
People are treated different.
Once you get the timing
depending on
down,
their
as soon as
status.
the ice goes off, belt it.
And it's
I'm brand new. I
normalized.
don't know how this fight works.
Ah.
Yeah, me neither.
I know everything. It's a curse.
It's so long since I did it, I forgot.
I'm just a silly cock.
You're actually a silly sausage. Oh.
Once you
Accidentally put
find
a
the
shield on
right
myself
thing
instead
to
of,
press it.
Presence of mind. There we go, there's the silly sausage.
Oh, look at that. And then basically, just like Gordon Ramsay, that does a thing over his own food.
Where's the lamb sauce?
It's fucking raw.
You're an idiot sandwich.
A
British
classic.
icon. Or is he
To be
Scottish?
fair,
Good question.
Gordon
Don't
Ramsay
know.
has got some pretty good insults. What? What? I got Rinza.
I got no
Yo,
switch.
what the heck,
Oh
bro?
my god.
Ah, you got it, champ. You got that.
Man award. Love it.
Damn.
Exactly. I
Follow the
don't
pair
know
of tanks.
why I died. I think
Oh
I
no,
might have
our
been too
dancer!
close.
Our poor dancer!
I think I might have been
No.
too close. I think that was why.
You guys.
Sorry,
was-
DPS.
It's
Oh.
fine. I'm getting used to it.
Someone's going to just die randomly, aren't they?
Aha! I lived.
Okay, this is good.
Still alive
Almost
somehow.
good. Oh, there we go.
I salvaged it
Everything's
like
fine.
a fucking machine.
Ist.
Oh, yo. Don't like the machinists. Not a fan.
Beautiful.
Although I'm out of mana.
Oh, did you need that?
You don't
I
need
know.
mana.
Right.
Just go pew pew.
I can't
pass that way
unsee
to them.
that they look like they're running around with a Hoover.
Who looks like they're running around with a Hoover?
The machinists with some of their guns. And the dancer looks like
no,
they're
you're
carrying
going
their
to
shopping
ruin it
home.
for me now. Although, when it comes to weapons, everyone knows that the Titania ones are the best.
Agreed.
'Cause they're
That'd
so
be it.
cute. I don't even like the ultimate weapons that you can get. Like, they're not cute enough. If they brought out
Some
like
of
an
them just aren't
ultimate,
sparkly enough.
they're really not. Like, if they brought out an ultimate where they were actually really cute, like, I'd want to do the fight more.
They might do, considering that they what's it
Oh
called?
no,
Oh poo! I forgot to move.
I'm gonna try and heal
Both tanks to
free.
the east, both tanks to the west.
Hot dogs.
Oh dear.
I like a hot dog.
We'll be fine.
Alright, it's just me and you. I'm dead. Yeah.
I died.
Aw.
Good enough.
We weren't abandoned.
Oh dear. That is that's if only there was a red mage.
Oh
Yeah.
shit, that's both shields.
Yeah.
And even if I was playing something that could res bloody, I ain't alive either.
Nah, that does affect slightly.
Oh.
$15 minutes left. To clear.
No, I'm not ready.
I've
Be
mentioned,
ready.
Oh shit, you're ready now.
I've mentioned this before.
Not even in the
right?
game.
But
That
when
sounds
I
like a you
went,
problem.
Alright, well, good luck.
party
Definitely
should
sounds like a you
concentrate more.
problem.
It's a you guys problem.
Skill issue. Skill issue for not being in the game.
I don't know, someone adjust.
The game needs to adjust for you.
That just reminds me of friggin' Xeno's reaction video.
Which one?
One with
At least
the
one of the thousands, yeah.
the healer in top.
I don't think I've seen that one.
Oh, that one, the drama.
Mysterious girl.
Yeah. I saw that one. That was funny.
Aha, did it right this time.
We have it so that we do this, but occasionally someone does this. Skill issue. It's a skill issue.
It's always a skill issue.
She wasn't
Especially
wrong.
when it's me.
She wasn't wrong. She was fucking right.
No wonder we like.
I feel like I have mental skill issues.
I'm
quite
gonna tell
often.
the thing later. I'm being
Mood.
talked over.
Who doesn't?
Now they went quiet.
Det är bara
Excuse me.
Shit.
Spoke too soon.
I'm so lost right now.
Well, you're in a fight with a man with some big feet.
That's.
I literally never ever noticed or looked at the boss's feet in this fight before until
Well,
you
now
kept saying
now this
about
boss
it.
fight is ruined because you're just gonna look at his feet.
All
the
I'm
whole
going
time
to look at now
You're
is
not
the
that big.
feet. Look at those
I mean-
feet.
I mean, damn.
Look at those ankles, man.
I don't want it.
Oh,
Oh, the ankle,
lovely.
the most arousing part of the body.
Oh.
I
For some,
refuse.
it may be, you know.
Gimme. Gimme.
Why did you have
Oh
it?
my god.
Did you shirk me?
No, because you. I
There's a yes, no.
remember. I said that I didn't have the background. I thought you just taught it. Oh dear, this.
Oh no.
is-
Yeah,
Ugh.
that's I don't know. Maybe I
It's
just
hard
wanted
to
an
see a
excuse.
pattern there.
I trust you, man.
Oh my god, what is going on?
Wait, I lived.
I don't know.
There's
know
so
what you
many
guys
deaths, this is stressful.
Chattering.
I think we just like go enjoy the purple
I was gonna
essence.
say, I don't think I've got any chance of dying.
Oh yeah,
so
I mean, you might have done if we both went over there and looked at it, but we just sort of watched you die.
Fun times.
Where the fuck is my shirk button?
I don't know.
Oh, there it is.
Have you checked your butthole?
No, but it wasn't on my hotbar, so that's why I could never find it.
Uh-huh.
Skill issue.
As a tank, how have you gone without having shirk on your hotbar?
Because because I'm playing Paladin, my thing is normally so terrible compared to every other tank. I just taunt it and take it for half a second. They hit them once and take it back.
I see.
Paladin damage, baby.
I see.
Okay, well, I guess I do need to make that shirt.
That is
macro at
interesting.
some point. But I won't do it right.
As long as you've got it on your hotbar.
Yeah, doesn't mean I'm gonna remember where it is when I panic and when I need it.
Maybe I should make a macro to remind you where it is.
Remember to use Shirk. It is important tool. Yes.
Nah, just
Yeah.
use arm's length on everything.
Tempered well, best skill in the game.
It's crazy that you can get a 90 without having to use Shirk once.
Bro, imagine being a proper tank. Wouldn't be me. I'm playing Paladin.
Imagine not doing damage on a paladin. My paladin opener gives me about 19k DPS. I don't know what you're
so
on
does
about.
mine. Doesn't mean I do
Oh,
my
yeah.
opener right every time.
That sounds like
It
something
is.
that.
That's the problem. It is a skill issue, and I've just never bothered to correct the issue. Because it's no fun. What? I did it
You are
again!
far too close to each other. I think.
I'm sensing a theme here.
Oops.
I'm running out of brain cells, apparently.
Oops.
You may as well just. Oh, okay, cool.
We'll live, right?
Ah, cock.
See? We lived. It's fine. Oh, yeah.
Oh boy, I'm gonna take my HRT now.
Just gotta run the spot.
Just get it. Oh,
Oh, I got the doubles up.
I'm taking the HRT.
Have you got a your spot?
Yeah, I went to your spot because I rezzed you in mine. I thought, you know, just.
Who wants
for-
to go with me? Hey, Lucy. Oh, I'm gonna go to Lucy. Let's hope that they. Oh.
No. I'm not Lucy. What do you mean?
Oh, I don't know. I just run somewhere. I know Lucy's normally in this position.
Brain cells are diminishing rapidly.
I'm not gonna comment on that one.
We'll get it next
I'm gonna
time.
be-
Not this
Right.
one. I'm planning to die again this time.
No, you're going to
That's
do it
great.
fine this time, yeah?
That's great.
No.
This is the one. People just
The one
don't.
where
know.
we
is the
die
one
to
we're
the
going
first
to just-
mechanic.
You know.
Oh, boo! I did a preemie tincture again. Bad.
Oh,
Bad, Morgana. Bad.
9 minutes
I
left.
cannot believe it.
We're
Cannot
going
believe
back
it's not
to
bottom.
Ben.
I can't.
Literally.
It's normally margarine. That's the problem.
Margarine.
Or
is
in
just
case you, or in case
bad.
you're feeling particularly old, it's lard.
To be fair, I do like a bit of lard with some stuff. Like normally when I'm cooking it and stuff.
Yeah, normally there's always lard around, but nobody ever seems to use it. But it's always there.
You're a true Giga Chad. You use ghee.
Wait, I only
Oh,
just got a
yeah.
dance partner?
Checkmate,
Yeah, I'm
checkmate,
swapping.
checkmate, checkmate, checkmate,
Oh,
checkmate,
that's
checkmate, 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 checkmate.
Why? It just
Uh,
worked every other time before that.
I think
No,
you
it hasn't.
are you standing a bit too close to each other?
No, I was definitely far enough away that time.
Alright, time to get splattered.
Literally.
Oh,
Oh.
I'm actually gonna put
I'm
that on a
alive.
button that I can click. Is it in that one? No, not that one. No,
That
not
one.
that one either.
See,
That
I
one.
was just gonna say I don't actually do this as tank ever, obviously, because I hate tanking. But do you always have to shirk that first tank bust?
No, I've never had to before
I was gonna
tonight.
say, I don't think that you normally do.
Well, considering I've only just put shirk on my hotbar and it's worked most of the other times, I haven't
no.
had to. Where's the right
funny.
fucking button? Which of these is the right settings menu that actually takes me to the place I want to be?
Were you wanting macros?
System user
No.
macros.
Damn, it seems good that we're going into the topic of
I want you to
homelessness
tell
on
me
the
what
stream.
button your shirk's on so I can make a macro.
It's
to
not
remind
actually
you.
on a button right now. That's what's
Oh,
not
okay.
helping.
Okay.
Seems like I
Think I
picked
might
the
have-
correct
It's on
moment
button
to
on
start
my
talking
mouse.
about this on
And
the
then
stream.
we should all just make like macros
Have you been
with
here
sound effects.
yesterday? You've been here.
Oh,
yesterday,
do you want
Malaki,
just
right?
bongo
When we
to
discussed
remind you?
homelessness.
And then like, when you need to shirk, everyone just like presses
And
it.
then you bill
you
in
know.
the US. Kentucky, I
I
believe.
I remember I did figure out the bongo one once, but I can't remember what it is.
I'm gonna be discussing
God,
the
I have
toilet
so
thing
many
soon as
fucking
well.
macros. Holy shit.
Mood.
And they're
And
all
one of them is
crafting
shirt.
macros.
Oh, most of
They're
mine are
all
from like
craft
older like,
macros.
Savage raids and whatnot.
My ears.
Optionally, you can also just like, let me see.
We're gonna be talking a lot more about the problem of homelessness.
I have 3 spare slots that aren't full of crafting macros.
The Hubby Bubby stream.
Yeah, that's the thing I was trying to
We
find.
got like
couldn't remember.
6 minutes left, right?
Unless people want to go for longer.
Well, I can.
I can't do more than the 6 minutes. I've got to get off for work tomorrow.
Okay, that's fine.
I mean, that's on cooldown now, so that's not good. But you know.
Right, we've got 1 or 2 pulls.
But that will now work.
I don't think we've got to.
What did you manage to do there, Renza?
Oh no,
I'm resetting his shirk.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
I made the macro and then decided to see if it was actually working, and it was. But it's got
Okay.
a long cooldown.
Hubby Bubby stream.
It may have been back in time, but I'm not taking chances. So
Yeah. Well, it's now back. So yes. There we go. Bongos. I remember someone in the old raid 2 had figured that out like mid raid. We could use that, and then every single macro they had a bongo in it the whole time. Oh
Sounds
god.
right.
Something like that.
It was my favorite.
That efficiency.
Much
Dying pretty
efficiency.
efficient though.
Man.
Oh, we've
As
been
a
dying very
professional dyer.
efficiently this evening.
I have to splice it up into segments. I'm gonna add Destiny. When
Is there gonna be some shark action going on?
hit me up with more.
There should be.
Okay. You want
think I
more
did it.
art requests?
did.
That style you drew it in was
Oh,
very nice.
amazing.
But I did accidentally.
I've got a
We got
request for
past the
you.
first tank buster, guys.
Now
Look
you
at
have
us
to
go.
draw
Take it back, take it back, take it back.
I
Destiny
can't. My things on cool decks. I collected by accident.
and okay.
They'll be fine. Just believe.
Who does Destiny hate more now, Vosh or Hassan?
The stress.
I'll just shirk you. It's fine. There you go.
Thank
That's
you.
Destiny
Good.
hate
Good.
more
I
now.
used my thing just as you shook me. Look us go.
Lucy. Yeah.
Who does he hate more now? Vosh or Hassan? I think Hassan at the moment. Right?
When did I record this one?
You need to answer my question first. Okay, so now you have to draw Destiny and Hassan fighting over me. That's your new thing that you need to draw. Once that's done, we're gonna show it off on stream, just like we did before. And we're gonna create a lore around the drawing.
Ow.
There we go. Oh, okay. It has to be me defending Ukraine, Hassan saying something stupid about Ukraine, and Destiny defending me against Hassan. How's that?
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Or Destiny defending
for
me
the
against
child.
Hassan in a Ukraine dispute. See?
Okay, no damage going out now. We got
I
time
know
to
what's
recover.
going on.
Yeah, we got recovery. Easy.
I know what's up.
Recovery and no mana. I've got 700 mana.
Who needs mana anyway?
We got
I
lucky
need
there,
it.
but be
Who
careful
needs
not
mana?
to.
I
No,
just got given
but I
a
believe
regen
in
twice.
greater
So,
rank.
you know.
I trust in greater
We
rank.
love regen.
Gotta bust out that Umbral Soul.
Oh, that reminds me of the best dungeon I ever had of the healer who would only use regen the whole time.
I mean, to be fair, in a dungeon, I'm quite often like that.
Nah, they wouldn't use anything else. They didn't attack at all. They just used regen.
Oh.
Regen,
pro,
baby.
pro gameplay right there, you see.
It
I
really
am
was.
too.
It is over here. Whoops, that's the button I want to click.
I think I posted it. I did.
Crater Rain, are you drawing?
Everybody to your spots and partner up.
Windy outside.
Out.
Thanks for the clap.
Oh, over it.
Nice.
Oh, my shot. Ready.
You're almost done. Who knows? Maybe we'll clear now. I think I'm pretty good at drawing myself.
Don't wings this.
Everybody in the middle first. Supports go to 4.
Yeah.
DPS, you're gonna go to 1 after you bait. Alright, remember to line of sight the rock, not the boss.
Okay.
After Ravening Tank Buster swap, I'll be stood on the south, be aware.
So hungry.
Right.
now. Oh, I've got
DPS
dinner
and
still.
healers go to B and D. Tanks on A and C.
I might take some dinner, actually.
I need to shirk you for this one, isn't it?
After I provoke, yep.
Yeah.
I'll let you know when.
Oh.
I'm
It's
gonna
gonna
get dinner
overheal because I
after
just
this.
know
Vote.
things are gonna go on.
Shirk.
Let me know when you vote back after the second hit.
Yep. Provoked.
Check.
Enter
Are we need to be on our side, Anna?
Oh.
Yeah. I know just normal stuff.
Right,
There we go.
there's no kick, just dodge the mines. And
Fire.
then partner up. And out.
Chino.
Out, 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 out.
Oh, I got
Oh, we don't have LB3 either. Rip.
Ah, rip.
because of the
Ah!
We were doing good that time.
We're crawling to the
Well.
finish line.
We really are.
This is the final mech.
I thought that we were going.
Yeah,
you're not gonna
we've
go
got
to
this,
do
right?
mechanic.
This is
You just one go on the one
Almost,
marker, so
yeah.
you go on the two marker and pray.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Oh,
next time me and you, Anna, need to be on 2 after that. initial
Yeah,
roll.
that's fine. We got there fine anyway.
All right.
We had mad skills.
I'll see you soon.
Okay. Has everyone
it's
actually
a
filled in the sheet?
I'm gonna do it tonight.
I am checking this. Lucy, you need to fill in the spreadsheet.
Yes. Okay.
Good.
I will see you. Gute Nacht.
Yeah, no, I filled in the spreadsheet,
Right.
so I'll
I filled it out earlier, I believe.
let me know which day works for you. I'm gonna head off to bed now, so take care, guys.
Yeah, no worries.
Take care. Exactly.
Right. Now I need to go cap out my tone so I get another piece of gear. Woo!
Disconnect. I don't have to listen to this anymore. Okay, so we're going back. I'm gonna grab some dinner, and then we're going back to what's really important. Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro and stuff like that. That's the most important thing, isn't it? BRB. Don't go anywhere. Also go to the toilet while I'm at it. Might as well go to the toilet. Be right back. It's okay, we all love Ben and Destiny, etc.
Oh, Barry!
Oh my god, I'm back. Thank you, fake Alec Kyle Parker, for the tier 2 subscription. For yourself. We're going back to Ben, our favorite content creator. Thank you.
Ascend from the heavens of philosophical discussion of conservatism and liberalism, let's go to the pragmatic muck of politics. Trump versus Biden. Between the two of them, who was in their first term the better president? And thus, who should win if the two of them are, in fact, our choices, should win a second term in 2024? Ben?
Sure.
I cannot believe if Ben is gonna say that Trump was the better president, I'm gonna lose it.
So, in terms of actual job performance, you have to separate it into a few categories. In terms of actual performance in foreign policy, I think Trump's foreign policy record is significantly better than Biden's, the world being on fire right now being a fairly good example of that. And we can get into each aspect of the world being on fire and where the incentive structures came from and how all of that happened.
Yes, please get into it. Please explain. That is such a laughable statement. Oh yeah. Trump was so excellent at foreign policy. Remember when he met with the leader of North Korea? And was like, oh, I got us such a great deal. And then the leader of North Korea just ignored him. You remember that? Oh, yeah. I will end the war in Ukraine in 24 hours, Trump.
Happen in a moment. When it comes to the economy, I think that Trump's economic record was better than Biden's. Doesn't mean he didn't overspend. He did. He wildly overspent. But he also had a very solid record of job creation. A huge percentage of the gains in the economy went to people on the lower end of the economic spectrum. Actually, the gross income to the average American rose about $6,000 during his term. The unemployment rates were very, very low before COVID. I think that you almost have to separate the Trump administration into sort of before COVID and during COVID, because COVID obviously is a sort of a black swan event, the most signal change in
I really like the type of pen he's using.
politics in our lifetime. And so, governance during COVID is almost its own category, which we can discuss. But, in terms of foreign policy, in terms of domestic policy, I think that Trump was significantly better than Biden has been. And that's on the upside for Trump. On the downside for Biden, obviously, you're talking 40-year highs in inflation. You're talking about savings being eaten away. You're talking about everything being 20 to 30%
Foreign policy.
more expensive.
Let's go. I want
You're
to hear
talking
it.
about massive increases to the deficit, even at a rate that was unknown under Trump. The deficit under Trump raised by about a little under $1 trillion every year up until 2020. Again, 2020 was COVID year, so everybody decided that we're going to fire hose money at things. But then Joe Biden continued to fire hose money at things in 21, 22, and 23. That obviously is, in my opinion, bad economic policy. And then you get to the rhetoric and you get to the stuff that Donald Trump says. And as I've said before, my view is that on Donald Trump's epitaph, on his gravestone, it will say Donald Trump. He said a lot of shit. I think that Donald Trump does say a lot of things. I think that that is basically baked into the cake, which is why everyone who's bewildered by the polls is ignoring human nature, which is at the beginning, when you see something very shocking, it's very shocking. And then if you see it over and over and over and over for years on end, it is no longer shocking. It is just part of the background noise. Like
Ben is so intelligent. Oh my gosh. Human nature.
tinnitus. It just becomes, something that your brain adjusts for. And so do I like a lot of Donald Trump's rhetoric? No, and I never have. Do I think that that is dispositive as to his presidency? No, I do not. When it comes to Biden, again, I think he's underperforming economically. I think that his foreign policy has been really a problem. Even the things I think he's done right are, I think, Band-Aids for things that he created by doing wrong. And when it comes to his own rhetoric, you can argue that it's...
I really want them to get into the... I really want them to get into the foreign policy stuff because that should be interesting.
Grading on a curve because Trump was coming in with such wild rhetoric that just a maintenance of that wild rhetoric doesn't really change, again, the baseline. For Biden, he came in the same way that Obama did, on the sort of soaring rhetoric of American unity. I'm the president for all. Like Trump came in, and he's like, listen, I'm the president for what I am. And, I'm going to say the things I want to say. I'm beyond the toilet and I'm tweeting. We're like, okay, so that's what it is. With Biden, he came in with, I'm a president for all Americans. I'm trying to unify everybody. And that pretty quickly broke down into a lot of oppositional language about his political opponents in particular, an attempt to lump in, for example, huge swaths of the conservative movement with the people who participated, for example, in January 6th or who are fans of January 6th. The sort of lumping in of everybody into MAGA Republicans who wasn't personally signed on to an infrastructure bill with him. That sort of stuff, I think, has been truly terrible. I thought his Philadelphia speech was truly terrible. And again, I think that you do have the problem of he is no longer capable of, certainly rhetorically, unifying the country when every speech from him feels like watching Nick Wallenda walk across a volcano on a tightrope. It really is like you're just sort of waiting for him to fall. I mean, it's sad to say. I mean, the other day he was speaking for what was in effect his campaign kickoff, and this is in Valley Forge. And I mean, Jill rushed up there like off the as soon as he was done. Jill rushed up there, like she'd been shot out of a cannon to come and try and guide him away so he didn't become the Shane Gillis Roomba. And that's not really let's put it this way. It does not quiet the soul to watch Joe Biden rhetorically. Again, that's a different problem than Trump's problem. But that's my...
Oh, yes, because Trump is rhetorically brilliant. Oh, yeah. Trump is amazing rhetorically with his mumbling, bumbling, rant speeches.
Analysis.
Sure.
This is one of the areas where we get into this.
With him praising Viktor Orban as the real strongman that should be praised.
I don't understand if there's like brain breaking happening or what's going on. I don't know what world we can ever live in where we say that Trump is less divisive for the country than Biden. I think it is so...
Ben's intelligent brain broke. Brain breaking.
Patently obvious. Trump is so divisive. Like, not only does Trump make an enemy out of every person in the opposition party, he makes an enemy out of his own party and every single person around him. Like, we all watched him bully, Jeff Sessions. We all watched him bully his own party on Twitter. We all watched, like, all of these people walk away from him. Even recently, I think... the Secretary of Defense Esper and John Kelly, the Chief of Staff, were, saying, I think Trump is a threat to...
Thank you, Malaki. Thank you.
Democracy. You've got all of his prior people that were around him, some of his closest allies. You've got Bill Barr that won't co-sign a single thing that he says. You've got all these people that he used to work with that all say Trump is a horrible, evil person. He is ineffective as a leader. He doesn't accomplish anything, and he didn't. To say that Biden has failed at bipartisanship when, we've gotten the CHIPS Act, we've gotten the IRA, we've gotten the ARP, we've gotten the bipartisan infrastructure bill, when we've gotten like all this major legislation that is working in this historically divided Congress, as opposed to Trump that got us tax cuts and deficit spending. I don't understand where we ever are in this world where Biden is somehow more divisive than Trump. Even the speeches that Ben is bringing up, they always bring up. I remember that one. I think we might have even done it on our episode. The one speech that Biden gave, where at one point the background is red, and
Yeah, the Philly speech I referenced. Yeah.
and they're like, "Oh my God, it's over. This is the end." And then meanwhile, you got Donald Trump, coming into office saying things like, "If you burn the flag, you should have your citizenship revoked," or
Trump.
talking about DNC, that I'm going to investigate every single one of these media organizations for corruptness. I'm going to open the libel and defamation laws. I'm going to take all of these guys to court. You've got this weird Project 2025 stuff where is it John Paschal, I think, is talking about, we're gonna investigate all of these people and we're gonna try to throw crimes at all these people. Trump is like the most divisive president I think we've ever had in at least in my lifetime of being an American citizen. And the rhetoric from him is just, it's on a whole other level in terms of the demonization of political opponents. I mean, this is a guy that's known for giving his political opponents bad nicknames, right? Like that's what Trump does. It's funny, but even as a resident of Florida, if Florida had another natural disaster, do you think Trump would withhold aid? Because you had, I think that was one of the few nice things that DeSantis actually said about Biden was that, like, hey, listen, when the buildings collapsed in, I think that was in Miami Beach, that, for the hurricane stuff, that Biden was there. He was saying, if you guys need aid, however many billions, you can have it. Meanwhile, Trump, I think, was threatening to withhold federal funding from blue states that wouldn't, I think it had to do with the National Guard stuff, the deployment of the National Guard, that they weren't doing enough for the riots. And Trump was threatening to withhold aid from some of these blue states.
He did. True. He did.
Trump is literally the most divisive person in the world. I don't see how on any metric he is ever succeeding in the divisive category. In terms of the economy, I do think it's funny that Republicans are very keen to say that, like, well, we can't really grade Trump, post-COVID, because obviously COVID messed everything up, which is fair. But pre-COVID, what did Trump do? Yeah, he did deficit spending, tax cuts. He presided over historic low interest rates and an economy that was already like blazing past the final years of Obama. We were posting all-time highs on all the stock markets in 2013 onwards. Unemployment rates were falling. Now under Biden, unemployment rates are even lower than they were under Trump. But
discuss foreign policy. Come on, let's go. Discuss foreign policy. I want to hear it. I want to hear a discussion about foreign policy. Let's go. That's the one I'm more interested in, actually. That's the one that I'm most interested in. Oh, well. I'm sure they're gonna get into it. It's a long debate. Oh! There you go. There's a whole thing about foreign policy. Good. Israel, Russia, Ukraine. Oh, that one's gonna be good. Okay, I'm bracing myself. All right, that's gonna be a doozy. All right, let's go.
It sucks that for Trump, we can say, well, we can't really hold him accountable for 2020. That was COVID. Well, all we have for Biden is post-COVID. We don't have any pre-COVID Biden, economy. And it was the same thing for Obama, too, coming in right after the housing collapse as well. And it sucks that Republicans are able to walk out of office, having burned the entire American society to the ground economically. And now we've got to try to evaluate, okay, well, what did Obama do during his first 2 to 3 to 4 years just trying to...
Ben looks so shocked. Ben looks like... You did not just say that. You did not just say that. Ben is so...
Cover from where the housing crash left it. And then we look at Biden now, who's trying to recover from COVID. And now we're grading him on a totally different scale than what Trump is being graded on. Yeah, that sucks, I think.
We can comment on the foreign policy?
On the foreign policy, I'm going to be honest. I am very liberal. I'm very not progressive. I'll probably come off as more hawkish than others because I'm not a big fan of this. Which also, if Ben agrees, I think people like...
What? What does that mean? I hope Destiny explains what that means because I'm confused. Okay, I'm just gonna let him speak.
People like Trump are going to be the most dovish, isolationist people ever. They don't want to do anything internationally. They just want to, protect America, be at home, protect our economy, don't do anything internationally, which is why he was constantly undermining NATO and constantly,
How is isolationist progressive as opposed to how... Okay, maybe that's not the argument. Let's just...
Attacking all of the European Union and, cheering on the UK for Brexiting away from the EU. I think
Brexit
that
was
being
such a
said,
bad move.
I think that Biden has done a phenomenal job when it comes to foreign policy. I think that the coalition building was so important for Ukraine, Russia, and I'm so happy that he decided to go to our European allies and our NATO allies and try to build a coalition of people to help.
I'm so unhappy that the GOP decided to screw it all up, especially now with the aid, and tie it to the topic of the southern border, which has nothing to do with it. It's such, I don't know, the only way I can call it is disgusting.
Help Ukraine so that wasn't only the United States. Personally, especially after doing a whole bunch of research, I do tend to side with Israel over Palestine in a lot of the Israeli-Palestinian conflicts. I'm glad that Biden, while remaining a staunch defender of Israel, is trying to rein in some of the more aggressive posturing towards the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. I'm proud that Biden said, hey, listen, we're going to delay some of these attacks. Hey, listen, we are going to allow humanitarian aid here. Hey, listen, we are going to try to, not kill as many Palestinians.
I'm proud of you, Biden. I'm so proud of you, Biden.
People down there, while still, signaling that he would be a staunch supporter of Israel in the conflict, assuming the civilian casualties don't go too high. For foreign policy,
too high. There was a very bad phrasing. It made it sound like Trump actually cares about the U.S. True.
I mean, blemishes. I mean, the biggest.
I don't think isolationists are just.
One you can give to Biden is Afghanistan and the pull out there. But man, are we going to talk about, the Inspector General report that says that one of the biggest reasons why the Afghanistan pullout was so disastrous was because of the Doha Accords, where Donald Trump headed talks that didn't even include the Afghanistan army. These were disasters. Like when Biden took office, we had 2,500 troops left in Afghanistan. Like, what was the options even afforded to Biden at that point? Obviously, you've got the abandonment of the Kurds in northern Syria, for the Turkish armies to lay waste to. You talk about Iran and North Korea, although I'm not sure where Ben would land on those. But yeah, that's broadly. Yeah,
that's a lot
North
from both.
Korea and Iran were pretty big flops by Trump.
You want to pick at something where you disagree with here?
Well, I mean, there's a lot. So,
there's so much.
I want to ask a few questions on each one of these.
Yeah, sure.
So let's talk about divisiveness for a second. So there's no one who can make the case that Donald Trump is not divisive.
Yeah.
Of course, he's incredibly divisive. It's a given.
Damn.
Do you treat Biden's rhetoric with the same level of seriousness that you treat Trump's rhetoric? Or I should probably put that the other way around. Should we treat Trump's rhetoric with the same level of seriousness as Joe Biden or, say, Barack Obama's rhetoric?
I'm going to try to be concise when I say these. Broadly speaking, especially in studying Israel, Palestine, and Ukraine, Russia, I try not to take politicians at their word because sometimes they just say stuff to say stuff. I understand that. But broadly speaking, I'm going to look at the rhetoric and the actions, and I am going to grade them the same. So yes, I would hold Biden and Trump to the same standard.
Right. So my feeling is, and this is one area where, for clarification, we're going to have a division, is that I, of course, don't treat Trump's rhetoric in the same way that I treat Biden's or Obama's. He's utterly uncalibrated, and he says whatever he wants to at any given time, and it doesn't even match up with his policy very often.
Can I ask you, for our head of state, our chief executive, shouldn't rhetoric be arguably one of the most important things that he does?
I mean, the answer would be yes, and now I've been given a choice between a person who I think in calibrated ways says things that are divisive and a person who in uncalibrated ways says things that are divisive. And so the evidence that Joe Biden is divisive is every poll taken since essentially August of 2021. He is, by all available metrics, incredibly divisive. A huge percentage of Americans are deeply unhappy, not only with his performance, but don't believe he's a uniter. That's just the reality. And that may just be a reflection. I mean, honestly, we may be putting too much on Trump or Biden personally. It may just be that the American people themselves are rhetorically divided because of social media, and social media can, in fact, be a cesspool. And all
one
of that.
thing that I would ask you about that, though, is I agree, especially when you look at the favorability. But sometimes when I look at these polls, when you start to disaggregate them by party, I wonder if it's actually, is Biden historically divisive? Or I'm trying to think of a really polite way to say this. The people that like Trump worship Trump. I don't know. One of the most prescient things that Trump could have probably ever said was that I could kill someone on 5th Street and nobody would hold me accountable. So is it really that Biden is historically divisive, or is it that every single Trump supporter will always say that Trump is great and always say that Biden is bad?
The reason I would say that Biden is, in fact, historically divisive is because Republicans felt much more strongly about Barack Obama than Joe Biden, actually.
But they didn't feel as strongly about Trump as they did about, Romney or McCain. right?
In what way? I mean,
and
like,
the allegiance to Trump.
Oh no, there's certainly more allegiance to Trump than there is to Romney or McCain, largely because Trump won in 2016. But beyond that, the point that I'm making is that if you're looking at the stats in terms of divisiveness, Republicans always find the Democratic president divisive. The question is where the rest of the country is. And right now, there are a lot of Democrats who either don't agree with Biden or find him divisive. There are a lot of independents who find him divisive. So when we're comparing these things, I don't think they're leagues apart in terms of the divisive effects of what they say. Right, and I'm separating that off from like the inherent content of what they say, because obviously what Trump says is more divisive just on like the raw level. I mean, if he's insulting people as opposed to Joe Biden doing MAGA Republicans, like if I were an alien come down from space and look at these two statements, I'd say this one's more divisive than this one. But then there's the reality of being a human being in the world, and that is everyone has baked Donald Trump into the cake. And Joe Biden, again, started off with a
What a great argument, but then you have to. But have you considered that human nature?
Of being non-divisive and now has emerged as divisive. If you don't mind, I actually want to get to the foreign policy questions because this one is actually slightly less interesting to me.
Sure.
But
Well,
you're free to answer. Sure, go for
just
it.
one quick thing, I guess, like because we can say the reality of it, and we can look at opinion polls. What if we look at like legislative accomplishments? Like Biden is
Nice foreign policy. Let's go. Let's go to the foreign policy.
working on
Let's
a
go.
50-50 divided Senate. Donald Trump
Finally.
had both House of Congress and the Supreme Court and got like no major legislation passed.
Well, I mean, he did lose Congress in 2018, but
Sure, but prior to that, because we got the infrastructure bill, I think, in 1 year, which Trump promised for his entire presidency, didn't get anywhere on
well,
it.
I mean, yes, his Republican base was not in favor of mass spending on infrastructure, and neither am I. So there's that. I think that's
Sure.
mostly a state and local
But they were
issue.
in favor of mass spending for tax cuts.
That's not a
How
spend.
can you be against spending on infrastructure? How does that happen? How can a person be against spending on infrastructure? What's wrong with infrastructure?
I mean,
effectively it is, right? Like
effectively, it's not.
Well,
If you're-
against spending on infrastructure, I'm not sure if you can be called very intelligent, Ben.
if you're cutting tax receipts, but you're not changing the level of spending, like Biden did with the IRA.
I mean, again, we have a fundamental philosophical difference here. I think that when the government takes my money, that is not the government somehow being more fiscally responsible. And when the government allows me to keep my money, I don't see that as the government spending. I see that as my money, and the government is taking less of it.
Why would you be against spending on infrastructure? Like, this is ridiculous.
But at the end of the day, the government is still going to be in a deficit spending, and they're going to have to borrow money from the Treasury.
Right, we have a spending problem. In other words, not a receipts problem, is the case that I'm making. But the problem with Donald Trump is not that he lowered taxes. The United States has one of the most progressive tax systems on the planet. And in fact, if you wish to have a European-style social welfare state, what you actually need is to tax the middle class to death. I mean, the reality is that the top 20% of the American population pays literally all net taxes in the United States after state benefits and all of this.
Sure.
So if you actually wanted to have the kind of social welfare
Okay,
state...
how much does the top 20% own in relation to that? Can I get an answer to that, Ben? How much does the top 20% own in the relation of the rest 80%? I'd like to know.
seem to want to have, like Northern Europe, for example, you'd actually have to tax people who make $40,000, $50,000, $60,000.
And I don't want that. I agree with that. So
So
how do you explain the lack of legislation?
I mean,
if he's like such a uniter,
because I think the Republican Party itself is quite divided, and I think that Trump's.
But isn't that his job? He's the head of the Republican Party. He's the Republican president of the United States.
I mean, again, I don't think that Joe Biden has passed wildly historic legislation.
The infrastructure bill was the largest.
So here's the problem: if you're a Republican, the only bills that you can get consensus on tend to be bills that either that let's be real about this, that are tax cuts, because as you would, I think, agree with, when it comes to polling data, Americans constantly say they want to cut the government, and then the minute you ask them which program, they have no idea what they're right. Exactly, and so it's much harder to come up with a bill to cut things than it is to come up with a bill to add things. Which is why spending was out of control under Trump as well. But there are some Republicans who still don't want to spend on those things, right? So inherently, the task that this goes back to the first question: the task that Republicans think government is there to do is different than the task that Democrats think that government is there to do. So the way that the very metric of success for a Democratic president versus a Republican president, namely, for example, pieces of legislation passed, as a Republican, one of my goals is to pass nearly no legislation because I don't actually want the government involved in more areas of our life. I want to ask a couple questions on the foreign policy.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Wait. Real quick. Just so, for instance, like Donald Trump wanted to.
Ben wants the US to be a hellscape, it feels like.
to punish China, and he wanted to bring microprocessor manufacturing to the United States. Biden did that with legislation, with the CHIPS Act. You talk about like spending being out of control, and I mean, I can agree with that. I think anybody that looks at the numbers has to agree with that. But why not pass legislation like the Inflation Reduction Act, which is at least like spending neutral, right? Like, why are there not bills where Donald Trump could take?
Well, I mean, first of all, I think that whenever the government says something is spending neutral, it rarely materializes that way. That is not going to be a spending neutral bill.
Sure,
on
but
the
there's a
Inflation
difference
Reduction
between
Act
like
side.
at least they say it's spending neutral versus this is a $500 billion bill over like 10 years.
I mean,
right?
well, but again, I don't see a tax cut as a matter of quote unquote spending neutrality. The big problem is they keep spending, not that they are allowing me to keep the money that I earned and they did not earn. But
okay, so then just to understand, so if somebody just did massive like reductions in tax receipts, so tax cut after tax cut after tax cut, but they didn't change spending at all, you wouldn't consider that like an increase in deficit
For a
spending
day, and what do you mean? Oh, whatever.
or out of control spending. You would just say they're just tax cuts.
no, the opposite. I would consider it a wild. I would consider it a wild overspending.
Okay.
Meaning
so then
that,
was it under Trump then when he did the tax?
I mean, the deficit spending,
2017?
by the way, under Biden is way worse than it was under.
Of course, but we're in post-COVID, right?
COVID ended effectively. I mean, you live in Florida. COVID effectively ended in the state of Florida by the middle of 2021.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
even if you're a
like
vaccine fan, by like April, May of 2021, there was wide availability of vaccines, whether or not you like the vaccines.
Yeah.
And at that point, we were done.
I agree, but like we're in a post.
Ben against vaccines? I don't know even if Ben Shapiro is anti-vaccine.
Like how many trillions
Like
of
all the
dollars?
lunatics are. It was a bad line from Ben, so I can see why he wants to move on from that because it makes it sound like Republicans don't do anything. True.
Have been dumped in worldwide that are like leading to inflation, right? The inflation is like a worldwide issue right now because of the economy shutting down for a year or two. It's not like those effects are gone in 1 year, right? COVID might be gone, but the after effects of all the stimulus spending and the unemployment and everything
The
else.
definition of inflation is too much money chasing too few goods. So pouring more money on top of that makes for more inflation. That's what it does.
Sure, I agree. But like there's also the definition of when do you deficit spend is when economies are headed for recessions, right? Rather than when economies are doing really well, like they were under Trump and he was deficit spending, whereas Biden can at least make the argument that I ought to be deficit spending because the economy is heading for potential recession. Right?
So here's the thing. I don't think that the economy was actually headed for recession. In fact, if you look at the economic
Every
statistics,
economist said that it was.
No,
Every
it-
economist.
okay,
They're still
it was-
saying that there's like a recession coming, right?
right? But that was largely because of the after effects of inflation. Meaning, if you inflate the economy, what you're going to end up doing is bursting a bubble, and then when that bubble bursts, you'll get a recession. I mean, that was the basic idea, right? The question was whether you're going to get a soft landing. But if you actually look at, for example, the employment statistics or the economic growth statistics in the United States, what they look like under the last year's Obama and then Trump, I mean, this is what the chart looks like. Is it looks like this, and then it hits March of 2020, it goes like that,
yeah,
right? And then by like September, it bounces back up, right? It's a V-shaped recovery, and then it starts to peter out.
Sure,
And
a
then
lot
what
because of the American Recovery Plan, right? That Biden did as well.
I mean,
4 million jobs. Yeah.
No, I'm not going to attribute it to that because the rates of growth in job growth from September, October, November were actually very similar to the rates of job growth after Joe Biden took office. What you see is actually kind of a straight line. I mean, what the chart looks like. In any case, okay. So on the foreign policy stuff, this is getting abstruse, but on the foreign policy stuff. So the questions that I have with regard to
I really wonder what's Ben Shapiro's Ukraine position. That's going to be an interesting one to listen to
Biden on foreign policy. Very, very simple question. Do you think that the situation in the Middle East is better now than it was under Donald Trump?
Probably. That's a hard one. The factor is that I'm
It's a stupid one, actually. Because that's a stupid one. It's not a hard one or a. It's a stupid question. Like how. Like you cannot attribute things that are out of a president's control to the quality of their presidency. It's like asking, oh, so was the world situation, like was the president in the US that reigned before World War II better, or the president that reigned during World War II? When was the world in a better place? Under this president that reigned before there was World War II, or under that president that reigned when there was World War II? Huh? Think about it. That's okay. Hamas happened to attack when Biden was president. What does that have to do with the quality of Biden's presidency? That is really silly. Are we going to see the same argument with Ukraine?
making right now are like, obviously you've got the Israel-Palestinian war that's going on right now, which is kind of bad, but like broadly speaking, I'm not sure how much that affects the Middle East as much as like the collapse of Syria.
Like, how would that be even Biden's fault?
2013 Syrian civil war sent millions of immigrants throughout all of Europe, and
Which was under
Obama and continued
Right.
under Trump. Trump didn't do anything to alleviate any of the Syrian civil war.
Why did Syria end up as a preserve of Russia again?
How did Syria end up as a preserve of Russia?
Yes. Why did it end up being essentially a client state of Russia?
I know that Putin enjoys access to the ports down there. I don't know. You tell me.
I mean, the reason is because Barack Obama suggested that there was a red line that would be drawn in the face of chemical weapons use. Bashar Assad then used chemical weapons in Syria, and Barack Obama was unwilling to then essentially create consequences for Syria in the form of any sort of Western strike. And so instead he outsourced it to Russia. This is 2013, 2014.
Sure.
Right?
Do you think there might have been some hesitancy after like seeing how Libya ended up, that maybe us like intervening?
Who was
hardcore-
president during Libya?
Obama.
Yeah. I mean, like, so
Sure, but what does that have to do with anything? Though? I'm just
I mean,
saying
no,
that, like, there might have been like a mistake.
That Obama response was very not confident from Stephen. Obama?
The point that I'm making is that actually the Middle East, I mean, just historically speaking, was historically good under Donald Trump. I mean, it's very difficult to make the case that either before or after Trump were better than during Donald Trump.
Was
Like,
it
this
good?
is an
I mean,
area of,
the Syrian. I don't think that Trump contributed to the Syrian situation in improving much. I think
mean,
that
he
caught
wrecked
a lot
ISIS.
of.
He did
What?
wreck ISIS, which was in the.
I mean,
was
ISIS had been getting wrecked by the Kurds in Iraq, by every single person, by Assad's
there's
army,
why-
by Putin, by Turkey. Literally everybody was fighting against ISIS at that point.
There's a spike in violence, and then the Trump. I mean, you get credit for when you're president,
I
presumably.
think the Kurds have a pretty big bone to pick with ISIS, considering that. Well, let's not get into that right now.
I mean, things got better with ISIS under Trump.
I mean, yeah, they did. I mean,
things got worse
were-
with ISIS under Obama.
For sure.
He called them the
considering
JV
that-
squad.
Sure.
And then they became not the JV squad.
Yeah, but
and
I
then
don't
they
know
were
if
ended under
ISIS is
Trump.
originating in Syria and Baghdadi, and all of the growth of that is necessarily Obama's fault. I know that we like to say that Obama created ISIS. I don't know if you say that, but I've heard that saying a lot. I think that's a little bit simplistic. I don't think that when I'm looking at like actions that presidents have taken, the biggest criticism I have for like Middle Eastern policy is I think the Doha Accords were a disaster, and I think that's like one of the biggest blemishes that we have right now. I would also argue that moving the embassy to Jerusalem was also kind of silly, and arguably contributed to some of the conflict we see right now
No,
between
it's
Israel
actually,
and
so I'll
Palestine.
argue precisely the opposite,
Go ahead.
especially given the fact that after the movement of the
you
embassy to Jerusalem, the Abraham Accords continued to sign and actually expand. And that
you
if
would.
Donald Trump had been elected, I have no doubt in my mind that Saudi Arabia would now be a part of the Abraham Accords. In fact, that was basically pre-negotiated. And then when Joe Biden took office, Joe Biden took a very anti-Saudi stance on a wide variety of issues. The biggest single effect
That's not.
in the Middle East of Joe Biden's presidency. And again, I agree with you that not every foreign policy issue can be laid at the hands of a president. Joe Biden's main approach to the Middle East was very similar to the Obama approach, which is why the Middle East was chaotic under Obama and chaotic under Biden. And that was to alienate allies like Saudi Arabia and Israel, and instead to try to make common cause or cut deals with Iran. What that did is incentivize terrorism from Iran. What we're watching in the Middle East is Iran attempting to use every one of its terror proxies in the Middle East, and it was specifically launched in an attempt to
Wasn't Iran a big screw up by Trump?
avoid what Biden actually was trying to do, which was good, which was after 2 years of failure with Saudi Arabia, try to bring them into the Abraham Accords, right? That was what was burgeoning at the end of last year. And Iran saw that, and Iran decided that they were going to throw a grenade into the middle of those negotiations by essentially activating Hamas. Hamas commits October 7th. Israel, as a sovereign nation state, has to respond to the murder of 1,200 of its citizens and the taking
That is indeed a theory that I have heard before.
kidnapping of 240. Israel has to do that not only to go after its own hostages and try to restore them, but also to reestablish military deterrence in the most violent region of the world. Hezbollah gets active on Israel's northern border. Hezbollah is an Iranian proxy. They get active on the northern border. The Houthis in Yemen get active. These are all the only reason all this is happening at the same time is because Iran is doing this, right? And not just that, they are threatening global shipping.
Sure.
If you're talking about the effects of global supply lines, which I totally agree had a major inflationary effect on the economy thanks to COVID, right now the cost of shipping is nearly double what it was just a few weeks ago, and that is because a ragtag group of Houthi barbarians are attacking international shipping and forcing everybody to stop using the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, instead going around the Cape of Good Hope in Africa. All of that is the result of the fact that Joe Biden reoriented the United States in the very early days
Barbarians.
in favor of a more pro-Iranian stance. He appointed Robert Malley to negotiate the Iran deal, who, as it turns out, was using proxies. Many of his aides were actually taking money from Iran. The Biden administration, literally one of their first acts was to delist the Houthis as a terror organization and end sanctions against the Houthis. These are all moves that Biden made very early on. They were disastrous moves. But when it comes to domestic policy, I think he hasn't been nearly as damaging on domestic policy as he has been on foreign policy.
Sure. So just on a couple of Middle Eastern things. So one of the big things that threw the Middle East into disaster was, what we are all traumatized by it now, was the Iraq invasion, which happened under a Republican president.
Sure.
Agree with that, right?
Sure.
Yes. The deposition of Saddam Hussein and everything that followed after probably contributed more to the growth of ISIS and the destabilization of that entire region, probably more than anything else. I think that prior to Bush, for Clinton, and even at the beginning of Bush's presidency, we were on some kind of road to normalcy with Iran, which I think has to happen, whether we like them or not, until Bush, for whatever reason, decides to throw Iran into the axis of evil.
I need some evidence that we were on a road to normalcy with Iran in the 1990s.
We do in the wait, what?
That we were on a road to normalcy with Iran in the 1990s.
My understanding is that, from the late 90s and prior to the axis of evil labeling of Iran, that there was going to be some path forward to where we could start to normalize relationships with them.
I find that very difficult to believe, and I don't see a lot of evidence. I mean, we can just disagree on that.
Sure. We can disagree on that. But I know that once they got thrown into
the after effects, just quick note, the after effect of the Iraq War that was the most devastating was the increase in power of Iran.
I agree. Yeah, because of the destabilization of Iraq and Iraq not having a government there that was functional for at least a decade,
and was in fact a Sunni government, right? Originally, it was a Sunni government. Disbanding the Sunni army was one of the worst things that the Bush administration did.
Banning all the former Ba'ath parties,
sectarian,
all horrible under a Republican president. But
don't disagree.
That that probably contributed more to ISIS, to the growth of power in Iran, maybe even to the destabilization of Syria, probably more than anything that Obama did. Also, when we look at Iran funding people in the region, I don't disagree with that as well. I think Iran is the #1 instigator of bad guy things right now in the Middle East. Iran, the IRGC, I supported when Donald Trump killed Soleimani. I think that was a great thing. I think that Iran is a major problem. However, I don't know if the path forward is constantly being a belligerent to Iran or trying to figure out some road to normalcy. I don't know if the collapse of Iran or the destruction of that country, considering how unpopular the Ayatollah even is there, like the citizens of Iran, I don't think are big supporters of the government there.
Ally to Russia in the war.
I feel like moving on a path where, let's do our nuclear inspections. We had that Iranian nuclear deal that Trump pulled out of. Let's do the nuclear inspections. Make sure you're not on a way to nuclear weapons. Let's unfreeze some funds. Let's move in some direction where we get on a good term with you. I feel like that's
I'm not sure if that's the right way to go right now. I'm actually not so sure if it's the best way to go to try to normalize things with Iran. Because Iran's going to be friendly with the US, and at the same time it's going to support Russia in its invasion in Ukraine? I'm not, with drones and weapons? I don't know. I don't know about that, These things are pretty intertwined, it feels.
The most important
We cannot ignore this aspect that Iran is supporting Russia.
thing that needs to happen in the Middle East. As much as people like to look at the Abraham Accords, who cares if what was it? Bahrain, I think Oman, I think
UAE,
Sudan,
Morocco,
the UAE and Morocco, are like all of these people. Even Saudi Arabia already have like de facto normalization with Israel anyway. They're all trading.
No, this is. I mean, to pretend that anybody even.
I don't think so. Wait, hold on. No, Saudi Arabia does not have a normalization with Israel, as far as I know. I don't even know if Saudi Arabia formally accepts Israel. I'm pretty sure that was part of the agreement that Saudi Arabia would recognize Israel, and I don't know.
15 years ago.
I don't know if we could talk about normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia. I'm not so sure.
Would have been talking about normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel is insane.
They
were
already on that path.
They
had already been they were already de facto trading partners with each other.
They
had already been collaborating and doing
things. That's a wild claim that Israel and Saudi Arabia were going to normalize 15 years ago.
15 years ago might have been a wild claim. But after Turkey, after Jordan, and then in the past 20 years of economic relations and ties with each other, all of the leadership in the Middle East, and you'll agree with this, look at Israel and they go, okay, well, we've got Palestinians who, God bless them, do nothing, and then you've got Israel, which is on on a region with no natural resources to somehow become like an economic giant. They're good to trade with. Their population is educated. They, have military power. All of the leadership in these Middle Eastern countries are wanting to be friendly with Israel and are engaging in trade de facto with Israel. And the idea that like the UAE and Bahrain were brought in to say like, oh, well, now we're going to officially say this. I just
those were the first steps toward obviously the formation of a new Middle East in which economics would predominate over sectarian conflict. The chief obstacle to that is Iran.
I agree.
The notion that negotiations with the Ayatollah were going to be a solution to any of this is,
but do we think
absolutely benighted.
Is it the Abraham Accords that's convincing Saudi Arabia to take a stance against Iran?
No, I mean, Saudi Arabia.
They're already fighting. They're already fighting with each other, right? Like, I don't think the Abraham Accords moved us any closer towards any type of real peace in the region.
No, the point
what has to happen is something has to happen with Iran. There has to be some diplomatic bilateral communication there.
No, what has to happen is the containment of Iran, which was what was what was taking place with the increased normalization with the Sunni Arab world and Israel, combined with significant economic sanctions. The notion that there's this far-fetched notion in foreign policy circles that diplomacy can sort of be wish cast out of thin air. That if you sit around a table, that you can always come to an agreement with somebody. The Ayatollahs do not have common interests with the United States. They do not. And this idea that they are willing to take money in exchange for example, some sort of peaceful acquiescence to Israel's existence is obviously untrue.
Hasn't that been the case, though? That you've had a region with tons of sectarian violence for a long time, and then finally Turkey was like, you know what? This isn't worth it. The United States paid them a lot of money. They had conversations with Israel. And you know what? The economic gain.
Well, I mean, but we also have regions when that has historically failed time and time again. So it depends on the region. It depends on the country. Okay, send it to me. It depends. I don't think there is a fast and hard rule about this.
I mean, the relation. I mean,
same thing with Jordan. Same thing with
not getting into Turkish politics, but but the situation with Turkey was actually quite warm between Israel and Turkey in the 90s when you had the sort of secular Muslim regime
in the 90s, but they signed
Kemal Ataturk in place, and now Erdogan has joined in the fray, and Erdogan is significantly more radical than what came before.
So sorry. If I said Turkey, I meant Egypt. My bad.
Yeah. Okay. So
Egypt. Yeah.
Right. So
like, in terms of like Egypt and Jordan, right, were the first two.
You need
big ones.
So here's the thing. You need. Is it possible that you could theoretically come to a deal with Iran only with a new leadership crew? Okay, this is true for every peace agreement in the region. You could not. Israel could not have made peace with.
Well, they made peace with Egypt, and Sadat was the leader for Yom Kippur, right?
He did not make peace with Nasser. Right.
Sure.
The point is that this is a different regime. You need a different regime.
But I'm saying the same regime that did the part of the Yom Kippur War was the same regime that negotiated peace with Israel.
I mean, that's true. It is also true that that is a relationship that could be cultivated specifically because.
What are we talking the whole thing about Israel-Palestine? Interesting. Apart from this. And then Russia, Ukraine.
It was Sadat who made clear he was going to come to the table. Have the Iranians ever made clear that they would come to the table over, for example, the existence of the state of Israel?
No.
I mean, that is not a thing that's going to happen.
But I think people probably felt the same.
Every single one of their proxy groups, every one of them, not only calls for the destruction of the state of Israel, they also call for the destruction of America. I mean, this is literally the Houthi slogan. They're busy hitting ships, and their slogan is literally Allahu Akbar, death to America, death to the Jews, death to Israel. It doesn't fit on a bumper sticker, and it's not all that catchy, but that is in fact their slogan. The notion that the regime that propagates that is going to be approached with diplomacy is not only wrong. The problem is that it's easy to say that the stakes of diplomacy are okay. So we try to talk, right? Jaw is better than war. Sure. The only problem is that in the Middle East, weakness is taken as a sign that aggression might be an appropriate response. That is how things work in the Middle East. And the fact that that Joe Biden came into office with an orientation toward continuing the Obama policies in Iran has led to conflagrations, these sort of brush fires breaking out everywhere that Iran has borders with either the West or Israel or both, right? Any place that's happening is leading to brush fires because, again, the logic of violence in the Middle East is not quite the logic of violence in other places in the world. By the way, I think the logic of violence in the Middle East is actually closer to what most international politics looks like than we wish that it were. I mean, I think that's part of what's happening in Ukraine as well.
So you think
which brings me, by the way, here's my question about Ukraine.
Sure. Well, just real quick, and then you can answer this one now. So you think that for Iran...
Oh, he was going to get into Ukraine. Nice.
right? A country that has been sanctioned for God knows how many years now. Do you think that for Iran, just continuing to sanction them and contain them is an effective way, is more effective than trying to engage them in bilateral or multilateral peace talks?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
And the proof is in the pudding.
Before we go to Ukraine, can I ask about Israel? So you're both mostly in agreement, but what is
I don't know if I'd say that. But...
Okay, but as I'm learning, what is Israel doing right? What is Israel doing wrong in this very specific current war in Gaza?
I mean, frankly, I think that what Israel's doing wrong is if I were Israel, okay, like, again, America's interests are not coincident with Israel's interests.
If I were Israel, I would have bombed them more, says Ben. This is such a great drawing. I have to show it off later. I'm gonna be right back. I have to fetch something, but I'm gonna be right back, okay? I'm gonna be right back with you. Don't go anywhere. I think President Sunday is streaming, by the way. Let's see. Let me check something, okay? One moment. Oh, damn. Oh god, Destiny does not know his geography once again. I mean, oh, I liked it a lot. Thank you, Greater Rain. I loved it. It's more than like, it's love. It's love at first sight. Also, welcome back, Karasu. I'm gonna be right back. Back with water. So, you know what to do.
If I were an Israeli leader, I would have swiveled up and out and knocked the bleep out of Hezbollah early.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
So I would have. Yoav Gallant, who's the defense minister of Israel, was encouraging Netanyahu, who's the prime minister, and the war cabinet, including Benny Gantz. So whenever people talk about the Netanyahu government, that's not what's in place right now. There's a unity war government in place that includes the political opposition. The reason I point that out is because there are a lot of people politically who will suggest that the actions Israel is currently taking are somehow the manifestation of a right-wing government. Israel currently does not have a quote-unquote right-wing government. They have a unity government that includes the opposition. In any case, Yoav Gallant was urging in the very early days of the war that Israel should turn north, and instead of hitting Hamas, they should actually take the opportunity to knock Hezbollah out, because Hezbollah is significantly more dangerous to the existence of the state of Israel than Hamas. I actually agree with that. As far as what Israel has been doing wrong in the actual war, I mean, I think that again, from an American perspective, I think that Israel is doing pretty well. From an Israeli perspective, if I were Israeli, I would actually want Israel to be less loose about sending its soldiers in on the ground level. So Israel's attempting to minimize civilian casualties, and the cost of that has been the highest military death toll that Israel has had since the 1973 Yom Kippur War. I mean, I personally know, through 1 degree of separation, 3 separate people have been killed in Gaza. And that's because they're going in door to door. It's because they're attempting to minimize civilian casualties, and they're losing a lot of guys in this particular.
I mean, yeah, civilian casualties should be minimized. Like you're talking about it as if it was a bad thing. Oh, we're losing a lot of guys because they're trying to minimize civilian casualties. Well, tough. That's tough, Ben. Civilian casualties should always be limited as much as possible. Like what?
In this particular war.
That's so tough, Ben.
Yeah,
That's so
the
difficult for you. So Ben just wants more dead civilians. I mean, that is certainly how he came off.
That Israel has had, historically speaking, is that Israel got very complacent about its own security situation. They believed the technology was going to somehow...
Complacent is one way to put it. But there were reports that an attack like this would happen and they were ignored. So it's more than complacent. I don't think complacency is the word that I'd use here. All things considered.
Correct for the hatred on the other side of the wall, that okay, so our people have to live underground for 2 weeks at a time while some rockets fall, but at least it's not a war. And that complacence, bred what happened on October 7th. So to me, what Israel did wrong was years and years and years of complacence and belief in an Oslo system that is at root a failure, because you cannot make a peace agreement with people who do not want to make peace with you. So that's what I think Israel is doing wrong. I have a feeling there's going to be wide divergence on this point.
Maybe. In terms of broadly speaking, I generally oppose settlement expansion. Is a thing that Israel does incorrectly that I think is kind of like provocative to at least all the Palestinians in the West Bank, and it probably energizes hatred in the Gaza Strip for them as well. In terms of conducting warfare, the one thing that I always say to everybody, especially Americans, is you can't evaluate things from an American perspective. It's very stupid. It happened a lot with Ukraine, where people are like, oh, well, didn't they work with the Nazis? And like, weren't the Soviets the good guys? And it's like, well, in other parts of the world, it's not quite as simple. And I think the same is true for Israel-Palestine, that a lot of Americans will analyze the conflict as just being one between only Israel and Palestine, which it's not. It's a conflict between Israel and then Palestine, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Iran. Right now it is. I think that however, one area where I'll break with Ben is I think that minimizing civilian casualties and everything is very, very, very important. I think on the Israeli side, I don't...
True. It is important.
think it's important so that the U.S. will stay with them, because I think the U.S. is probably going to stick with Israel as long as they don't do anything crazy. And I don't even think it matters for the international community. It definitely doesn't matter for the UN, because Jesus Christ. However, I think it's really, really, really important that I think that in the Middle East, broadly speaking, I think that leadership, especially in the Gulf, has gotten over the Palestinian issue. I think that leadership is kind of like they don't care as much anymore, but the populations still care quite a bit. And I think that the main issue that Israel could run into is if the civilian death toll does climb too high, and if they start to hit this 40, 50, 60,000 number of civilian casualties, they run the risk of the civilian populations in the surrounding Middle Eastern states becoming so antagonistic towards Israel that they start to take steps back towards normalization in the region. So for instance, I know that Bahrain, I think, already pulled out their ambassador to Israel. My guess is going to be it's temporary. I know that on the public speaking side, you've got a lot of people condemning Israel for the attacks. And on the private side, you've got people telling Israel, please kill all of Hamas because this is untenable and nobody wants to work in this situation. I don't know if this ended up being true or not. I'm guessing it didn't, but I saw on a couple of Twitter accounts it was leaked that potentially Saudi Arabia was considering installing a government in the West Bank that they would run.
No, I mean, I think Israel would love nothing better than that, but that is
For
not
sure,
something the
yeah,
Saudis...
okay.
One of the big problems in the Middle East is literally no one wants to preside over the Palestinians.
Yes.
No one.
So
in the
I think
Arab
that-
states, Israel, no one.
Yeah. So I think the issue...
The death toll is already high destiny. I mean, it is. It is unacceptably high.
And I think, and I'm largely actually, I'm very sympathetic towards the Palestinians because I think that for since 48 and onwards, I think that all of the Arab states super gassed them up on that. They wanted the Palestinians to fight because they wanted to fight with Israel. However, as time has gone on and they've realized that it's kind of a lost cause, states have started to drop out. So you're getting these bilateral peace treaties with.
I don't really think the bordering countries really cared about Palestinians ever. It doesn't feel like that. Especially since like Jordan just annexed the West Bank, right? When it had the chance.
Egypt and with Jordan, you're getting multilateral agreements like the Abraham Accords. And now the Palestinians are looking around and like, okay, well, you guys told us to fight all this time. And now the only people that we have supporting us are Iranian proxies. So the Palestinians are in a very weird spot where they've like lost all their support. I think that Israel, what I would say to be quote unquote critical of Israel is Israel needs to take strong steps towards peace that probably involves them enduring some undue hardship. So not the October 7th attacks, because Jesus, that's way too much, but, other types of, attacks that they might have to deal with that might cause some civilians to die that they don't come out over the top with and retaliate with if there's ever going to be peace in that region. However, another thing that I've always said is a huge problem between Israel and Palestine is I think that both sides think that if they continue.
I'm surprised Destiny is not giving his take that he usually gives, that ceding ground to any of the sides necessitates destroying the other. But then again, he can say that when talking to Ben Shapiro, can he? It's not exactly something that he can say.
To fight, it will be good for them. But the problem is one side is delusional. I think Israel wants to continue to fight because they get justifications for the annexation of the Golan Heights. They get justifications for expansions, especially into Area C, that I think they're probably going to try to annex soon. They get justifications for the increased military posturing towards the Gaza Strip and the embargoes. And Israel is right that if the conflict continues, really the situation only improves for Israel over time. But the Palestinians also all believe that if they keep fighting, they thought this since 2000 under Arafat, that if they just keep fighting, they'll get better gains too, but that's not the case.
Is there a difference between Palestinian citizens and the leadership when you say that?
I love all people. I love all people around the world. And I think that when we analyze issues, I think that we have to be very honest with what the people on the ground think. And the idea that Hamas is just this one-off thing in the Gaza Strip is not only incorrect with the situation on the ground, it's also incredibly ahistorical. And the idea that like the Palestinians in the West Bank, of which I believe the most recent polling shows, I want to say 75 to 80% support the October 7th attacks. Palestinians in general want to fight in violent conflict with Israel. That's not just the position of the government. That's not just people. There's a reason why Abbas doesn't want to do elections in the West Bank. And it's because the Palestinian people really do want to fight with Israel. But to combat that problem is like, you have to get the UN on board. We've got to do an actual addressing of the Palestinian refugee problem, which is handled like a joke right now. Iran has to be brought to the table in terms of negotiations. There has to be huge efforts made to economically revitalize these like Palestinian areas, even though they're one of the highest recipients of aid in the world. You have to do something about the embargo and the blockade in the Gaza Strip, which isn't just maintained by Israel. It's also maintained by Egypt. You should ask why. There's a lot of things that have to happen to fix that problem. But the reality is I don't think Israel really wants to, because they get to continue their expansion into the West Bank, and I don't think anybody around the world really cares that much. So in a month we won't be talking about it.
I will argue with that. The idea that Israel does not want to end the conflict is belied by the history of what just happened with the Gaza Strip. So when we talk about settlements, for example, Israel did have settlements inside the Gaza Strip. There were 8,000 Jews who were living inside the Gaza Strip in Gush Katif up until 2005. They withdrew all of those people. I mean, took them literally out of their homes. And the result was not the burgeoning of a better attitude toward the state of Israel with regard to, for example, the Palestinian population in Gaza. In fact, it was more radical in Gaza than it was in the West Bank. The result was obviously the election of Hamas, the October 7th attacks, in which unfortunately many civilians took part in the October 7th attacks. There's video of people rushing who are civilians and dressed in civilian clothing into Israeli villages.
Not always the same thing.
Well, no, that is 100% true, obviously. And when it comes to Area C and Israel's supposed deep and abiding desire for territorial expansion in Area C. Area C, so for those who are not familiar with the Oslo Accords, and again, this is getting very abstruse, but the Oslo Accords are broken down into 3 areas of the West Bank. Area A is under full Palestinian control. That'd be like Jenin and Nablus, the major cities, for example. There's Area B, which is mixed Israeli-Palestinian control, where Israel provides some level of military security and control. And then there's Area C. And Area C was like to be decided later. It was left up for possible concessions to the Palestinian Authority if the Oslo Accords had moved forward. Those are disputed territories. There is building taking place in Area C by both, actually, no one talks about this, but by Palestinians as well as Israelis. And the question as to whether if Israel stopped building, there have been many settlement freezes in the past, including some undertaken by Netanyahu. And it actually has not done one iota of good in moving the ball forward in terms of actual negotiations. Again, the biggest problem is that the leadership for Palestinians has spent every day since really 67. It's not even 48, because between 48 and 67, Jordan was in charge of the West Bank and Egypt was in charge of the Gaza Strip. And at no point did either of those powers say, hey, maybe we ought to hand this over to an independent Palestinian state, which was originally the division that was promoted by the UN partition plan in 47. Because of that, the leadership post 67 and really starting in 64, the Palestine Liberation Organization was founded in 64, and it called for the liberation of the land. In 64, they had the West Bank and they had the Gaza Strip. So they're talking about Tel Aviv. When it was founded in 64, the basic idea, as kind of indicated by that, was Israel will not exist. And that was a promise that's been made by pretty much every Palestinian leader in Arabic to the people that they are talking to. Yasser Arafat famously would do this sort of thing. He'd speak in English and talk about how he wanted a 2-state solution, and then he'd go back to his own people and say, this is a Trojan horse, and we're going to... If Israel could, if you think that Israeli parents want to send their kids at the age of 18 to go and monitor Jenin and Nablus and be in Khan Yunis, you're out of your mind. You're out of your mind. Israelis do not want that. In fact, Israelis didn't want that so much that they allowed rockets to fall in their cities for full-on 18 years in order to avoid sending soldiers en masse back into the Gaza Strip.
True, but I think Israel does want to continue to expand settlements into the West Bank, right? They want to continue to build. They want to have all of Jerusalem, East Jerusalem as well.
Well, I mean, East Jerusalem has already been annexed. So East Jerusalem is, according to Israel, a part of Israel. That's not a settlement.
Sure.
Okay, so there's that. With regard to, does Israel have an interest in expanding settlements in the West Bank? Why would they not until there's a peace partner?
Sure, that's what I mean. But I'm saying as long as the conflict continues, because even when you talk about
but your suggestion is that they're incentivizing the conflict to continue so they can grab more land.
Well, no, let me be very clear. I don't think there's like a plan. So some people say, for instance, they'll take that one quote from Netanyahu and they'll try to say that he was funding the people in the Gaza Strip by allowing Qatari money to come in, even though he was actually speaking in opposition to Abbas, allowing the Gaza Strip to fall for Netanyahu to clear it out for him and they give it back, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not claiming those theories. I'm just saying that I think that Israel would take a relatively neutral stance towards conflict enduring, because as long as the conflict endures and as long as the settlements can expand, I think that ultimately benefits Israel.
I think there would be let's put it this way. If suddenly there arose among the Palestinians a deep and abiding desire for peace, approved by a vast majority of the population with serious security guarantees, I think you'd be very hard-pressed to find Israelis who would not be willing to at least consider that in return for not expanding bathrooms in Efrat.
There are less people right now in the chat than yesterday.
I would have agreed with you on October 6th. I think we're probably a year or two away from that right now.
But the point I'm making is that Israelis now realize that the entire peace process was a sham, meaning the people who are on the other side of the table were using it as a Trojan horse in the first place. The death of Oslo is not the death of Israeli hopefulness. It's the death of the illusion that on the other side of the table was anyone worth bargaining with. That's what's happening. And that's why you have this sort of insane disconnect right now between the United States and the Israeli government. Again, it's a unity government. No one in Israel is talking about making concessions to the Palestinian Authority for a wide variety of reasons, including the fact that Mahmoud Abbas's Fatah continues to pay actual families of terrorists who kill Jews.
Sure, the Martyr Fund, yeah.
Right, and
which is from the moderate West Bank.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So, again, the taste in Israel for this is even the people who are the Chilonim, right? Those are the most secular people in Israel, which was, by the way, the place that was attacked on October 7th. I mean, what people should understand is that October 7th was not an attack against settlements in the West Bank. It was an attack on peace villages that were essentially disarmed. And many of these people who were killed were peace activists who were literally trying to work with people in Gaza to get them jobs. I mean, it's just, it's mind-boggling. That's why you've had this ground shift in Israel. The next 20 years in Israel is going to be about security and economic development, period, end of story. Everything else goes second, third place.
And I will say, I agree essentially with everything you're saying. not to loop back on another topic, but this is one of the reasons then why I was so critical. I don't want to say critical, but like kind of nonchalant about the Abraham Accords, because they didn't address anything with the Palestinians whatsoever. They brought
No,
in
but
countries that weren't super relevant to the conflict. They didn't bring in Qatar, which is
I
where
don't think Destiny, Ben Shapiro, Israel-Palestine discussion is going to be all that interesting.
a lot of the money and support for the Gaza Strip comes from. They didn't involve Iran at all. They involved bilateral.
No,
peace
but it
agreements
totally
that
changed the mentality. And this is why what I'm seeing right now, this is why, listen, I think
Sure.
that Biden has done better than I certainly expected him to do in terms of support for Israel. Like
Okay.
Obama was way less supportive of Israel
For
than
sure.
Biden
The
by
Ukraine
every
discussion.
metric. With that said, the rhetoric that he's been using recently in the
I don't
Blinken
even know what Ben Shapiro's stance on Ukraine is.
have been using recently about Israel needs to make painful concessions for peace. Recentering this issue at the center of relations in the Middle East is doomed to failure. The magic is a strong word. The benefit of the Abraham Accords was proof
The magic.
of what you're saying, which is true, which is that all of these surrounding countries, in reality, have abandoned the idea that there's a centrality to the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. That is not the central conflict in the Middle East. And by the way, one of the reasons it's not the central conflict in the Middle East is because actually, ironically, because of the rise of Iran, right? It's Sunni states that are largely signing up with Israel because they're realizing they need some sort of counterweight to a
They're essentially the same, except Shapiro is more openly racist. Destiny, but they don't really seem to disagree. So it's like, you know.
burgeoning nuclear power in Iran.
Can we talk about Ukraine?
Sure.
You have
why
a
not?
disagreement.
But Destiny position is, yeah, it's basically the same. Yeah.
With you, with what
So
Destiny
now
said.
I wonder what the disagreement will be, if there will be a disagreement on Ukraine. Like, again, I don't know what Ben Shapiro's position on Ukraine is, but we are about to see. We're about to see.
Said.
My main problem with Biden's policy with regard to Ukraine is that
Okay.
he outsourced the end goal of the war to Zelensky early on. Now, that might make sense
What
if
does that mean?
that goal were something that he was willing to fund to the point of achievement.
He is. Biden is willing to fund the goal to the point of achievement. The problem is that the GOP isn't, and is tying funding it to the point of achievement to the southern border issue. You know, your guys, your friends, you're a conservative, so your buddies are the ones that are blocking the funding till its conclusion. Biden is willing to fund it till its conclusion. He said he'd even wanted to do concessions on the whole border thing. But now there are also people in the GOP that are saying we shouldn't allow funding for Ukraine, period, because if we do, it'll be a win for Biden, and we don't want to win for Biden because, you know, the presidency is coming. So what is even being said here? Hello. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what Destiny says here. Destiny is a lot better on Ukraine than on Israel Palestine. That's why maybe we'll agree on this.
Or if Zelensky could have achieved it on his own. But right
What do you mean by on his own?
now, and this has been true since pretty early on in the war, this point Henry Kissinger made, that pretty early on in the war, it was very clear that, for example, Crimea was going nowhere. The Russian.
How was that clear from early on in the war? What? How was that clear early on in the war that Crimea wasn't going nowhere? Where did... How did you get to that conclusion? Like, Ukraine has launched pretty successful counteroffensives.
Had control of Crimea, barring the United States giving permission to fly F-16s over Crimea. Nothing was going to change over there. The same thing was true in most of the Donbass, right, in Luhansk and Donetsk. That was not going to change. Zelensky's stated goal, and you understand it, he's the leader of Ukraine, right, is that there was a predation on his territory in 2014, and that the Russians sent their little green men across the border, and then they took all of these areas. And so he, as the leader of Ukraine, is saying, okay, I want all of that back. Now, the reality is that the U.S.'s interests had largely been achieved in the first few months of the war, meaning the revocation of the ability of Russia to take Ukraine and just ingest it, and two, the devastation of Russia's military capability.
The war is still going, Ben. It's still not decided. It's still not a decided war, Ben. If all aid stops, Russia could still win. You do realize that, right, Ben?
Ability. I mean, Russia has just been wrecked. I mean, their military is in serious.
It's not been. Ben is just talking as if Russia is already, as if the war was in past tense. Oh yeah, Russia's been wrecked. It's over. The war is basically over. You know, the war is ended. We can all just relax now. It's so over. No, it's not over.
Straits because of the war in Ukraine. From an American perspective, I'm very much pro all of that. I think that we have an interest in Ukraine maintaining a buffer status against a territorially aggressive Russia. I think that the United States does have an interest in degrading the Russian military to the extent that it can't threaten the Baltic states or threaten.
I mean, it's not there right now. Should the war go not well in Ukraine, it can very well then move on to threaten the Baltic states, including Poland,
Kazakhstan, or other countries in the region. The problem I have with Biden's strategy is, as always, I think that it's a muddle, and I think muddles tend to end with misperceptions. War tends to break out and maintain because of
You're pushing a misconception here that Russia is wrecked. Ukraine is running out of ammunition, and Russia's pushing. What do you mean?
Misperception of the other side's strength, the other side's intentions, and all of the rest. People misperceive what's going to happen. They say, I'll cross the
You're misperceiving what's going to happen right now.
line and nothing will happen, right? This is what Putin thought. He thought, I'll cross that line. They'll greet me as a liberator. And because the United States just surrendered in Afghanistan, essentially, they won't do anything. And the West is fragmenting because NATO's fragmenting and all the rest of this. And obviously, he was wrong on all of those scores. The problem for Biden is that as
GOP is the problem for Biden. Your party is the problem for Biden, Ben. That's the biggest problem.
With virtually every war, no end line was set. And so it became out recently, it was widely reported, that actually there was a peace deal that was on the table in the
No,
first.
that's bullshit. No, come on. Are you really gonna push this? Are we gonna listen to this again? The infamous... Oh god, we're gonna listen to this mythical deal again.
Few months that Putin was on board with, that basically would have ceded Luhansk and Donetsk and Crimea to Russia in return for solidification of those lines, American and Western security guarantees to Ukraine, right? Ukraine wouldn't formally join NATO, but there would be security guarantees.
Oh yeah, because those security guarantees historically have worked so well, especially after Ukraine has given up its nuclear arsenal. Oh yeah, those security guarantees have worked so well historically. Ukraine should just believe in it once again.
To Ukraine. We're ending up there anyway. It's just taking a lot more money and a lot more time to get there.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And do you think Trump would have helped push that peace?
He would have ended it in 24 hours, for sure.
Yes, and I think that Biden actually did Zelensky a bit of a disservice because Zelensky knows where this war is going to end, and it's not going to end with Luhansk and Donetsk and Crimea in Ukrainian hands. It's just not going to, and he knows that. What actually, in my opinion, Zelensky needed was for Joe Biden to be the person who foisted that deal upon him so that he could then go back to...
That is... Wow. Ben is horrible on Ukraine. I should have expected that.
his own people and say, listen, guys, I wanted all those things, but the Americans weren't willing to allow me to have all those things. And so we did an amazing job. We did a heroic job in defending our own land. We devastated the Russian military, even though no one expected us to. But we can't get back those things because it's unrealistic to get back those things because America, basically, they're a big funder and they're the ones who want the deal. Instead,
Ben knows nothing of Ukraine. Nothing. What? This feels like La La Land.
said what Biden said, and this was reported in the Washington Post last year. The Biden administration said, we're going to fight for as long as it takes with as much as it takes. And when they were asked until when, they said, whatever Zelensky says. And that's not a policy. That's just a recipe for a frozen conflict with endless funding. Now, it may be that Putin has walked away from the table and that deal is no longer available. If that deal is available right now, I certainly hope that's being pursued behind closed doors. My main critique, again,
You know nothing about. Oh my god.
of Biden is that when you outsource the end goal,
Yes, totally. With the genocidal regime of Russia, there should be like this. Oh yeah, for sure. That is totally what should happen. Totally.
to another country without stating what America's interest is, that's a problem. I also think that Biden did.
I really hope to hear some pushback here because I mean Destiny has been pretty good on Ukraine, so I'm expecting some pushback here. Wokeism. Monogamy versus open.
Really quite a poor job of sort of explaining what America's realistic interests are. I don't like it when American leaders, it's weird for me to say this, but I'm not a huge fan of the we're in it to protect democracy kind of rhetoric, because frankly, we are allied with many, many countries that are not democracies, and that's not actually how foreign policy works. We should, as an overall, 30,000-foot goal, advance democracy and rights where we can. But the reason that we were fighting in favor of Ukraine, and when I say fighting, I mean giving them money and giving them weaponry. The reason that we were doing that in favor of Ukraine is not because...
Well, U.S. is not doing that right now, thanks to the GOP ban. So yeah, so no, the U.S. is actually not giving money to Ukraine right now, thanks to your political party.
Ukraine's long history of clean voting and non-corruption. The reason that we were doing that is to counter Russian interests in the region. I mean, it was a pure realpolitik play. And that real
irrelevant to reasoning.
Politic play is hard to deny no matter what side of the aisle you're on. I think that what many Americans are reverting to is we have no interest there. Why are we spending money there and not spending money here and that kind of stuff? And that argument
it's a very bad argument considering how the budget spending works.
Always be applied unless you actually articulate the reason why it is good for Americans beyond simply the ideological for the United States to be involved in a thing. So,
and yeah, it is good. A lot of the aid money went back to the U.S. economy. That's a point that is being often overlooked. Maybe Destiny here is gonna talk about it a bit.
So, for example, I think right now, when Biden is talking, I think that what Biden just did, the United States, as we speak, is striking the Houthis. I think that that's a really, really good thing. I think that's a necessary thing. I think American people should understand why that is happening. It's not because of quote unquote ideology. It is, I mean, on a very root level, but really it's because you're screwing up the straits. I mean, you can't do that. You can't screw up free trade. And Americans have an interest in not seeing all of our prices at the grocery store double and triple because a bunch of ragtag pirates, akin to the Barbary pirates from 1800 are bothering everyone. Right.
So Ben said a lot there. Do you disagree with any aspect on the Ukraine side? That Ben said?
Oh God, I hope he does.
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit. Okay, that's one way to put it. Okay, let's go. Let's see the pushback.
I think on the macro, I agree. Maybe we get into weasel a little bit on some things. On the final thing that he said, though, I wish that Americans could have honest conversations about foreign policy. I think that it would just be better for everybody. I don't know if it's, Red Scare after the Cold War, where it was like literally, the behemoths, were fighting against communism. And we felt like after 91, every single foreign policy decision needs to be able to be explained in like 7 words. Like he's the bad guy and that's it. I wish we had more honest conversations about what our foreign policy interest is in a particular region, because I don't...
Okay, but that's... Someone else should debate Ben Shapiro on Ukraine. Someone else than Destiny.
I think most Americans honestly could even...
Unless maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised, but...
articulate why Israel would be an important ally, or why it's important to defend Ukraine against Russia, or why should we care about Taiwan at all. I don't know if most Americans could articulate anything there, even though they might have very strong opinions about why...
I mean, we might still see it, so...
we ought to be involved in certain conflicts. So I do agree with that. I wish we had more honest conversations about foreign policy.
Fair enough.
In terms of how Biden has handled Ukraine, the things that I liked the most were, one, that he was very clear in the beginning about what we wouldn't do. So Biden saying that we're not going to do not a red line, no-fly zones over Ukraine. We're not going to be deploying troops on the ground in Ukraine. We're not going to be doing anything that would have, U.S. soldiers and Russian soldiers crossing swords with each other. That's not going to happen. I like that he made that very clear at the beginning.
I mean, it's nice that you like it, but it was obvious from the very beginning. Like, that was the whole premise of the Cold War. So why would the US suddenly change that policy now? That was the whole thing. That was the whole idea behind the Cold War, to avoid direct conflict. So why would that change now? I don't know. There are more competent people on Ukraine than Steven.
And I like that he coalition built between NATO and the EU to get people to send funds, training, soldiers, airplanes, and everything to Ukraine. I thought those two things were really good. In terms of basically writing Zelensky a blank check, I would like to hope that Biden and the entire United States...
I mean, Zelensky has presented a plan on how to win several times. It's just that the aid has not been adequate. Let's be honest. It's been a drip. A reactive drip. The aid was mishandled, in my opinion. It was severely mishandled, which caused the counteroffensive to fail, which Ukraine is blamed for. That is the reality of the situation.
States learned a lesson from Iraq and Afghanistan that open-ended missions with unlimited budgets and no clear goal are like the worst foreign policy decisions you can ever...
There is a clear goal. That's the whole thing. I mean, shells start for a long time. This is ridiculous.
They've defined U.S. foreign policy for the past...
Ukraine has defined its goals time and time again.
2 or 3 decades, which is unfortunate, but seems to be the case. My feeling would be, and this is just a feeling, I don't know.
So I don't know. There should be someone else here debating ban on Ukraine.
Internal cables have leaked that say otherwise. Is the Biden administration has probably always...
U.S. advisors also gave bad advice on military. Yeah, we've discussed this with Daedalus. We've discussed this with Daedalus during the counteroffensive. The U.S. basically, U.S. advisors gave advice on how to proceed, but in order for that advice to work, Ukraine would have to have equipment and weaponry that it just didn't have. And U.S. advisors just ignored that Ukraine did not have the means to do the plan. You know? Yeah, Daedalus said that on this stream when we talked, when we had him on, yeah. You know? They should have gotten the necessary weaponry in order to be able to attack properly. That is what should have happened. They should have received proper help. Destiny is essentially having similar positions. Well, I want to hear it from Destiny.
He's had a quiet position of at some point there's going to be an off-ramp here. And I think even a month or two ago, I think those talks were being leaked that discuss...
I want to hear that. I want to hear what I've read from Karasu from Destiny's mouth.
Had begun with Zelensky looking for an off-ramp. But publicly, of course, the United States is never going to come out and say, we're going to support you guys to fight as much as you want for 3 months. And then after that, it's no more. Obviously, that can't be the statement. It's always going to be that we're going to support you in your fight against Russia.
Yeah, we tried that under Obama with Afghanistan. It was terrible.
Sure. Yeah.
I also think Commander said the same thing too. Okay, I want to hear what Karasu is saying from Destiny.
You can't
We'll
you can't
escalate the troop levels to X, but only for 6 months, and then we're
Yeah,
pulling
you
out.
can't. You just can't do that. It's always going to come off as we're going to support you forever, and as long as it takes, and as long as you need, whatever we have to do to defend freedom and democracy in your country. And any other statement would be absurd. So I can understand why it feels like, on a public level, a blank check and an indefinite time period was granted to Zelensky. But I don't think that's going to be the case. I think I hope we've learned our lessons in the Middle East about.
I mean, thanks to the GOP, the aid is basically non-existent now from the US. So what are we even talking about?
The forever wars, that this isn't going to be a forever funding to Ukraine to fight for as long as they
That
want.
could have been a great conversation if the aid was not frozen due to the GOP. That would have been such an amazing conversation to have if the aid was actually flowing from the US, but it's not. There's no aid currently from the US.
I do disagree. I feel like we're playing a little bit retrospectively, saying that, like, well, it's obvious that they're not going to capture the Donbass. It's obvious that they're not going to capture Crimea.
True. I agree with Destiny here, definitely.
Agree for Crimea, that was incredibly obvious. But it was also really obvious that in 2 weeks, Russia would own Kiev and Ukraine was going to be Belarus
Exactly.
2.0. I think that
3-day operation, as we recall, right?
Even for a lot of
like the West was very reluctant at first. The West was preparing for the fall of Ukraine. So again, we should be careful when evaluating what's so obvious and what's not so obvious. You know, when the invasion started, Polish people started panic emptying their bank accounts because Polish people were sure that Poland's going to be invaded soon or something. That was the thing. People were panicking openly.
Military people and analysts around the world that was an expectation, or at least a significant probability. Nobody knew, the phrase that's thrown around now is paper tiger, that Russia's military was as ill-equipped as they were. So I can understand why, especially if you're Ukraine and if you've repelled an invasion from one of the world's largest armies, why you might feel like, well, fuck it, let's fight for a few months, let's fight for a year, let's see what happens. And I can understand the United States supporting them, but I agree that there has to be some reasonable offering.
Can't we also, okay, aren't we ignoring in this conversation a few very important aspects? One, the most important aspect, that the stated goal of Russia is the total erasure of Ukrainian national identity, that the stated goal of Russia is the total eradication of Ukraine as a nation. What sort of negotiation would you have with a country like this that is basically saying, oh, that would be just buying time for Russia to attack again? Isn't that pretty clear by now? Has that really not connected yet? That Russia is not a country that will say, oh yeah, Donetsk, Luhansk, Crimea, yeah, we're good now. We're not gonna invade Ukraine ever again. When Ukraine gave up its nuclear arsenal, the borders of Ukraine were supposed to be respected. Have we forgotten about this? Have we forgotten about this part? Have we forgotten that basically Russia is enacting a genocide in Ukraine now? Transferring children from one group to another forcefully? And that's just one point of the UN Convention that is being extremely met by Russia. In fact, recently, Russia has taken several children with disabilities under the pretense of taking them for rehabilitation and handing them Russian passports. Like, come on. Come on.
But we're not going to fight forever. I think the U.S. State Department has already begun those conversations with Zelensky.
Like, this conversation sounds as if this war was so squeaky clean and nice. Oh yeah, surely if there's a nice deal reached, Russia's just gonna back off and never again threaten Ukraine. Oh yes, that's totally gonna happen, right?
to look at what that off ramp looks like. But yeah, I'm not too sure. Other than like explicitly stating publicly, like you can only fight until this date. I don't really know what else I would change. I don't think the Biden administration should have done that. I don't know what else.
What do you mean you can only fight till this date? And then what? Surrender?
Do you think Biden should cut this deal on the funding? Meaning there's there's this $105 billion deal that's been held up by debate between Republicans and Democrats over border, right? So basically it contains $60 billion.
He wanted to cut a deal.
For Ukraine, $14 billion for Israel, another several $billion for Taiwanese defense against China, and then it includes some border funding and some border provisions. Republicans want the border funding and the border provisions because we can get into the illegal immigration issue, but that's a pretty serious issue. And Biden and Democrats have been unwilling to hold that up. And that seems to me like just from...
No, that's... To begin with, tying Ukrainian aid with the border topic is just ridiculous. It's the most ridiculous.
Republicans, Democrats, seems like political malpractice. Meaning, there's a widespread perception in the
by the GOP, by your party, Ben.
United States that the
tying totally unrelated issues together and saying we won't allow funding of aid to Ukraine if we don't get our way with the border. Yeah, that is political malpractice. I agree.
It's a disaster area. Joe Biden wants these things. Many Republicans don't want these things. If he caves on the border stuff, he gets all the things that he wants, and he's going to be able to go back to...
Yeah, so is this going to be the norm now? Either you cave to this other totally unrelated issue that we want, or we're just going to block this other important issue? Is this going to be the norm in the US now, moving forward? You have to cave to what we want on this totally separate issue, or we're just gonna, throw a wrench in this country's survival. And this is not political malpractice, by the way. This sort of political blackmail, essentially. Yeah, we're not gonna negotiate or discuss this border thing. You have to cave in because otherwise we'll just torpedo a different important initiative. There we go. Right?
To the moderates in the country and say, I did something.
I have to. They're like, come on, Destiny. You have to say something here. You have to say something here. Come on, you have to say something here. There's no way you're not gonna say something here.
Thing about the border. It seems like such an obvious win.
There's no way you're not gonna push here.
He caves on the border stuff, you mean on the Ukraine stuff?
Yes, because then he gets the whole package.
Sure,
Meaning he can go back to his own base and he can say, listen, guys,
There's no way. There's just no way Destiny's not gonna push back on this.
I wanted to be easy on the border. The Republicans forced me to it, but we needed the Ukraine aid. We needed the Taiwan aid, right?
Yeah.
That's...
You're going to be more educated than me on this. I don't like, or maybe I just
Oh
don't.
my God. Oh, come on. Steven, come on. Get someone else here. Okay.
Don't know enough. I don't like the principle that when we negotiate things in the United States, there's like 50 million hostages at all points in time for every single thing. Like, oh boy, here comes the debt ceiling. What do the Republicans want? What do the Democrats want? Oh boy, like here, we can't fund our government. But I mean, obviously, the argument is going to be that if the Ukraine funding doesn't come in this bill, and if Biden and his administration feel like it's really important, that not unilaterally, but as a single issue, it's not going to pass. So I would say that at this point, and I don't know what the conversations look like between the Biden administration and Zelensky, I would say at this point that it's probably fair to start making contingencies on the money that we give to Ukraine. That listen, like this conflict has, waged on now. Like now we need to start looking for potential peace. We can't just.
I didn't think Destiny was so ill-equipped to discuss Ukraine. I really did not. First of all, oh God. Oh. Why? Europe also exists still. And there have been already talks that Europe might need to just support Ukraine on its own without the US. There is no aid right now. There's no aid right now coming from the US. Have you considered Ukrainians might be genocided, an occupation of territory which at this point Russia wants, means torture, mass murder, and who knows what else of Ukrainian people. I know that's gonna happen, but have you considered that we should just sit down and negotiate, maybe? Have you considered that? This is frustrating.
Write you an unlimited check. So, I mean, if those strings are attached, I'd be okay with it. But the broader question of like, is it okay to make this particular piece of legislation with all this funding contingent on the Ukrainian funding? I mean, that just seems to be the way the government works now, unfortunately.
Quick pause. Bathroom break. One of the big issues in this presidential election is going to be January 6th.
That was horrible. God, I expected so much better from Destiny on Ukraine. I don't even know why. I don't even know. I have no idea why I expected so much better from Destiny on the topic of Ukraine. That's just horrible. What a disappointment.
It's in the news now, and I think it's going to get...
I mean, Destiny has been pretty good on Ukraine, I felt. Till now.
become bigger and bigger and bigger. So, question for Destiny first. Did Donald Trump incite an insurrection on January 6, 2021?
We already know that Ben Shapiro is going to say no. Like, this is so predictable that it's not even... I don't even know if it's... I don't even know if I want to keep watching the rest. Monogamy versus open relation. Okay, we're gonna go through the rest. Wait, no, we're gonna speed this up now. No, they both speak pretty fast. Oh God. Why? Why?
Absolutely. This is probably ignoring every other issue we've talked about, of which I think there are plenty that I would say disqualify Trump from holding office. I think that the conduct and the behavior leading up to and including January 6th, I think is wildly indefensible. I am excited to see Ben try to, the 3 to 4 stages are the
Amazing.
taking what I think any reasonable person would say, knowingly false information about elections being rigged or ballot boxes being stuffed or Ruby Freeman, running ballots 3 times in Georgia, taking that knowingly false information and trying to call state secretaries and stuff to have them flip their electoral vote. That was horrible. The plot that Eastman hatched in order to have these like false slates of electors where all 7 states had citizens go in and falsely say that they were the duly elected electors that could submit votes to Congress. That was insane. That happened. Asking or begging Pence to accept these false states of electors initially and then just say you should just throw it out completely and throw it to the House delegation, which was majority Republican. That was absolutely unbelievable. And then on the day of January 6th, trying to capitalize on the violence by him, Giuliani, and Eastman making phone calls to senators and congressmen saying, well, don't you think maybe you guys should delay the vote a little bit? Don't you think they're just really mad about the election? I think he said to McCarthy, they're more upset than you. And his utter dereliction.
One moment. What is this? Have you considered Ukrainians might be genocided, an occupation of territory which at this point Russia wants, means torture, mass murder. True.
Of duty and not doing anything to stop the rioting that happened on January 6th because he was too busy taking advantage of it. I think all of these things are horrible. I look forward to seeing the Jack Smith indictments play out in court, maybe even the Georgia RICO case. But I think all of these things are unfathomable. And I think when you look at the plot from start to finish, clearly the goal the entire time was to circumvent the peaceful transfer of power. That was the goal from start to finish, whether it was through false claims, whether it was through illegal schemes, or whether it was through violence at the Capitol to delay the certification of the vote.
Ben?
So I'm glad you're excited. It's always fun.
Uh-huh.
So there are 2 elements to incitement of insurrection. One is incitement, the other is insurrection. So incitement has a legal standard. So does insurrection. Neither of those standards are met. So
there's new fan art now, and we're gonna watch it after this. Screw it. We're gonna watch it now. We need a palette clap. We need a quick palette cleanser. Let's see. We're gonna turn off the old one. And we're gonna out with the old, in with the new. Where's the... Out with the old, in with the new. Okay. This one's amazing as well, by the way. So prepare yourselves. Image. Destiny and Hassan Piker. Here we go. I'll debate Lucy. No, I'll debate Lucy. Now, boys, you'll each get a turn. Oh my goodness. This is really good. I need to commission more. Greater Ain't is a great artist. I really like this. I really like it. We need to get more of this. You need to become the official artist of this on this channel. Up to this point, I've been making all of the art myself, but I think you should be the artist for this channel. This is great. This is really good. You're screwed. You're screwed. True. True. True and real. All right, let's continue with the whole Destiny crap. We're gonna keep this up. Gonna keep this up in the corner. Now, boys. You'll each get a turn. That sounds great, Greater Rain. That sounds great. That sounds amazing. Thank you. Sounds the best in the world. Okay, let's continue with this.
If you're asking me, morally speaking, did Donald Trump do the right thing between November 4th and January 6th? I said, I will continue to say, no, he did not. I think he was saying things that are false, with just factually false about his theories with regard to the election, about the election being stolen, about fraud. This was all adjudicated in court. He did not even bring many of the claims that he has brought publicly and all the rest of that. If we're talking about incitement of insurrection as a legal standard, it doesn't meet any of those standards. When it comes to incitement, it has to be incitement to immediate lawless action. That's the standard for incitement. And I'm very meticulous in how I use this because I happen to speak publicly a lot, and that means there are lots of people who listen to me, which means some of those people are probably crazy. And some of them may go and do a crazy thing. Did I incite them? The media tend to use the word incitement very loosely with regard to this sort of stuff.
I don't think it's used all that loose when it comes to Trump, though. I don't think so.
In the same way that Bernie Sanders, quote unquote, incited the congressional baseball shooting. He did not. Bernie Sanders has a lot of things I disagree with. I think Bernie's a schmuck. Doesn't matter. He did not incite that. So saying bad things is not the same thing as inciting violence. Inciting violence.
I mean, Destiny's big on January 6th, so there's probably going to be pushback here. There's going to be pushback here because, unlike Ukraine, here Stephen actually knows stuff. So
legal standard in the United States is I want you to go punch that guy in the face. That's inciting. With regard to insurrection, typically in insurrection, and there are some descriptions in case law, though none in statutory law, as far as I'm aware. The typical description in case law is the replacement of one legitimate government of the United States with another by violent means. The notion that Donald Trump coordinated any such insurrection is belied by the FBI itself. The FBI put out a report in, I believe it was August of 2021, suggesting that there was no well-coordinated...
He really likes the word belied.
...insurrectionist attempt coordinated by the White House. In fact, what you had was Donald Trump thrashing around like that weird alien in the movie Life. I don't know if you ever saw it with Jake Gyllenhaal, where he's like kind of thrashing up against this glass box, just an alien just thrashing up against the glass box. That I think is more what you were seeing from November 4th to January 6th. And then, again, the claim that January 6th itself was an insurrection. So virtually, I'm not aware that anyone was charged with actual insurrection. There were some people who were charged with seditious conspiracy. There are insurrection statutes that do exist. No one was charged under those particular statutes. There were some people who you could say informally had insurrectionist ideas. Those would be the people who wanted to hang Nancy Pelosi or kill Mike Pence. And those people are in jail right now. And the election went forward. The election was certified. Mike Pence presided over the certification. Mitch McConnell presided over the certification. Joe Biden has been the president for the last 3 years. So Donald Trump, by the way, was still president at that point. If he had actively wanted to do what other people who have actually launched coups have done, he would have theoretically called the National Guard not to put down the riot, but to actually depose the sitting government of the United States in the name of a specious legal theory. He did not do that. He did not attempt that. Nobody working for him did that. The most you can say, I think, about what everybody was doing is that, and I want to say everybody. We can talk about Trump because this is really about Trump. He used a phrase that Trump was disseminating knowingly false information. The word that's carrying a lot of weight there is the word knowingly. So knowingly.
What are you saying, that Trump has no full awareness of what he is doing? And you want a person that is not fully aware of what he's doing to be the president again? That's not going to be the argument, right?
I say nowhere. Do I think the information he was disseminating was false? Yes. Do I think that Donald Trump has a unique capacity to convince himself of nearly anything that is to his own benefit? Absolutely. And I think that that's actually what Donald Trump was doing there. And the evidence of that
and
is...
you want that guy to be the president again. The guy that can convince himself of anything. I'm not sure you're making strong points for yourself here.
Donald Trump being a human and all of us watching him for the last several years. So, the idea that he knew it to be false, I'm not even sure those standards apply in any, and just assessing him as a human, which is really what we're being asked to do because there's an intent element to this crime. Does Donald Trump...
Again with the human nature thing?
Do you think that today Donald Trump knows that he lost the election?
Absolutely.
So I don't, actually. I think
but so I'm glad that you have the attorney background. When we are assessing mens rea, when we're looking at certain criminal statutes where intent is required, it's a reasonable person standard, right? Would a reasonable person have known that they were...
no, it depends on the mens rea standard. So it's not the same in every case. If you have to establish individual intent, then it's not enough to say a reasonable person should have known. That would be enough for a negligence statute. Usually when you're talking about reasonable person statutes, just legally speaking, a reasonable person statute is, should a reasonable person have known? That's when you get to manslaughter. You can't do a reasonable person standard on first degree murder. So you have to establish actual motive in first degree murder.
But for first degree murder, you don't need the statement of I plan to kill this person or I intend to kill this person. We can prove that state of mind.
You need
circumstantial evidence.
Correct. Yes, sure, you could prove it.
So I feel like my feeling for Donald Trump was
there we go.
All these people around him that he trusted to investigate election fraud. He trusted Barr and the DOJ. He asked Pence, his vice president, to look into it. He asked his chief of staff. He asked his legal counsel. He has so many people that ostensibly he trusts them if he's asking them to look into it. And when all of them looked into it and reported back to him, no, we found nothing. Unless we're going to literally make the concession that Trump might actually be a delusional psycho man, at that point, should he not have...
But then again, why would you want him to be the president again for a second term?
Realize okay, maybe
that's not a thing he should have realized the day of the election that he lost the election, but that's not. But that's
sure. But
I'm
just asking. I'm saying that at that point, should he not have known that for him to go and propagate those claims that he'd asked all of the people he trusted to research, and then for him to take those claims to Michigan and to Georgia, and then publicly and to try to convince people to throw out the election, you don't think that?
But you're doing the same thing. You're reverting to should a reasonable person have known? Yes, a reasonable person should have known.
Well, it's a bit more than should a reasonable person have known. Because in this case, it should a reasonable person in the face of evidence have known. Because he asked people that he trusted to investigate it.
Did Donald Trump know? That's a different question. And so conflating those two questions is going to get you into some messy territory. By the way, this is why Jack Smith charged the way Jack Smith charged.
Yeah, which wasn't...
Jack Smith did not charge conspiracy. Jack Smith did not charge insurrection. He did not charge seditious conspiracy, right? The reason is because Jack Smith is a good lawyer. What he's doing is he's actually broadly, I would say pretty obviously, expanding statutory coverage in weird areas in order to cover a thing that doesn't quite fit into any of these legal categories. But the point that I'm making is that Jack Smith is on my side of this. He doesn't think that he can actually establish the intent necessary to convict under a seditious conspiracy or an insurrection.
I agree with that, but I think a lot of the underlying facts, though, because he does bring up those calls to Raffensperger in Georgia, he does bring up in the indictments that they were knowingly false information. So it seems like that's going to be part of the case, maybe not to convict on any of the 4 particular charges that he mentioned, but it seems like that's probably going to be part of what he's going to have to establish in court to convict Trump.
So I want to look at the actual text of the charges. So I'm sorry that I don't have them memorized. I believe one's a fraud charge that generally does not apply to cases like this. Generally, the fraud charge is like you're trying to steal money from the government.
Sure,
one
Prague's been
one
used
like
pretty broadly in the past, though. It doesn't have to just be because Smith has done oral arguments in response to a lot of the claims by Trump's lawyers. This was one of them. The infinite civil and criminal immunity was another one of them, where he cites past cases where these types of things, because I think it was to defraud of civil rights, I think was the fourth charge.
Right. So the defraud of civil rights is usually somebody standing in the actual like voting house door and preventing you from voting, not you have a specious legal theory that you espouse in court about whether those votes should be thrown out.
Sure.
Yeah,
Although I don't like when we say specious legal theory and novel application, which I do agree some of these in some ways is novel. I don't think we've ever also had a president try to do this before. It is a novel situation where somebody has resisted the peaceful transfer of power in this clearly in so many different ways.
Well, if you're talking about the legal cases, I mean, that's not true. But Gore sued in 2000. Right? I mean, so like if we're talking about the legal cases,
comparable
right?
to Gore, if this was comparable to Gore, then
I'm not saying it's comparable to Gore. I'm saying that if the idea is that espousing a legal theory in court amounts to de facto some form of election denial or interference in some way, that's not, as a general principle, it's over-inclusive.
Sure. Gore wasn't trying to decertify the vote, though, for states, right? They challenged their thing to the Supreme Court. They lost their case in the Supreme Court, and then power transfer happened.
Right.
After.
And Donald Trump had a bunch of legal challenges, and then he had a rally, and then there was a riot, and then he left power.
Yeah, but the Eastman theory of what Pence could do in Congress is a far cry away.
A truly shitty theory. I mean, make no mistake. It's
but not
really
just shitty. I think that if any Democrat had done this, I feel like we'd be looking at it in a far different lens. As in, we would be using terms like attempted coup, subversion of peaceful transfer of power. If a Democrat vice president had tried to essentially say that in Congress they could throw away the vote.
So I think what I want to get to here, actually, so we can be more specific, is why are these terms important? We agree on, largely speaking, what happened. I think the characterization of the term, we keep kind of bouncing around between two different categories, and I want to make sure
the legal stuff.
Okay,
actually,
okay. So we're just
not
talking,
looking at incite because, like you said, Jack Smith, nobody's charging with incitement, and I don't believe insurrection is a part of it. So we I mean legal. Just in terms of like a president that is trying to prevent the peaceful transfer of power. So whether you call that a bloodless coup or whatever contemporaneous term you want to use.
Right. So prevent the peaceful transfer of power with all means, or using means that are inappropriate. Not quite the same thing.
Using means that are inappropriate or illegal.
Okay. Inappropriate. Okay, so illegal. I don't think so. I don't think that these charges actually meet the criteria for the various charges, and we can discuss each case if you want.
They were supposed to drop that legal stuff. They didn't really.
Sure.
As far as inappropriate, sure. I think tons of inappropriate stuff. I mean, inappropriate seems.
The reason why I don't like the word inappropriate, though, is because then conservatives are very quick to say, "Well, sure, he was inappropriate, but everybody was inappropriate."
I mean, I'll concede that he's more inappropriate than others. I just don't see
the most inappropriate.
Sure.
Okay.
I mean,
that's important to me, though. Does it not bother you that like Donald Trump sought through legal and extra legal and Trump magical ways of trying to entrench his power as president past when he should have been able to? Is that not something that is incredibly troublesome?
I mean, the question to me is the bigger question that I think the Democrats are trying to promote in this election cycle, which is this means he is a threat to democracy sufficient that if he were to win the election, there would not be another.
Is that not? But he tried to do that last time. Could he not try to next time?
And I mean, he could try to do whatever he wants, presumably, and he would fail the same way that he did last time.
Why do we think that?
Because he failed.
Because
there was a riot and within 3 hours.
Damn, that is so interesting. So when Hitler failed during his, that this protest that Hitler took part in, that was, that failed, and Hitler was in jail. Hitler failed. So basically, Hitler never got into power because he failed once, right? That's the logic. That's the logic, right? World War II never happened, or Hitler failed once. Okay. That's the logic that we're going with.
Yes.
Like, let's say hypothetically.
This is so stupid. Just because he failed once doesn't mean he will fail always.
Good Lord, save me. Let's say hypothetically, Giuliani was the next head of the Department of Justice. Giuliani was the next Attorney General.
How would he be confirmed?
I'm not entirely sure if because so much of the Republican Party, despite feeling like they don't support Trump when it comes time to actually back him in Congress.
Also, I would have to check whether he would be barred by criminal conviction from holding. I don't know the answer to that.
Sure. Yeah. Well, yeah. We're that's especially with the 14th Amendment. We're figuring out a lot
Right.
of this right now. Yeah. But I mean, like, say if not Giuliani, say if there are any other number of insane people that Trump could theoretically put on
Insane.
his side of the government that wouldn't tell him no next time, because there were a lot of people that rebuked him. There were Republicans in a lot of the states, right? Raffensperger is one of them. There were Republicans in his own administration. You've got Rosen. You've
Right.
got Barr. There was his own vice president. But like theoretically next time, and I feel like last time going in, I'm going to do a little bit of mind reading at macro. Maybe agree, maybe disagree. I think that Trump kind of thought, one, I don't think Trump knows much at all about how the government works. I think we probably agree with that. I think Trump probably thought that if he had people that were like at least in his...
I don't think it's good when your country has a president that does not know how the government works. So the fact that Ben just nodded to this worries me deeply. That the US wants a president that does not know how the government works.
party and kind of camp that they'll basically do whatever needs to be done to give him what he wants, and with no respect for process. But now that he sees it, well, it's not enough to just have allies. I need people that are fiercely allegiant to me. Would we not be worried that a guy that tried to essentially steal the election for real wouldn't try to pick people that would be more amenable to his plans in the next administration?
I believe in the checks and balances of American government. I believe they worked on January 6th. So if you're asking me, do I think that Trump has bad intent or could have bad intent with that sort of stuff? Sure. Do I believe that the guardrails help?
Why do you want a person that has bad intent to be president?
Well, and will continue to hold? Also, sure.
So if somebody was running and they blatantly said, like, I don't want to use the fascist word, but if they said, like, I want to be an authoritarian, I'm going to abolish all elections, you would say, sure, he's saying that, but like, I don't think he can actually do it. So it's okay if he runs for president. You don't care at all as long as you feel like the guardrails.
I mean,
are
I
there
might
to
prefer
prevent.
other candidates, but I think that also one of the things that you do is that politicians, again, this would be an exceptional circumstance, but politicians constantly make promises about the things that they are going to do and then don't fulfill. And we tend to take those out in the wash, meaning that...
Yeah, but what a promise to make. Hey, if you vote for me, I'm going to abolish democracy. And Ben's like, politicians make promises all the time. Really? For real? For real though? That's the answer we're going with. Oh, politicians, those silly politicians, they make promises all the time and don't fulfill them. Okay? Oh my gosh. I didn't expect this answer. Ben is so full of surprises.
You know, if I promise that day one, as Donald Trump has pledged to do, that he's going to deport literally every illegal immigrant to the country, do I think he's actually going to do that? I mean, I really highly doubt it. He didn't do it last time he was in office. That's just, there are many examples of this.
I agree.
Do I think, here's my question. Do you think the guardrails are going to fail to hold?
I'm not sure.
Really?
Yeah, because I think the issue is one, when it's election time, Republicans are spineless in office, and I don't know how.
Why do we want a president that is going to test the guardrails constantly? Why? That makes no sense. Why would you want a guy like that in office that would just try to dismantle the guardrails? That feels... It's like, imagine the prequel trilogy to Star Wars. If Palpatine did not do any of this sneaking around, pretending, etc., and he'd be like, oh, I'm going to become the chancellor or whatever, and I'm just going to take over the whole, Galactic Republic, and I'm going to turn it into an empire. And people would just say, oh, that silly Palpatine. Politicians make wild promises. We should just ignore it, you know? I feel like that would have been a totally different Star Wars if that was Palpatine's whole strategy, and if that was the response to him. You know? Oh, choose me, I'm just gonna abolish democracy. Oh, you silly goose, making promises.
how many congressmen would support what he wants just because they want to win re-election or because they think it's inevitable anyway.
Well, I mean, I think that one of the things that happened in 2022 is Democrats ran directly on this platform, and a bunch of Republicans lost who were running on this platform. Literally every Secretary of State who ran on the Donald Trump "we should deny elections" platform lost in every state.
Sure, but other Republicans
a great way to
that
lose
have been
local office is this.
Sure, but I mean, like, look at what happened with like Kinzinger and Cheney, right? Who were very like staunchly anti-Trump after J6 for that select committee, right? Kinzinger didn't even run again, and Cheney lost her election by I think the widest margin that anybody has ever lost an election ever in like all of U.S. politics.
People who were not yet born voted against.
Yeah,
Yes.
I guess it's a surprising position to me for if we're looking at like principled stances of government. The idea that a man who has, and I think we both agree on this, that Donald Trump's only allegiance is to Donald Trump, right? We agree on that. The only thing he cares about is Donald Trump.
I don't think it's the only thing he cares about. I think it's certainly the largest thing he
It's
cares
the
about.
largest thing he cares about, right? So if you've got a man who only cares about himself.
Welcome
not
to
even-
politics. I mean, it may be more.
But that's not even.
It may be more with Trump, but it's certainly not unique
But
to Trump.
I think that the issue with Trump too, though, is I think he's even a threat to the Republican Party, in which I think you would mostly agree with me. Maybe not overall, but on every individual point, Trump picks bad candidates. He has no concern for the future of the Republican Party. Like, for instance, I think there is a chance. I don't think it'll happen because of how the polling looks now. But if Trump didn't get the nomination, I think Trump would say screw it and run as an independent because he thinks he can win or whatever, right?
I doubt that he would do that, but theoretically, he
Possible,
could.
yeah.
I mean, again,
he was really content to throw Georgia, the two runoff elections
Okay.
under the bus because Raffensperger didn't support him for the election
So,
stuff. Like,
what is all of this in service of? What's the generalized argument that you're making? Do you believe? I'll go
Well,
back to my
yeah, sure, the
question. Do you
generalized-
think
the
that
two
if Trump wins, there
Yes,
will be
that Trump should not be allowed to be president again.
no more elections? Is that like what?
I
Put a
don't know
percentage
if-
on it. What percentage do you think that's a reality? that
if
Donald Trump
Donald
becomes
Trump wins,
president,
I think there is a 100% chance that he will try to prevent the peaceful transfer of power. In terms of would he succeed?
I can guarantee you he will not do that.
Why is that?
Because he's in his second term and he's no longer eligible, and he will believe he won and he will leave.
Yeah, but hasn't Donald Trump himself joked about running for a third term? I think that having a third.
What an answer from Ben Shapiro. I can guarantee you he won't try to break the rules. Why? Because that's against the rules. Okay. Wow. That's great. He surely won't try to break the rules since that's breaking the... Okay.
Third term.
What has Donald Trump not joked about? I mean, for God's
I don't. Okay, hold on.
If you want to prevent him from creating a revolution, you probably should
Sure.
actually just appoint him president, and then he can't run again.
Here's another broad argument that I don't like in favor of Trump, and this was brought up earlier in terms of like we talk about like not grading presidents on a curve, but then earlier we said we take.
He can't break the rules. It's not allowed. Are you serious? What the... Great. Amazing. I don't even know what to say to that one. It's just... I don't know. Okay.
Biden
That was great from Ben. Ben's so intelligent, you see. Stephen was so excited for this conversation because Ben is so intelligent.
No, I
seriously
totally
than
grade.
Trump's.
I 100% grade presidents on a curve. Are you kidding?
Oh, okay.
I grade pretty much everybody on a curve.
Then I feel like
I don't treat my 7-year-old
I
the
feel
same way
like-
that I treat my 9-year-old.
Sure, but
And
I don't
treat Trump the same way I
like
treat
that.
Obama.
It feels like we're treating Donald Trump like a 7-year-old or a 9-year-old. I think we should treat him like the president of the United States. I don't think having a president that has taken like concrete steps to prevent the transfer of power, which he did with the electorate sham, which he did with Pence, and which he did with trying to capitalize on the J6 violence, a president that's taken concrete steps towards coupping the government, essentially. I don't know why that guy, we'd say, well, you know, it's Trump, he does Trump things. The guardrails held. I'll probably hold next
So,
time. Like,
I mean,
let's throw him in.
when we say we shouldn't, do you mean
throw
that
him in.
he should be actually barred from office?
I'm just talking about support for him. I don't even think Republicans should support.
Yeah, he should. He should be barred from... He should be crossed out of the lists like some states wanted, yeah.
Should support Trump. You lose your incumbent advantage. The guy's obviously self-destructive. He's destructive to the political party itself. Like,
You think he should be on the ballot?
No.
You think there's a case to be made to remove him from the ballot?
Yes.
I think there's a case to be made, but
Yes.
man, the phrasing for as much as our governmental founding fathers and everybody else, you know, wrote nice amendments and wrote nice in the Constitution, some of the phrasing is very, very, very bleh. And the Section 3, the not requiring any type of actual conviction. I don't have a strong feeling on it. I will say I'm very interested in reading the majority opinion from the Supreme Court. I seriously doubt the Supreme Court is going to uphold that states should be able to decide if they leave them off the ballot or not. I think for the political future of the United States, it's probably not healthy that the leading opposition candidate is now going to be barred from the ballot. It's probably not healthy for us. Because then what?
You want to talk about threats to democracy? That would be a pretty serious one, applied across the board, by the way.
It would be. However, like that threat to democracy was earned by Donald Trump and the conservatives that supported him. I think conservatives made a dangerous gamble when they threw Trump into office, and now like all of the fallout from that is something that we all as Americans have to deal with.
I mean, I think that the unprecedented legal theory that a state can simply bar somebody from the ballot on the basis of, in an informal way, believing that he is quote unquote an insurrectionist is pretty wild. I mean, we
can say it's pretty wild, but there is an amendment in the Constitution, the 14th Amendment, that says that if they have engaged in this, they shall not be, or
true.
You shall, I don't remember the phrasing because it doesn't require conviction, but it's a self-executing, arguably thing.
If we're getting into constitutional law, I mean, there are a number of provisions that suggest that this is, number one, not self-executing. I mean, minority opinions in the Colorado Supreme Court case are pretty thorough. The number one contention, which is that this is not self-executing because other elements are not self-executing, that ignores subsequent actual law that happened. I mean, the Congress passed a law, for example, in 1872 defining who was an insurrectionist, who was not an insurrectionist for purposes of elections. In 1994, Congress passed a law that specifically defined insurrection as a criminal activity so that somebody could theoretically be convicted of insurrection and therefore ineligible to run for office. It is unlike, say, the analogs that are used by the majority opinion, like age. Obviously, this is not the same thing. We can all tell what somebody's age is by looking at their birth certificate. I can't tell whether somebody's an insurrectionist without any reference to a legal statute or a definition of the term.
I would also be careful with that because remember, one of Trump's first big political actions was challenging Obama's birth certificate.
Well, and I thought that was dumb at the time. But
Sure.
in any case,
I like that you both said 100% chance that Trump will try to go for third term and 0% chance, which statistically...
Third term, he's done, man. Are you kidding?
He would want to.
Trump's going to walk around, hands up high. He's going to be like, I'm a two-term president. I'm the only president since Grover Cleveland who would know. But since Grover Cleveland, who served 2 non-consecutive terms, I kicked Joe Biden out of office and I kicked Hillary Clinton out of office. Dude would be like, he'd be living large. Are you kidding? He doesn't want the presidency anymore after that.
I just think that I think it's scary that like Donald Trump, it feels like for all of the accusations that are made sometimes against Democrats, like Biden is ordering Garland to investigate Donald Trump and blah, blah, blah. It seems like Donald Trump would actually do that with his DOJ, would give them orders.
He didn't. He didn't.
Well,
he kind
of did, though, right? So, for instance, with Jeffrey Clark went to Rosen and Donahue and said, hey, listen, I need you guys to sign off on a letter that we're going to use essentially to bully states into overturning their elections by saying we found significant election fraud. And part of that threat was Jeffrey Clark saying, listen, if you're not going to do it, Rosen, Trump's going to fire you and just make me the acting attorney general. That was a threat that he carried. And I think Trump repeated that threat in a meeting later on that was, I only rebuked when I think like half the White House staff said, if you do this, we're resigning.
Okay, so that's a slightly different topic because now you're getting into all the election shenanigans and all of this. But
sure, I'm just saying he threatened to fire his acting attorney general if he wouldn't carry the same platform, essentially. Like, if Trump could order his DOJ to do something, would he? It's not beyond the pale for him, right?
It's not beyond the pale for him to order them to do it, and then it's not beyond the pale for them to reject him doing that, which is the story of his entire administration. Whereas Joe Biden orders his DOJ to do things, and then they just do them.
Well, I'm not. We can get into specifics there. This
is one of the big problems that I have with, I mean, for example, all the talk about Trump tyrant, Trump executive power. I mean, Joe Biden has used executive power in ways that far outstrip any
that nobody has ever done. What was I? Wokeism. Oh my gosh.
A president has been stretching executive power.
I mean, Joe Biden is going Joe Biden has gone well beyond anything Trump even remotely attempted to maintain via just pure executive power. And actually, Trump's use of executive power is nowhere near even what Obama's was.
I mean, Trump's inability to get border policy passed literally had him using executive power to march the military down to the border to do border policy. I mean,
Joe Biden literally used the Occupational Safety and Hazard Administration to try to cram down vax mandates on 80 million Americans. That's insane.
Sure,
he literally said, I cannot relieve student loan debt, and then tried to relieve hundreds of billions of dollars in student
but what
loan
happened?
debt.
That's horrible. How could he do that? He wanted to relieve student debt? How? Oh, what a monster. Oh, no. That is such an abuse of power. Damn. Biden is such a tyrant.
To that. It got struck down by the Supreme Court, and then they still did it. They still did it. Biden brags about it.
For
brags about having relieved
what he was
Dang.
able to relieve, which I think were related to
Relieving student debt. That's so horrible.
particular type of student loan debt. But I'm just saying that, like, well, the
What a
guardrails are holding
dictatorship
with Biden
thing
as
to
much as
do.
they're holding with Trump. The only difference is that once Biden, exhausts his executive power, he's not running around like lying to people or trying to extort people or trying to and concoct insane schemes.
Well, I mean, so here's the way I would think of this.
Yeah.
Think of the guardrails holding as the filter.
Sure.
Okay, meaning like the coffee is in the filter. Some of it's what you want is going to get through, and all the stuff. The guardrails prevent the other stuff from getting through.
Mhm.
Now the question becomes, what liquid are you pouring into the filter? Okay, meaning so if a filter exists, if the guardrails hold, and if Donald
Okay.
Trump can't steal elections, what's the policy that comes through the other end of the filter? The policy I get from Donald Trump on the other end of the filter is a bunch of stuff that I like. The policy that I get from Joe Biden on the other end of the filter is a bunch of bullshit I don't. So that's the basic calculation.
Okay, so then the idea is essentially that Donald Trump's rhetoric is insane, but we don't care. Donald Trump would probably try to steal an election if he could, but he probably won't be able to.
He's not going to do it again. I told you. He's not.
You don't think he has any? Why not?
Because he won't be eligible to be on the ballot in. I mean, by the way.
So what? That's what Ben is arguing here is that he's really arguing that Trump cannot break the rules because it's against the rules.
You want to talk about 14th Amendment?
Mm-hmm.
That's where the 14th Amendment applies. Okay, that's where it actually applies. Meaning you cannot. He is not qualified to be on the ballot in
He's not qualified to break the rules. That's against the rules.
2028 if he is the president of the United States. States can literally, in self-executing fashion, take him off the ballot. Just like he's past the age of 35. Once you have been president 2 times, you're no longer eligible to be president of the United States. Then you actually have a strong little case to keep him off the ballot.
Why would the 14th Amendment stop him if he thought Vice President Pence could unilaterally decide the outcome of the election?
When he's not on the ballot? So now your theory is that he's going to get reelected, and then in 2028 he's not even going to be on the ballot, and he's going to direct his new vice president Kerry Lake to simply declare him president of the United States when he has not been on a ballot.
I don't know what the scheme would be. I think we can kind of like laugh and say there's no scheme we could even concoct. But I think
Macho
that
Camacho, like with the machine gun, he's going to walk in.
I think the issue though is that like the idea of electing another president that has tried to circumvent the peaceful transfer of power using extra legal means, and then pretending like we can't concoct a single scheme that he could try to circumvent other legal processes to have a third term or to have a longer term or to install who he wants as the next president. I just when a person has already shown you who they are, and when every single person around him agrees with that, when every single person that's worked with him, save for Sidney Powell, Eastman, and Giuliani, which I don't think anybody would want to throw their lot in with those three. It just seems wild to me that we would say like, yeah, we're just going to go ahead and trust this guy with another term of president, but like he can't run for a third term, so it's fine. When there's like 50 million.
That sounds like.
Things.
And I'll make you the case that if you want him not to make election trouble, you should elect him president in the next election cycle, and then he will be ineligible.
Okay. Well, I find that to be a wholly.
Ben is so intelligent. He's so happy with that bit he did now. Damn.
Unconvincing argument, but okay.
Well, recently.
It's not like rulers of countries have ever, during their terms, changed the law in order to be able to indifferently stay in power. That never happens. That's totally never happens.
In the news, the
That
presidents
has
of
never happened in the history of any country ever.
Harvard, Penn, and MIT failed to fully denounce calls for genocide. And that rose questions about the influence of DEI programs at universities. And so maybe either looking at this or zooming out more broadly at identity politics at universities or identity politics, wokeism in our culture.
Calling things genocide is wokeism and identity politics now.
How big of a threat is it to our culture, to Western civilization?
Jesus. Oh, God. What a question.
Ben.
Oh, my God. What a question.
So obviously, I'm going to say it's a huge threat. The reason that I think this is a huge
Mm-hmm.
threat, I want to give a definition of wokeism because people are very often accused of not using wokeism properly or believing that it's sort of a catch-all phrase. I don't think it's a catch-all term. I think that wokeism has its roots in postmodernism, which essentially suggests that every principle is a reflection of underlying structures of power, and that therefore any inequality that emerges under such a system is a reflection, again, of that structure of power. That used to be applied in sort of Marxist ways, the suggestion being that economic inequality was the result of misallocation of power in the structure preserved by an upper crust of people who wanted to cram down exploitation on people. That was sort of the Marxist version of postmodernism. And then it got transmuted into sort of a racial version of postmodernism, in which the systems of the United States are white supremacist in orientation and are perpetuated by a group of people who are, in fact, in favor of the preservation of white power and white supremacy. That is the generalized theory of critical race theory, as proposed by, for example, Gene Stefanchik and Richard Delgado in their book on critical race theory. That has taken a softer form that we refer to as DEI. The key in DEI is the E, meaning equity. So equity is a term that does not mean equality. People mix it up. Equality is the idea that we all ought to
No, it's a different term. So
have equal rights, that we all ought to be treated equally by the law. Equity is the idea that if there is an inequality that emerges from any system, it is therefore due to discrimination. And the best way to tell whether somebody has been victimized is by
I expect this team to be really bad at this. That's worrying. He has been bad on a lot, so damn.
dint of their race. And we can tell whether you're a member of an oppressed group or an oppressor group by the intersectional identity that you carry and by the nature of your group's success or failure predominantly along economic and power lines in American life. This means that if one group is predominantly successful economically, they must be a member of the victimizing class. And the only corrective for that would be, as Ibram X. Kendi likes to suggest, effectively anti-racist policy is racism in the service of destroying racism. That you're going to have to discriminate on the basis of race in order.
That is a really interesting point, Ben. Because that would mean that according to you, which is not the case, according to wokeism, quote unquote, Jewish people are inherently a group of oppressors, which is not the case. Because a lot of Jewish people have been economically successful and yet still faced anti-Semitism. So, and are not seen as a group of oppressors. So I'm not sure what point you're trying to make here, Ben.
In order to correct for discrimination that's baked into the system. That's incredibly dangerous. It leads to a victim-victimizer narrative that is unhealthy for individuals and terrible for societies. It relieves people of individual responsibility, and it destroys the very notion of an objective metric by which we can decide meritocracy. And meritocracy is the only system human beings have ever devised that has positive externalities in literally any area of life. Every other distribution of wealth, power, done along other lines that is not having to do with merit has negative externalities.
You don't even know what a real meritocracy looks like, to be honest. To say that we live in a meritocracy is such a laughable idea.
Every system having to do with merit has positive externalities because presumably the most effective and useful people are going to succeed
Can
under.
you give me an example of a meritocratic system, and can you define who you would categorize as useful people?
Those systems, that's the very basis of a meritocracy. And the externalities of that mean that other people benefit from the meritorious and excellent performance of those people.
This line of thinking, by the way, is exactly why the GOP policy on homelessness is as it is. Because homeless people, since they're homeless, it means that we're just useless. That they just failed in a meritocracy system. And since they are homeless, they must have deserved it. And since they deserved it, they don't deserve any help, and since they don't deserve any help, they basically don't deserve to exist. That's the logical conclusion of Ben's whole thing here. The policy on decriminalizing lethal force against homeless people. It's true. If we live in a, meritocracy, and that means that if all the people that are suffering or are in a bad place, they just deserve it. That's their merit. And if you have nothing, if you're in a position in life when you have basically nothing, then that must mean your merit is basically nothing. So therefore, appropriate policy should be drafted for you. The person that merits nothing. Amazing. Great. If anyone in the chat disagrees, you can,
Maybe it would be good to get your comments, your old stomping ground, Harvard. Do you think the president of Harvard should have been fired?
I mean, I think she should have been fired not over the plagiarism allegations. I think she should have been fired based on her performance just at that congressional hearing. If the word black had been substituted for Jew in that statement by Elise Stefanik that she was asking about, or trans, or literally any other minority in America, maybe with the exception of Asian, then the answer would have been very different coming from Claudine Gay. With that said, I don't think the firing of Claudine Gay really accomplishes very much. Meaning, did she get what she deserved? Sure. Does that mean that the underlying DEI equity-based system has been in any way severely damaged? No, I think that this is a way for universities, it's true for Liz McGill at Penn also, to basically throw somebody overboard as the sacrifice to maintain the underlying system that continues to predominate at American universities, where they spend literally billions of dollars every year on DEI initiatives and diversity hires and diversity administrators and all of this. I mean, one of the costs of education escalating is in the massive administrative function that is now undertaken by universities, as opposed to teaching and cost of dorms and such.
You guys probably agree on a lot of this, right?
Kind of, maybe, yeah. I don't know. I don't know what makes things do this, but it feels like we can never have a good thing and then have it end as a good thing. Things always get taken to their extreme, and then we have to fight on those extremes. I would argue that
a very stupid thing to say, because what is an extreme is relative. What is now the norm was the extreme of the past. We do need to recognize this, right? What is considered a regular normal thing now was the extreme in the past. So what are we saying here?
back in my day, we called it SJW, Social Justice Warriors, before it became woke. I think 2013 onwards, whatever. There are aspects to wokeism that I think are good. I like the additional representation that we have in media now. I like how, as much as people complain about the internet and how it's regulated, that there are way more groups that are represented on the internet, whether we're talking X, the platform formerly known as Twitter or Facebook or whatever. I think in some ways, or whether we're pushing, women's achievements in school and in the wider workforce, I think that these are all good things. The issue that you run into is people don't ever have a stopping point, and I think people kind of get lost in this woke for woke's sake thing.
What do you mean woke for woke's sake? If we took this stance, then we never would have gotten where we are now in the first place. I'm so glad Destiny does not disappoint me on this. His stupidity also, how close he is to Ben Shapiro's position. How close he is. Come on. If that was the standard that we went by, we never would have gotten when we are now.
Where we start to see these very weird warpings of these academic, arguments that are used for really horrible things.
Can you give an example?
So, for instance, I think that you can talk about in the United States things like white supremacy or things like oppression of certain demographics, especially with like Jim Crow laws and pre-Jim Crow. And you can even talk about effects from that. But then when you run into this weird world where we've kind of warped these things so that like not only is white supremacy still as present today as it ever has been, well, actually, black people and other minorities can't even be racist. They don't have the power to because we're going to use a different definition of racism. And we can only talk about punching up as opposed to punching down. And we're actually going to say it's totally okay for these people to say or do whatever they want. And it's never bad. But like white people who have always been the oppressors, even if you're like a trailer park guy whose family's addicted to meth, you know, you have all this
What are you quoting now? Are you quoting people that you're mad at on Twitter/X now?
privilege, et cetera, et cetera. I think that you run into these issues where wokeism, it starts off as like a really good idea, and I would argue has achieved really good things, especially in regards to like women's education and everything. And then it just gets so academia-ized. So there's a word there, academic, whatever, where you take something and you put it into school too much and then it comes out as some Frankenstein.
Oh my god. Don't be salty that you dropped out of school, Steven.
You know, cancer baby of like horrible things, such that today when I'm reading stuff, and I know Ben is the same way, like if
you read stuff,
if I even hear somebody say the word like anti-racism, I'm probably ignoring every other thing you have to say.
I don't think you read stuff, Destiny.
If you utter the word like colonial anything, I'm probably going to say you probably don't have anything good to say. Yeah.
Anastasia utters the word colonialism when she talks to you about Russia and the invasion of Ukraine. Are you going to ignore everything that she says? Ukraine has been colonized. What now? I'm saying it. I'm uttering the word colonial power. Russia is a colonial power. What now? Are you going to disregard everything that I say from this moment on? Is this what's going to happen now? This is so stupid. Oh boy. Two of the greatest debaters in the world, huh?
A lot of it is just taken way too far. But you know what I will blame on some of this is I will blame conservatives for some of this. Because I think one issue that happens, and I think Ben might even agree with me here too, is I think there's two huge problems that have happened in the United States, I think broadly speaking, is that one, we become more different than we ever have been. And two, we become more similar than we ever have been. And when I say this, what I mean is that like we're splitting off into these groups, and then these groups are enforcing this insane homogeneity. Between these two separate groups. And I think one of these schisms has been conservatives' reluctancy to participate in things related to higher education. So for a long time, conservatives are saying like, oh, you know, the educational institutions are against us. You know, Rush Limbaugh talks about how evil the colleges are and blah, blah, blah. And then what happens is conservatives are less and less willing to engage in them. So then you get this scenario or this environment where everybody that's engaged in academia on the administrative side are fucking insane. they're like even more so to, and I also want to draw a distinction between like the administrators and the faculty, because oftentimes when you're reading story after story after story of like all of these insane admins that are pushing further and further left, usually the faculty is fighting against it. A lot of the tenured professors, a lot of people in their departments are saying like, hold on, well, we actually don't agree with this. But I feel like because conservatives
Are we getting back to the debate that the Destiny was supposed to have with President Sunday that he ran away from? The woke tyranny of the universities against the helpless faculty that's actually far more right-wing? Is that what's happening right now? It feels that way. It feels like that's what's happening right now.
so long have demonized these institutions rather than like critically evaluated them and tried to like have like honest critique and engagement, that they've just like completely broken off. And when you only have a bunch of lefties or righties together, all they'll do is they'll veer off like even more into their insane directions. I feel like that's a big problem that we run into in the country, to where conservatives have totally broken off some conversations, broken away from, where they won't participate in them anymore. And then the people that you have left just run as far to the left as possible.
Yes, it goes back. He assumes academia works that way because he argued Katie last time.
Certainly when you look at certain institutions, I think that one of the things that people on both sides of the aisle are constantly looking at is, has the institution suffered such capture that there is just no capacity to fix it? And when you talk about the universities, I'm not going to blame conservatives for the failure of the universities, because they haven't been present in major positions at universities since effectively the late 1960s. And you can go read Shelby Steele's work on this, where he talks about how, he's now a conservative Black person. He was a liberal Black person at the time. He was actually quite a radical Black activist at the time in the 60s. And he talks about walking into the office of liberal administrators who were largely on his side with regard to civil rights, and being a radical, him claiming that the systems of the university were inherently broken, were inherently wrong, unfixable. And he talks about this, it's a very evocative episode where he's talking about how he's smoking. And as he's smoking, the ash is growing more and more, and the ash falls down on this very expensive carpet. And the president of the university, who's listening to him rant and rave, Shelby Steele says, I thought he was going to say something about this. I mean, I was wrecking like $1,000 carpet in his office, being a jackass. And instead, I could see him wilt inside. I could see him collapse. He didn't have the institutional credibility or the intellect or sort of the spiritual strength to just say, listen, I agree with you on some of these things, but you're acting like a jackass. And what you see in the late 1960s and early 1970s is, in fact, the collapse of these institutions, to the point where by the time I was going to college, there was this radical disproportion between conservatives and liberals. And the problem is that when it comes
Katie was an Israeli citizen, is the representative of academia in the U.S.
to a system like the
True, of course.
universities, basically you have to separate
I mean, that Katie, right?
universities off into two separate categories. One is STEM, where the universities are still pretty damn good. American universities, when it comes to STEM, are still leading universities in the world. Harvard's main creations these days are coming from actual hard science fields. Then you have the liberal arts field, in which you basically have a self-perpetuating elite, because that's actually how dissertations work. If you have somebody who's very far to the left and you decide that you're going to write a dissertation on the history of American gun rights, the chances that that is going to be approved by your dissertation advisor are much lower than if you happen to write something that tends to agree with the political positions of your dissertation advisor. Now, listen, I think there are open and tolerant professors, even in the liberal arts at these universities. I went to these universities, right? I went to UCLA, I went to Harvard Law School. When I was at Harvard Law School, one of my favorite professors was Lonnie Guinier. Lonnie Guinier, they tried to appoint her, I believe.
Believe it or not, I already spoke with Katie once on a stream. So I sort of have already experience with talking with Katie. You might be shocked to know that I've had an you might be shocked that I've already actually had a conversation with that Katie online once. It just wasn't on this stream. I went to a different stream and didn't stream it on my end and talked to that Katie. The topic was Jewishness and Jewish identity. So you might probably not be aware that that conversation even ever took place, but it did. The topic basically that we discussed was, what is Jewishness and does it even exist? Which in my opinion it very much does. And in her opinion it basically doesn't. Alright, let's continue.
Believes Secretary of Labor under Clinton, and she was too.
Basically, her argument was that it's all Judaism and we should just reject Judaism altogether. And when you throw away Judaism, there's nothing left to quote unquote Jewish culture. And I sort of disagreed with that.
liberal and she got rejected. So she was like a full-on communist. By the time I went there, she was great. We had debates every day. It was wonderful. She used to write me recommendations for my legal jobs after we left. Randall Kennedy, I don't agree with him very much. Randall Kennedy was a terrific professor. There are some professors who are like this. Unfortunately, there tends to be in these echo chambers more and more ideological conformity that is rigorously enforced, and it is by left on left. So, for example, when I was at Harvard Law School, the president of the university was another president who ended up being ousted, Larry Summers. Larry Summers had been the Secretary of Treasury under Bill Clinton, and he made the critical error of suggesting that perhaps the dearth of women in hard sciences in prestigious positions was due to possibly two factors that people were refusing to talk about. One was the possibility that women actually didn't want to be in hard sciences at nearly the rates that men do, which happens to be true. And two was the distribution of STEM IQ, right? Which is something that you certainly were not allowed to talk about. The idea that the men's bell curve when it comes to IQ, particularly on STEM subjects, tends to be shallower than the women's bell curve. So when you get to the very end of the bell curve, what you tend to see is a lot of really dumb guys and a lot of really smart guys. And so when you're talking about the top universities, maybe that has something to do with the disproportion. And he's trying to explain that to say that our systems are not discriminating. If we end up with more men than women, maybe more men are applying and more men are qualified. That's quite. He was ousted for that by a left-wing faculty and general alum network at Harvard University. So there's a lot to blame conservatives for surrendering the playing field. I totally agree that conservatives should not have surrendered the playing field in some institutions. Colleges were surrendered a lot earlier than 20 years ago. They were surrendered in the late 1960s, early 1970s.
Yeah, so I think that a couple things. So one of the big issues that I have with kind of like this, I don't know if we call it era of Trumpism.
Okay, thank you.
Or populism is this total disregard for institutions and this disconnect from participation in the system. So it's one of the big things that I fight with progressives about, who cares because they're all 20 years old, they don't vote anyway. But it's another thing that I notice with a lot of people that are Trump voters, Trump fans or whatever, is this idea where we say this institution is irrevocably destroyed. It's irredeemable. It can't be saved. It can't, nothing that we do can fix it. And I think that what that leads people to doing is, one, they disconnect further, and then two, there's a general hopelessness when it comes to
what does fixing mean and what would it entail?
How society is like ran or structured, such that you fall into that populist brain rot of the only person that can save me is Donald Trump. I can't trust literally anything. And I think that when you start driving people into that direction, all it does is it further amplifies all the problems that you're complaining about. So that's one of the reasons why when we talk about like conservative participation, I want there to be more conservatives that are trying to participate in academia, but I feel like the leading thought or the leading speaking out against it is basically saying it's a waste of time. It's completely lost.
So I think that the alternative to that is that you're seeing on the right a growth of, for example, alternative universities. Saying,
yeah, but this is the worst thing.
No, I don't think so at all. I think competition is a great way of incentivizing some change on behalf of universities that may have forgotten that there's an entire another side of the aisle in the United States.
No shot. I don't think even you think that.
So first of all, let me make it clear.
Go.
I think the entire educational system at the upper levels, if you're not in STEM, is a complete scam. I think it's a complete waste of money. I think it's a complete waste of time. And I think that it's all it is a formalized, very expensive sorting mechanism for people of IQ. That's all it is. People take an SAT, you go to a good school, you take 4 years of bullshit. I know, I did it at UCLA. And then we analyze based on your degree where you should go to law school. I could have gone directly from high school to law school with maybe 1 year of training and then done 1 year of law school and been done. Okay, the reality is that this is a giant scam. And this, again, it's a bipartisan problem, but...
Wait. What's so shocking about going straight from high school to law school? I don't get it. What's so shocking about that? Isn't that the normal route to go straight from high school to law school? It is in Poland. You finish high school, you go to university.
It's just a generalized problem. We have.
Is there something that I'm missing about the U.S. education system that it's so shocking to go from high school to law school straight?
You want to talk about things that hurt the lower classes in the United States? The bleeding of degrees up is so wild and crazy. There's so many jobs in the United States that should not require a college degree that we now require a college degree to do, because there was this weird idea that came over Americans where they mistook correlation for causation. They would say, oh, look, people who go to college are making more money than people who don't go to college. Therefore, everyone should go to college. Well, maybe the reason is because people who are going to college were better qualified for particular jobs because on average, not all the time, but on average, a lot of those people were smarter and making more money because of that. And so all you've done is you've now created these additional layers of stratification. So a person who used to be able to get a job with a college degree now has to have a postdoc degree in order to go get that degree. A person who used to be able to just graduate high school Now it's de facto you got to go to JUCO and then you got to go to college, or nobody's even going to look at your resume. It's really, really terrible for people who can't afford all of that. It's led to this massive increase in educational cost.
Wow, if only Ben, wow, if only there was a way to make university education free. Damn. If only there was a system possible in which you could have good grades in high school and then go on to study at a university without having to pay large sums of money. Huh. You know.
That is inexplicable other than this particular sort of bleed up, and by the way, federal subsidies for higher education. Again, one of my problems with federal subsidies for higher education, I'd love for everyone to be able to go to college if qualified to do so and if it is productive. But one of the things I did when I went to law school is I took loans because a bank said I was going to get my money back if I got a law degree from Harvard. But you know when you're not going to get your money back? If you're a bank, you're not going to lend to some dude who wants to major in, art theory, because is that a good bet? There's no collateral, right? If I give a loan for a house, I can go repossess the house. How do I repossess your garbage college degree from UCLA? There's no way to do that. So, this is the broader conversation about education in general. I think the educational system is cruising for a bruising, and I think all that's necessary
Artists shouldn't exist.
for it to completely collapse on the non-STEM side where you actually learn things is for people.
True, only STEM people learn anything. Artists should not exist. Does that actually extend to historians as well?
Who employ
In Ben's world, history is not STEM. Is history worthless as a discipline in Ben's world?
To simply say, give me your SAT score and I will hire you for an apprenticeship directly out of high school. That it would cut out so much of the middleman. But as far as the general point that you're making about institutions, I may disagree on the education and how far it's gone. In general, I agree with you. So it's in general, I agree. And I get to use my favorite longest word in the English language here. I would consider myself in many cases an anti-disestablishmentarianist.
Nice.
Right? You see, I like to drop that. That's it, because if you're an establishmentarian, that means you like
In
the
opposition to the
disestablishmentarianism. Right. So I'm an anti. So
Can you say that word, Dustin?
That's the one we all learned growing up. Anti-disestablishmentarianism is
there
the
you
longest
go.
word in the
So
dictionary.
he
We've
is
all-
also.
yeah,
So,
there you go.
but
And then
think
some
it-
kid in your group would say, "What about supercalifragilistic?" And then you're,
what about pneumal ultramicroscopic?
or the science terms,
Yeah, exactly.
Or what
So-
about the 7,000 letter thing that's from part of biochemistry?
I got my education in the Soviet Union, so we just did math. We didn't learn any of this.
That's why you're a useful person.
Soviet Union math was at 1 + 1, how to make that equal 3.
We know long words, and he
So
streams
long.
on the internet, and I talk for a living. So anyway,
yeah.
the point is that I don't disagree that there is a general populist tendency on all sides of the aisle to look at the institutions and then throw them overboard. I think that some of that is earned by people who are in positions of power at institutions who have completely undermined the faith and credibility of those institutions. I think that you have to examine institution by institutions which ones are salvageable and which ones are not. So I'm not a full anti-disestablishmentarianism. I'd be partially in that
Sure.
camp. There are certain institutions like higher education in the liberal arts that I think we may be better off without. And then there are certain institutions like, say, participation in American government, where when people talk about we need a revolution, I'm like, no, we don't. That's not a thing. We need an evolution. We need change. We can use the system. And but I think you have to establish, you have to look at it industry by industry,
Just curious.
institution by institution.
On that position on institutions, do you think Biden or Trump would side with you more?
As far as the institutions,
Trump, of course.
I think the institutions in the United States at the governmental level are robust. I think the social institutions are failing.
Yeah, but I'm just curious on your general view of institutions. Do you think Biden or Trump would side with you more on how you view them?
I mean, I think that in rhetoric, Biden would, and then I think that he would tear out the face of the institution and wear it around like a mask like Hannibal Lecter. I mean, that's
Even
my
though he
actual...
resisted some people's calls to pack the court and...
Yes, because I think that his use of executive power was greater than that of Donald Trump. The power that he had, he used to greater effect than Donald Trump. Donald Trump, again, thrashed up against the sides of the box, but could not get out of it.
Okay. For just on a real quick, because on the that answer went a lot farther than the initial question.
Yeah.
But yeah, just on the real quick thing, the reason why my main problem that I feel like we have today in society is people are getting into their own bubbles. The idea of having like conservative schools and liberal schools seems like the saddest thing in the world to me. Like I would want conservatives and liberals going to school together because I think these people need to interact with each other more, if for no other reason than to see that the other person is not like an actual monstrous, horrible entity that wants to destroy the country.
Listen, I think a classically liberal idea.
My main problem that I feel like we have today in society is people are getting into their own bubbles. The idea of having like conservative schools and liberal schools seems like the saddest thing in the world to me. Like I would want conservatives and liberals going to school together because I think these people need to interact with each other more, if for no other reason than to see that the other person is not like an actual monstrous, horrible entity that wants to destroy the country.
Listen, I think a classically liberal idea for many schools would not be a bad thing. I think it would be a good thing. I just wonder if that's salvageable. And if it's not salvageable, then the answer to that is to actually create alternative institutions.
I feel like the biggest issue that we have is people they sort into these different like phantom worlds to where even if you live in the same city, there are totally different worlds that exist between liberals and conservatives. And I feel like
everybody's in a phantom world, and the only person that lives in the real world is Steven.
one of the big barriers to people understanding the other side sometimes it's just a little bit of information or a little bit of like firsthand experience. So in terms of information, I'm sure you saw, I don't know if this is a full-on study, but they were talking about how some huge percentage of students would change their mind on From the River to the Sea when you told them what From the River to the Sea
what the
actually
river
meant,
was and what the
right?
sea was.
Yeah. Or when you said like, what does a one-state solution mean? A lot of them, like such that the numbers went from like 70% to like 30% in terms of like support would fall. And it wasn't because you were doing a radical redefining their whole ideology. You were just giving them a little bit more information. And then something that I've seen on a first-hand level is when I go and speak or do debates at universities, sometimes I'm in very, very, very conservative areas. Some of my fans are trans. Having like a trans person show up and talk to conservatives for a little bit, not like in a speech, but just like in like a bar or a setting, like
I'm not so sure Ben's gonna be on board with that one, Steven.
Like a lot of them walk away thinking like, oh, not every trans person is like this insane lunatic from Twitter that is fucking an actual crazy person. And then for some of my fans, when they hang out with conservatives, like, oh, these guys are actually pretty friendly. I thought they would have all been homophobic, racist, transphobic, and evil, but they're not. They're just like normal people. I feel like we need more of that mixing.
I totally agree with that, certainly.
Yeah, and I feel like on our social media platforms, on our algorithms, in our schools, I feel like we're sorting harder and harder and harder, and any type of rhetoric that encourages the sorting is really bad and damaging. We need to like continue to mix up. And there's other things I want to talk about, but Lex is opening his mouth.
Destiny the Uniter. Wow. All right,
like Biden.
As
Yeah.
we
Not like Trump.
As we approach the end, let us descend into the meme further and further. Ben, you're in a monogamous marriage. In Destiny, you've been mostly in an open marriage until recently. How foundational is marriage, monogamous marriage, to the United States of America? Can open marriages work? Are they harmful to society? Ben.
Marriages are the single most important thing that people can do in the United States because the things within your control are easier to control than the things outside your control. People tend to think about big political change, obviously, about things they can do to change the entire system. But the reality is the thing that you can do that best changes society is to get married and have kids and raise your kids responsibly. That is the single best thing that you can do. Can an open marriage work? I mean, I think that it depends on your definition of work. So in my version of work, the answer is no, because what you actually need in order to facilitate the healthy growing of a child is a father and mother who are committed to each other. All ideas about there being no emotional component to sexual activity are completely specious. That it is truer for men than it is for women, but it's not true for either. The idea of a full commitment to a human being with whom you genetically create children, which is typically how we've done it throughout human existence, is in fact the fundamental basis for any functional civilization. It allows for the transmission of culture and values. It allows for the transmission of beliefs and responsibility, and it gives the great lie to both the communitarian lie and the atomistic individualist lie. The communitarian lie is that you belong to the giant community of man, which is not true because you have a family, and your allegiance should be and is naturally to the members of your family first. That's how we learn, and then we expound that out. And it also is a lie to the notion that we are all atomistic individuals with no responsibilities. We are born into a world of responsibilities. Everyone is born into a world of responsibilities and rules and roles, and those are good. And if we do not actually socialize our children that way, there will be, number one, no children. Number one, there will be no healthy children. Number two, there will be no healthy children. Number three, there will be not the foundation for either social fabric, which is the real glue that holds together society, or for a functional government. So, yes, monogamous marriage. I'm a fan. 15 years married, 4 kids. Yes.
Destiny, what do you think?
I think that when we talk about like relationships or marriage, I think something that's really important is we have to talk about whether or not children are being discussed or not. Because I think once you introduce the child aspect, I think the style or the type of relationship that you do is going to become way more important than whatever exists prior to that. Like I would agree, for instance, in terms of what Ben is saying, that there's probably going to be some structure that is ideal for the care and the raising of a child. I think that having a child gives you a much bigger buy-in to society, because now all of a sudden you care about a lot of things that you might not have before, because not only do you exist in society, you can't just run. Now you've got a child that exists there, and you've got to ensure that everything functions smoothly, not just for you, but for that child as well. And arguably, although we're getting into weird places, I guess, in the world now, like children are the primary conduit for like where you transmit like cultural values and everything. The one kind of weird thing that we're coming up against, that we have been coming up against now for some number of decades and will continue to, is as societies progress, seems like people are having less children. And I actually don't know 100% what the answer is to that question.
I do.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. Yeah. I mean, an implementable answer that works, that we know we can get everybody on board with. It seems like for a large part of human history, having children, and it still is, having children is awesome, and children are cool, and children are magical and miraculous and all of this, but you didn't really have much competing for your attention to have a child, right? When you hit a certain age and you started working, especially if you were a woman, I mean, childbirth is kind of the next step, and then having a family, raising your children, and then doing that is kind of the next step. Nowadays, especially with women being able to work, especially with women having access to birth control, there's a lot available in the world that's competing for the interest of people that could otherwise be having children, such that we've almost flipped it, such that, as Ben brought up earlier, like wealthy people tend to have less children than not wealthy people, or unless you're part of particular religious communities that push childbirth a lot. I don't know if I would say there exists a moral imperative on an individual to have children. I think that there's a lot of interesting arguments down that path. I don't know if we're quite at the point yet where we need to say like, oh my God, we're running out of people, we need to have more kids. I don't think we're quite there yet, but we are seeing, weird demographic trends that are having big impacts on how countries are playing out. For instance, the fact that we have a disproportionately huge aging population that needs to be taken care of with medical expenses and everything, that vote in different ways than our younger population, and that when they die off, like the way that society is going to look is going to be a lot different. I don't actually have I'm not entirely sure what the future is going to look like in terms of pushing people to have kids when every single industrialized country, as they become more industrialized, have fewer and fewer and fewer children.
Rapid fire questions.
Oh my God.
And the answer, my answer was go to church.
Religion. Yeah, I figured.
Yeah.
Well, we could talk about religion, but that's not rapid fire at all. Let me ask, this is from the internet. Does body count matter?
Jesus Christ. You're really bringing up the red pill stuff.
Are you avoiding answering?
I mean, it depends on who you are.
Oh,
if you're somebody that doesn't care about it, it doesn't. If you're somebody that does care about it, yeah, it does, of course. Depends on the...
The answer is yes.
Okay. Should porn be banned?
No.
If you could do it...
He's thinking.
Yes.
He's thinking about
There's
it. He's thinking about it.
No, there is no benefit to pornography. It's
Is
a waste of time and destructive to the human soul.
I can't believe I'm asking this question. Is OnlyFans empowering or destructive for women?
Just a note: we're still having a global rising population.
Jesus, these are rapid fire.
Yeah, just you can't.
I mean, it's probably empowering for the ones that are making a lot of money off it. It probably feels disempowering for others that feel affected by the cultural norms set by women that do OnlyFans. There's my rapid fire answer.
No, it's destructive to even the ones who are making a lot of money, because when you degrade yourself to being just a set of human body characteristics that other people...
Which basically what a traditional wife is. You limit yourself to being a birther of more children. That is a very ironic answer from Ben, because that is basically what a traditional woman is expected to do.
People jack off to. It's bad for...
Limiting oneself to a bunch of body parts that people use to pump out more children.
For you, and it's bad for them.
Okay. Is rap music?
Absolutely.
Have you evolved on this? Or?
Have I evolved on this? So, again, I'm going to go to what's the definition of music. My original argument about rap was that music involves the following three elements: rhythm, melody, harmony. Rap typically involves maybe one of those. There may be a melody, maybe sometimes. So it depends on the kind of rap. With that said, I could be convinced on this issue, but listen, I'm a classical violinist. I mean, that's how I was raised. I listen to Beethoven and Brahms and Mozart. like in the car with my kids. So is it comparable? Is it in the same category as Beethoven, Brahms, and Mozart? I have a very hard time sticking it in the same category as that.
All right, you're both world-class debaters.
That
you're
is-
public intellectuals.
That is so sad. You're both world-class debaters. Oh my goodness.
If I can say that.
Jesus.
Yeah, I know.
Exactly. Well said, Destiny. Jesus.
Real hard here.
I know. You both care about the truth. What is your process
Do they both care about the truth?
of arriving at the truth?
I think it's really important to, everybody will say that they're objective and that they are nonpartisan. I think it's really important to have mental safeguards for bad opinions. So for instance, like a couple things that I'll ask myself is, for a particular debate that I'm having, like, can I argue convincingly both sides of the debate? If I can't, I won't bother having the debate, because I realize that I'm probably too partisanly dug in if I can't even represent like an opposite argument here.
That is a really... It sounds logical on the surface, but in reality, it's very, very stupid. Okay? If you were to find yourself in a debate on whether or not a group of people should be eliminated, are you supposed to not to argue against a group being eliminated if you cannot argue in favor of the group being eliminated? Is that the standard that we're setting? Amazing.
Another question that you might ask yourself is like, well, what would it take to convince you out of a certain position? If you feel very strongly that Medicare for all is a good system by
What would it take you to convince you that a group should be totally eradicated?
which to run the United States healthcare, and somebody says, well, what would it take you to convince you otherwise? If you can't even fathom, like, well, what would it take to convince me otherwise? You're probably too...
If you cannot even fathom what it would take for you to be convinced that a genocide should be committed, then maybe
dug into a position. So I think
you've just dug into a position. This might be a hot take, okay? This might be a very hot take. But there are some positions that are worth digging into. There are certain positions that are actually worth digging into. What would be the argument that would convince you that actually, I don't know, Russia should take over all of Ukraine and eliminate Ukraine as a nation? If you cannot even fathom it, then maybe you should not be even talking on this subject.
If you go through life saying like, well, I try my best to be unbiased, rather than saying I try my best to be aware of my biases, because the latter is more realistic and the former is literally impossible unless you're a computer. So I think having like actual mental practices that you engage in to try to counter some of the biases that you have is more important than trying to pretend that you're free of all biases and then consuming all your media from one source. Yeah.
Ben?
So, I mean, I agree with a lot of that. I think that the easiest practical guide is read a bunch of different things from a bunch of different sources, and where they cross is probably the set of fact. And then everything else is extrapolated opinion from different premises. That's
really stupid. What Ben said is really, really stupid. Is that really the threshold where they cross? That is such a brainless way of... Oh my god.
Sort of the short story. So read the New York Times and Breitbart, and they're going to disagree on a lot. But if the core of the story...
And the Daily Wire.
Certainly read the Daily Wire. if you read the Daily Wire and you read the Washington Post, and there's a nexus of the same thing, then you can pretty well guarantee that at least, you know, if we're all blind men feeling the elephant, at least if we're all feeling the trunk, we know that there's a trunk there, right? You may not know what the elephant is.
And if you're feeling frisky, then watch Destiny as well.
Thanks.
You've talked about, you know, having a conversation, debating Ben for a long time. What is your favorite thing about Ben Shapiro?
My favorite thing about Ben Shapiro is, at least when we're in election season, he's very critical of his own party. I appreciate that. That doesn't. I feel like Ben generally tries to adhere more to the fact-based arguments than other conservatives that I listen to, which is something that I appreciate because it's more fun to fight on kind of like the factual grounds of discussing things like foreign policy or whatever, rather than people that only inhabit the idealistic or philosophical grounds because they don't want to learn about any of the facts. So I appreciate that.
Ben, you've gotten a chance to talk to Destiny now. What do you like about the guy?
A lot of the same sorts of things, but it's really fun to see how you do your process. That is a cool thing. That is a cool thing. And it's a gift to the audience because honestly, doing what we do, so much of what we do is sitting and reading and being behind closed doors and educating yourself and talking with people. But getting to watch you do it in real time is a really cool window into how people think and how people learn. So that's a really neat thing.
Well, gentlemen, this was incredible. It's an honor. Thank you for doing this today.
Hey, thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thanks for listening to this debate between Ben Shapiro and Destiny. To support this podcast, please check.
Amazing. Well, that's over. That's done. That's a done deal. So how do we feel about that one? Hmm? That was a bit underwhelming, wasn't it? The Ukraine portion I straight out didn't like. It was a pain. I think you should debate your husband. I just might. Once I'm ready, I just might. Incredible. It's nice to see how close Destiny is to Ben Shapiro in values and politics. The far left. True. Lucy divorced arc. True. I'm divorcing you, Destiny. This is incredible. Oh well. We can't all be perfect like me. So now we're gonna do one more topic for the day. Serious topic, so we're gonna turn this off. And let's go. We have one more segment. And then I'm going to continue my research into things. I'm going to do my own research, okay? That's what I'm going to do. My own research. So, we're going to be discussing aid to Ukraine. Again, there's one thing that I've noticed as I've been watching debates about Ukraine, about whether or not Ukraine should receive aid from places like the United States, that there is one thing, and this has been a consistent thing, that even the people who are against aid to Ukraine have been most of the time in agreement on. There's a big amount of frozen assets in the EU as well as in the US. Most of it is in the EU. And the frozen assets amount to $300 billion, give or take. And even the most staunch anti-aid people will agree that they're not against taking those frozen Russian assets and handing them over to Ukraine. And this has been a conversation long in the making. It has been going for some time now. And now it seems that we've gotten some sort of a breakthrough when it comes to talks on using frozen assets in the service of helping Ukraine. The thing is, though, that there are two sort of obstacles when it comes to this. It seems that it's not so legally easy to just take those funds and hand them to Ukraine. And this obstacle is being sort of, I don't want to say worked around. The current most favorite proposition is to not seize the frozen assets outright, but instead to take the revenue that the assets generate and send that revenue to Ukraine. And that revenue is estimated at around $15 billion. So that is one thing about this topic. The second thing is that unfortunately, things like that get stuck in bureaucracy, and it might actually take up to 2025 for the generated profits from these assets to go to Ukraine. And Ukraine is basically estimating that there will be more or less 15 billion budget deficit by 2025, and that this money could be used to finance the Ukrainian budget. So now that we've gotten a little bit of an introduction to this whole thing, we can go on and take a look at some articles that will give us some more details on the topic, right? We're gonna go to one of our favorite publications here, the Kyiv Independent. That one's pretty good. I have an article here from the Kyiv Independent. EU foreign minister agree on plan to transfer profits from frozen Russian assets to Ukraine. Who's gonna read this one? Gonna go to React. European Union High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy Joseph Borrell speaks during a debate at the European Parliament in Strasbourg, France on November 22nd, 2023. European Union foreign ministers have reached a political agreement to finalize the work on transferring revenues from frozen Russian assets to Ukraine based on the proposal suggested in December, EU top diplomat Joseph Borrell said on January 22nd. I'm almost sure this will be finalized soon. Discussions will continue on the level of ambassadors, but I see that the agreement is coming, Borrell told reporters following a meeting of the EU foreign ministers in Brussels. He added that the EU aims to officially make that decision before the next meeting of the EU Foreign Affairs Council scheduled for February 19th. The EU proposed a plan on December 12 to seize about 15 billion euros, $16.2 billion, in projected profits generated by frozen assets of Russia's central bank and transfer them to Ukraine. The plan would reportedly require banks holding the assets to place profits in a separate bank account, which would then be transferred to the EU's budget on an annual basis in order to provide funding for Ukraine. The proposal must be approved by the European Parliament and all 27 EU member states before it can be implemented. So here is the question now. Here is a $1 million question. Because I don't think this is beyond the realm of possibility. So my question is this. If it has to be approved by all 27 EU member states, then will Hungary approve of it? Will Slovakia? Isn't there a worry that those two countries might just not approve of this initiative? I don't think it's a baseless worry. Western countries have frozen over 300 billion in the dollars in the Russian central bank's sovereign assets since the start of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Around 2/3 of the assets are held in European accounts, while only up to $5 billion are frozen at US institutions. Speaking at the January 22nd press conference, Borrell also promised that the EU would continue to provide Kyiv with predictable assistance and said he would travel to Ukraine in the first or second week of February. The ministers agreed that this is not the moment to weaken our support to Ukraine. On the contrary, it is the moment to do more and faster, with financial resources, military equipment, training for soldiers, and all Ukrainians need to defend, he added. Borrell also confirmed that the EU was seeking to reform the European Peace Facility, the current tool used for channeling military support to Ukraine, and create the Ukraine Assistance Fund with an annual budget of about 5 billion euros. So yeah, this is one article on the topic. There's one more. We'll just read one more. This one's interesting as well. It touches upon some things that I've spoken about in here. So let me see. This one touches on some things as well. So, Ukraine may finance budget deficit with proceeds from frozen Russian assets. Ukraine will be able to finance its 10 to 15 billion budget deficit from frozen Russian assets revenues starting in 2025. Interfax Ukraine reported on January 17th, citing Deputy Head of the President's Office, Rostislav Shurma. In 2024, Ukraine will cover the budget deficit of about $40 billion, mainly with the aid from international partners. Subsequently, the budget deficit of 10 to 15 billion could be covered by revenues from frozen Russian assets. We are absolutely confident that both aid packages will be approved by the US and the EU. I'm not as confident about the aid package being approved by the US. I'm really growing to be skeptical on this one, on the US aid package being approved. Shurma said during a discussion at the Ukrainian House in Davos, organized by the Pinchuk Foundation, Horizon Capital, and WNISEF. This means that 2024 will be closed. The question is what's next? Because we understand that roughly speaking 10 to 15 billion will be needed beyond that. This amount roughly corresponds to the proceeds from frozen Russian assets, taking into account the market interest rates on treasury bills or bonds from AAA-rated issuers, which have risen to 4 or 5% per annum. It is much easier to legally resolve the issue of providing these revenues to Ukraine than the issue of confiscating the Russian assets themselves, according to Shurma. However, the use of frozen assets to rebuild Ukraine should not be expected to happen quickly, said U.S. Special Representative for Ukraine's Economic Recovery, Penny Pritzker, in remarks made in Davos on January 17th. The Biden administration has affirmed its support for a bill that would allow the confiscation of some of the $300 billion of frozen Russian assets for reconstructing Ukraine, Bloomberg reported on January 10th. The European Commission, EC, is gearing up to channel 15 billion in frozen Russian assets to provide crucial financial support to Ukraine. Though the plan requires an unanimous backing from all European Union member states, the Financial Times reported. President of Ukraine Volodymyr Zelensky announced on December 17th that the outlines of decisions necessary for the transfer of frozen Russian assets to Ukraine are already being prepared. So that's it. I hope it goes well. I hope no European Union countries will try to block this initiative. I'm looking at you, Slovakia. I'm looking at you, Hungary. And I hope this goes well, even though it'll take a bit longer for my liking than it should. And we'll see where it will go from there. It would be pretty nice to plug in that 10 to 15 billion in budget deficit. Although I'm pretty worried that all this depends on the US aid to come through, even though it's a risky thing to bet on the US aid right now. I think developing solid alternatives is really, Europe should step up. I think that's, and the problem, of course, is the veto, to which Slovakia is also joining in right now. It's a pretty big problem. But we'll see what happens. Thank you. That's it for today. Believe it or not, already today we've been streaming for 7 hours, 34 minutes. 7 hours, 34 minutes of streaming. So I think we're done for today. Any topics that we've not covered today, I guess we're going to cover tomorrow. And thank you. Thanks. Thank you very much. I'll see you next time. I'm going to slowly see you all. If you want to do a one last time donation to me to congratulate me on this achievement, then by all means, donate. Even the smallest sum will make me super happy. And good night. I'm gonna type now. We love and solidarity. We love our non-binary siblings. I did. Oh, you want me to show it? I can show it as a before we finish. Yeah, I can show it. I can show it. That's strange. But I saw. For some reason, I thought I saw Ukrainian script. Okay. Yeah, I can show it. Let's get it. Okay, so let me see. Let me check the email. Oh my gosh. Nice one. It's true though. It's true, it's true, it's true. It's true and real. Bonus art. That's right. Yeah, that's right. I'm getting so much fan art. You're definitely sleeping on the couch, dude. That is true. That is what's happening. That is what's gonna happen. All right, we've done it. Thank you. Amazing. So yeah, I'm gonna press end